No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? We in intro mode, baby. We in intro mode. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all like, chat? Y'all like, man? What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on,
Welcome
chat.
to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. They said Trump almost taken out. Assassination attempt. Alien disclosure today. And we got some modern debates. Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out. What's up, Corey World? What's up, J-Bo? Big Niche coming through supporting the stream before we even get it started with a super chat. Thank you, Big Niche. What's up? What's up, Erica? Yeah, they saying someone tried to take Trump out. We got an action-packed episode, chat. I'm not going to waste anybody's time. We're going to get straight into Trump after his assassination attempt. He went and did a speech. He said the show must go on. I see WWE. What's up, Miss VR? What's up, Miss Bones? Who said my music sucked? Kiss my ass. What's up, J-Bo? What's up, D4? That's Mike. Listen, chat, we gonna go and get Mike up out of here early. Everybody tell Mike, have a good night with his bitch ass. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. I'm not gonna waste anybody's time. We're gonna get straight into Trump's remarks after his assassination attempt, and then we'll get into the rest of the episode.
It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how...
Here goes Brandon D's coming through talking about another confused brother. A damn shame. Brandon, you come in here every fucking night saying the same thing. I'm going to ask you to get off my nuts, Brandon. Tonight, not one of them nights, man. You saying another confused... I'll open up the phone lines for you to call in, Brandon. I'm not with that shit tonight, Brandon. You calling me a confused brother, but you have a white anime character with blue eyes as your profile. Nigga, you're confused. At least I'm showing my face on this bitch. You're confused, nigga.
Quickly, Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer.
So did they unalive him? He was shot with what, chat? He was shot with what? Did they unalive him? He said a very powerful vest. Hold on.
By now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf.
What's
Really
up, Top
did a great
Cat?
job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to...
I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat. I'm gonna be all the way honest with you, chat. Nobody's running off in the fucking White House press, whatever they was having, the damn ball, with the bulletproof on, multiple weapons, getting shot and not unalived, bruh. No, bruh, they would have faced them, chat. I'm just gonna be honest. If that was a real attempt, I think they would have faced them, chat, right there. I think even if they would have shot him in the bulletproof vest first, they still would have stood over him. They still would have stood over him and faced him.
To the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's a much more secure.
Motherfucker just tried to run in there and take you out, and you sit here talking about this is why we need the ballroom. Oh my God, bro. This shit is the Truman Show.
It's got It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's...
Chat, hit the like button, double tap the screen, shut the live out. We got to get to 100 likes right quick. I hope everyone's having a good night and a great start to their weekend. We are the Weekenders. Chat, I need everybody to hit the like button right now, man.
A little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill.
Yeah, I'm not a electrician, Game Genie. I don't know. I'm not an electrician. But what I'm going to say is this. No Corey World, no photo of the shooter. Y'all are saying obviously fake. I'm going to say this, man. How many attempts is this on Trump's life now? We got Butler, we got this one, we got the guy trying to put the damn deer stand in the tree. How many attempts is this on Trump now?
In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had...
Oh, my God. Now the shooter is a mixed man. Look like Trevor Noah. They trying to get niggas involved, man. Oh, my God. Now they trying to get niggas involved. Here we go.
Again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed.
Bro, that don't even fit the MO, man. White House correspondent meeting or whatever the hell it was. They got a mixed nigga looking like Trevor Noah running up in there blasting. He has a bulletproof on, gets shot in the bulletproof, and they just take him in a lot. Man, listen, chat, y'all know like I know. And nigga run up in there anywhere near Trump shooting is gonna get faced, bro. They gonna shoot him in the head, bro. I don't even want to hear that shit. Once y'all told me he was light-skinned, looked like Trevor Noah, and they brought him in, bro, I don't even want to hear that shit no more, bro. They would have shot him in the fucking head. Let's be honest.
By that, but we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage.
Oh, you said the Secret Service had a bulletproof on? So is he dead or not? Is he dead or not? If he's alive, bro, it's no way. It's no way they let a light-skinned nigga run up in here shooting anywhere near Trump and he's alive to talk about it. It's no way, bro. It's no way.
Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how...
You talking about chill out, plug. No, that's the fucking truth, Max. I gotta be real with this shit, bro. It's certain shit niggas don't get away with. What's up, Laker? It's certain shit niggas don't get away with, bro. Niggas is not running up in no correspondent meet anywhere near Trump shooting anything, bro, and gonna make it out alive to talk about it. I don't want to hear that shit. They took him in. He's arrested. He's going to stand trial. Man, they would have stood over him if that shit was real. They would have made it a point, bro. They would have done that man so bad, bro. They would have put the whole however many rounds they got in the fucking clip. It would have been 2 officers, 3 officers. They probably would have put like 30 rounds in his face, bro. If that shit was real, they would have probably put 30 rounds in his face, bro. Let's be honest. A nigga running up on Trump? Come on, bro.
Quickly, everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man is...
Another thing Spitz Bar says, it's always one person. It's always one person. Why is it always a lone wolf? Always a lone wolf, maybe a patsy. Why is that? At the White House correspondent meeting. Then we seen them folks putting the damn, what was that chat? The 3D shit on the building talking about Trump and Epstein and the correspondent meeting, and now he gets an assassination. A light-skinned Trevor Noah looking nigga runs through his shooting and walks out, lives to talk about it. That's the craziest thing. I call bullshit. I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat. I call bullshit.
Has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person.
I'm gonna say this shit, bro. Democrat, Republic, man, listen. I understand it's some crazy motherfuckers out here, man, but y'all talking about, see, that's why they didn't pick a full black person, bro, because they knew niggas wouldn't have believed us. If they would have said it was a crazy Democrat and it was just a nigga, like a FBA, a black person that ran, man, we wouldn't have believed that shit. Now that it's light skin, we like, I don't know, maybe y'all say he look like Trevor Noah, he might have been radical. Man, hell no, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let's be honest, bro. The light-skinned nigga was the only thing that was gonna put... Man, if he would have been all black, y'all talking about somebody all black ran in there on Trump trying to shoot and they let him live? Hell no. Hell no. They would have done that, man, worse than some of these people we seen throughout history, man. They would have done that, man, so bad. It would have been a closed casket, bro. It would have been a closed casket.
Person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it.
No, I'm not Alex Jones. This shit is real. This shit is going on. You think, honest to God, chat, y'all think they was gonna let a nigga walk in there, bro? Let a nigga walk in there, get the shooting and some more shit, shoot a Secret Service that had on a vest and live to talk about it? Now, come on, chat. All of y'all can't be fucking naive, bro. All of y'all can't be naive, bro. All of y'all can't be... Come on, chat. They would have been ready to skin that nigga, bruh. They would have been ready to skin that nigga, bruh.
Bigger and better and even nicer. So I
What's up, Delphine?
Everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche.
C. Haynes says, is the shooter dead? No, the shooter is not dead, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Man, that's what I'm saying. About Trump, about these people, man, they would have stood over him. Who gives a fuck if he was alive when we subdued him? We stood over him and shot him anyway. He just tried Trump in this bitch. Come on, bro. Let's be honest. And Trump would have pardoned him. Oh, he made an attempt on my life. He ran in there all crazy with a gun. It was a good deed. I had to pardon him. I had to pardon him. It was only right to pardon him. Come on, bro. What? Stood over that man, put like 10 in his head, and got pardoned.
I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have Cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But they, it was...
You said what was the first attempt shooter's name? Thomas Crooks. Thomas Crooks was the one in Butler, Pennsylvania. I forgot the guy who had the deer stand put up, and then this guy they saying is a mixed guy looking like Trevor Noah. But the first guy name was Thomas Crooks.
Protocol, they said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be. Probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control.
What's
so
up, J-Bo?
Thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Trump in the bow tie is always funny to me. I don't know why it's funny to see Trump in the bow tie, but it is, man. Like he finna sell some bean pies.
Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that...
You said he looks good. He's a great president. See, this is the all praise to Allah Trump. When Trump put on that the bow tie, he the all praise to Allah Trump. When he got on that regular tie, you know what I'm saying? It's something else. This is the all praise to Allah Trump, man, when he put that bow tie on, man. I'm telling y'all, man, it's the all praise to Allah Trump, man, with the bow tie.
Did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and any...
Sweet Car says, go eat some more burgers. I wish I did have a burger, man. I want a smoked burger right now, off the grill. I'm talking about lettuce, tomato, a little onion, and some barbecue sauce. What are you talking? Put a little cheese dip on that bad boy, man. What are you talking? Go eat some more burgers, man. I will. Who's selling them? Plates? Fuck you talking about?
So we can get on this guy. The investigation is obvious.
Life Free says, why you so mad? I'm not mad. I'm having fun. This shit is fun to me.
Obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago. And
now here goes Mark Wallace, 7172. Get your hands on some more crack. Mark, quit putting everybody in our fucking business. I know you need it, Mark, but chill the fuck out. Chill out, Mark. You putting everybody in our business, man. I told you, man, I don't do that shit no more. I don't sell nothing no more, Mark. I put that shit down. And now you want to bring me back out, talking about get your hands on some more crack. No, Mark. Find you another dealer, Mark. Find you another source.
And everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President.
They said Cash Patel is out, Chad. They said Cash Patel is going to be the next one to go. If you think Cash Patel is the next one in the administration to go, press 3. If you do not think Cash Patel is the next one to go, press 4. Double tap the screen, chat, show the live out, man. We got to get the likes up. We have to get the likes up, man. We had 30 likes. That's piss poor. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. Let's get to 100 likes, man. I see straight 3s.
You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect.
What's
and
up,
safeguard
AJ?
the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team.
So he went in there with a chopper. They said he had a long gun. He went in there with a chopper, chat. Hit the like button.
On the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI.
What's
field
up,
division there.
Jerry?
But please know what the Attorney General has
What's
just
up,
said
Bill?
reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the president and the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this.
You said lucky you were not in that situation. You would have got scared. Trump kept his cool. Life free. Life free. Come on now. Come on, life free. Come on, life free. I've been in situations without Secret Service. I've been in situations without security, man. What are you talking about? I kept that shit cool, man. You talking about, listen, life free. It is what it is, life free. You got it, man. You got it. I ain't nobody. I ain't been through shit.
This individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that.
Here goes Light Free. Says you get scared of a bill and you get scared when I walk around smelling like all that Dior and shit around your bitch. How about that, Light Free? You get scared when you're walking around through the mall and shit, and I get to looking at your girl in her eyes, man, and she get the locking eyes, making eye contact. You grip her hand a little bit hard. That's what you get scared of, Light Free.
It's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray.
That's the thing, Life Free. You ain't got to be insecure. It's just you ain't got it. That's the thing, Life Free. You don't gotta be insecure, you just ain't got it. You know what I'm saying, Life Free? So when I get the eyeballing your woman, Light Free, and she get the, googly eyed and shit, smiling and shit, you don't gotta be insecure, just watch out, nigga. That's what I'm telling you, just watch out.
Tray going down, I've heard that many times, and it was pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away.
What's up,
They hadn't
Fulga?
reached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening, probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew.
K-Cell, what it do?
Happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So
I want to understand this, Chad. How did he get in the venue with a long gun? They said Cash Patel said he had a long gun and shells. How did he get in the venue with the long gun? How did this light-skinned man get in the venue with the long gun? Somebody wasn't on their job. Who's about to get fired? I expect to see somebody ass get fired, man. How the fuck he get that all the way through all these perimeters and shit with a long gun? Get the firing off in him. How? Somebody ass fired.
it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people.
What's up, Amanda?
These horrible, horrible people change the.
And now you come here talking about Somalians are smooth. Man, listen, why do y'all have, what the fuck did the Somalians do? What do the Somalis got to do with this? You don't really realize anything about guns, do you? I've been shooting guns my whole life, help save a life. While you was out there trying to help save lives and shit, man, I was breaking shit down, oiling shit up, man. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I do. I'm talking about he had a chopper. That's what I'm talking about. This is a fucking presidential ball correspondent shit. I can't even get a chopper into the booty club. What are you talking about? You must don't know much about guns. I can't get a chopper into the strip club, but these motherfuckers walked in on Trump with one? The fuck are you talking about?
Fabric of our life, changed the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this.
You said I'm assuming you don't realize gun can be broken down into small sections. Yes, I know guns can be broken down. I've been breaking guns down my whole life. Shit, I got my first 14 when I was like 5 years old, man. Been doing this. I'm from Arkansas. I understand that. I'm talking about this is the president of the United States. This is supposed to be the most secure, the most protected man in the fucking world. And you're telling me that this nigga ran up on Trump or anywhere around Trump with a fucking chopper? I don't care how many people. They could have broke that bitch down into 1,000,000 pieces. They just told us they found the pilot from his heartbeat 40 miles away. And you mean to tell me some nigga ran up on Trump with a chopper? What?
Assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have.
That's what I'm saying. A nigga's gonna garner a lot more scrutiny anyway. Soon as that nigga showed up with his bow tie and shit, they was already eyeballing him. And y'all mean to tell me he slipped through all of these eyeballs and procedures and shit with a broken down chopper? Come on, man. This is not James Bond, man. It's not John Wick, man. It's fucking Will Smith, man. Y'all told me this nigga look like Trevor Noah. What?
Gone through this where they got him. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt. They're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country.
You said, why does everything have to have race in it? Everything doesn't have to have race in it. But what I'm trying to tell you is they said Trump don't even like taking pictures with niggas. They said Trump's telling them the female nigga, he don't even want to take pictures with. I'm just saying, if anybody's gonna slip into a meeting like this, it's not gonna be this guy. Come on, bro. Like, come on, chat. Like, let's be real. A black guy, bro, with a chopper. They could have said he had a switch. They could have said he had a Glock 19 with a button on it. I would have believed it. But a chopper? A chopper, bro. A nigga with a chopper. All in DC. Man, get the fuck out of here.
And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that.
Somebody wasn't. You said answer this. So the shooter was black. I guess they said he looked like Trevor Noah. They said he looked like Trevor Noah. I haven't seen the guy. I'm just being honest, man. Like, let's be honest. This, and then they let him live. Not only did y'all trying to tell me a nigga got this close to Trump shooting all in DC, and they let him live. And they let him live. Nobody's fired. He broke all these security protocols. Like, fuck, bro, I can't even get in the strip club with a chopper. And y'all telling me he made it all the way over here in DC? Who's fired? Somebody's fired. Somebody ass fired. And I want to know who fired.
I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn.
Man, you said, do you know how do you know it wasn't a pistol AR? Are you shocked it could be a black guy? I don't understand. Come on, bro. You know how small those Trump. I don't give a fuck if it was a piece of bubble gum, man. If that shit was wrapped in foil, man, they should have knew it was on them. We're talking about Trump in DC, man. We're talking about this supposed to be the most protected man in the world in Washington, DC. I don't give a fuck if it was a piece of bubble gum and some foil, nigga. They should have knew he had it. What are we talking about?
Literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting. That's right. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Were your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me.
Chad, hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Everyone hit the like button. We got to get to 100 likes right here, right now. Double tap the screen. Go to the top. Hit the 3 dots. We're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Trump just said he was far away. So everybody who said you would have been scared and ran and not kept, man, they wasn't even that damn close. They wasn't even close.
Go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California. Yes, sir. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
Nothing, no, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. Absolutely. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't.
See, this is what I'm saying, Sonny. You saying D.C. is one of the worst places for crime. I'm talking about D.C. is where the White House is. This is where the president is, historically. If the president can't be safe in D.C., where the fuck can he be safe? If the president's not safe in D.C., where the fuck is he safe at?
Do their job, oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there, but even Butler.
What's up, Marvin?
We had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards. One shot.
Buck Deal says nothing was staged, and those who say that it was are idiots. How do you know nothing was staged? And those of you who saying it was staged, how do you know it wasn't staged? That's all I'm saying is we don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know if this shit is the Truman Show or if this shit is real. We don't know. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
And he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well.
Chat, I don't know why it took us there. Hold on. Double tap the screen, chat. Everybody hit the like button, man. Where the hell is it? Hold on. There you go.
Law enforcement as well. What is the level of confidence that
All right, chat. We got to get to 100 likes, man. We're 15 minutes away from the first hour in, and we're not at 100 likes yet, chat. What are we doing? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're 14 likes away. I need everyone to hit the like button. What's up, Lau? What's up, Lau? Everyone, if this is your first time in my live stream, drop first in the chat, and my mods will make you feel welcome. Drop first in the chat, and my mods will make you feel welcome. What's up, Chris? I've been on that liquor a little bit tonight, Chris, so if you drunk, hell, I ain't drunk, but I done had a few shots.
This was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up
What's
here.
up, Lola? Hope you subscribe.
My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves.
They didn't, brother said a lone actor. How did they know that already? Well, Cash Patel came up and he said that they haven't confirmed that it was a lone actor. It seems to be a lone actor, but they're still investigating. So they haven't confirmed that it was a lone actor, but they're speculating that it was.
It was 10 years or 15 years. You let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people.
So I'm going to say this. If this guy right here actually did this, he should have a manifesto, because there's no way in the fuck he thought he was finna run in there with a chopper, shoot at Trump, and make it out alive to stand trial. There's a manifesto somewhere. I'm speculating. I want to read it. I want to see what's going on. Hopefully it's not fabricated as the damn Tyler Robinson shit.
We have a lot of sick people, but you're going to know, I think very shortly you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story.
What's up, CR?
I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily.
That's what I'm saying. This shit is some bullshit, bro. A part-time teacher from SoCal. So this motherfucker is a part-time teacher from SoCal. He drives fucking over 24 hours or flies however he gets there. Obviously, he probably fucking drove if he had a chopper on him. I don't think he flew with the chopper. Drove over a whole day to Washington to run up in a fucking White House Correspondents' Dinner. Just like the guy drove all the way from fucking Vegas to run up inside the NFL headquarters. Just like the guy drove all the way from wherever to Louisiana to run over all them people. This shit is fucking nuts, bro.
They die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous business.
Y'all know what I think's going on, chat. What's that movie on Crackle, that TV show on Crackle, man? Where that box shows up on your doorstep. You know where that box shows up and it has a picture and you gotta unalive that person, man, or while other people are trying to unalive you. I think it's called The Game or some shit like. That's what I think's going on, man. I think motherfucking boxes is showing up on people's door and they got objectives and shit and they family on the line. I don't know, bro. That's the only way I see this shit working, bro. It's crazy.
Profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run.
Life free. Hold on.
Take a pass.
Life free talking about don't ignore me or you gonna make me mad. I don't give a fuck if you getting mad. Life free. Ball your fist up. You ain't gonna do nothing with them. You ain't done nothing with them your whole life. Ball your fist up if you mad, because you ain't gonna do nothing with them.
No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the
What's
country.
up,
I'm
Alf?
very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year.
What's up, Philip?
And we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it.
What's up, Alba?
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of, members of Congress, state house speakers, you know.
You said it wasn't the NFL headquarters, it was a real estate firm buying all the houses in Las Vegas. Man, no, we covered that, man. They said the black dude that went in there, I think he had like an I don't know what he had. Was it like an M4? I don't know what the fuck he had, but he drove that BMW all the way over there. They said he went in the NFL headquarters because he was supposed to be playing football and something happened with his career. I didn't hear nothing about no real estate shit. The black guy. I'm talking about the black guy that drove all the way across the country and ran up in the NFL headquarters, man, on 5th Street in New York.
Name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today.
They said Blackstone was in the building, but he went to the NFL headquarters. They said Blackstone was in the building, but he went to the NFL headquarters.
And they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Will turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term.
All right, chat. Everyone hit the like button, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Light Free said he hid the guns parts inside a KFC. But listen, Light Free, I'm going to let you know. You stopped my show talking about, please read my message. Now you in this bitch. You got one more time, Light Free, and I'm going to put your ass in the corner. I'm going to put your ass in timeout, Light Free. You're going to sit in the corner. You're not going to be able to interact with any other the participants, man. I'm going to put your ass in the corner like they should have done when you was in school. Chill out.
And now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year.
And that's how you know the market is totally fabricated and manipulated. He's talking about they said we couldn't get we couldn't get it up there. It would have took 5, 6 years. We did it in one. Fabricated, manipulated, man. This shit is a house of cards, chat. A house of cards. I hate to say this, chat. I trust me, it brings me no joy. I have family members. I have parents. I have aunts, uncles who are totally invested in this, man. Fabricated, manipulated, house of cards market, man. It doesn't bring me joy to say that. This shit is bullshit.
I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I seek to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%.
You said, where are all my inbred supporters now, Cloud? Don't delete them messages. Let me handle this business, Cloud. Mod, put your guns down. I got it tonight. You said, where are all my inbred supporters? Hey, you inbred motherfuckers pop out. Where are y'all at? He want to know what it. Hey, listen, we don't discriminate. I don't care if you far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, alien, NPC. I still don't trust you, and I don't trust them, and I don't trust the commentator. Where the fuck are the inbreds? Like, don't delete them. Where y'all at?
So, when you
Good
do
night,
things like that,
Beyond.
you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a danger.
What's up, Just Talking? CR, you said you're a supporter from Florida. Does that count? Yes, all supporters count, Chad. No one's bigger than the program, Chad. Y'all know where we stand on business over here. We don't trust any of these motherfuckers. We know that they sold us out. The market's completely fabricated and manipulated. They're running us into a police state, and we need to change everything, man. If something happens to me or my channel gets taken, y'all know the message, y'all know the mission. Nothing's bigger than the chat, man. Nothing's bigger than this shit.
Dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet.
A tray?
I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, so we hear from the first lady talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
In the back.
One in the back. Right.
Millions of people in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are.
Nicholas, somebody said, Oakwood says only a true idiot would imagine this was staged. Only a true idiot wouldn't question this shit. Only a true idiot wouldn't question anything, man. I'm telling y'all, chat, this shit is the Truman Show. Now, is this real? I don't know. I can't say it is. I can't say it isn't, chat. And that's a problem to me. That's a problem to me, chat. What's up, Solo? Do y'all not see the problem inside of that? Do y'all not see that? We don't know if this is real or not. I want to say it's real, but then again, I don't know. And that's the fucking problem, bro. This shit is the Truman Show.
They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned.
Now he fast because he's black. Oh my God, bro! Like what?
It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast, they looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, man, that's the end of Trump's talking on there. We're finna move on into this Tucker Carlson clip. Then we'll get into a couple of debates, or we can get into that Channel 5.
Now, in Gaza is a small...
Chat, hit the like button. Chat, who do you think is winning the war in Iran right now? Let me know in the comments. Who is winning the war in Iran right now, in your opinion? Let me know, chat. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're 20 likes away from the next like goal. Hit the 3 dots. Make sure you've liked the video.
But long-standing Christian community, lived there since Jesus. And
oh, chat, I seen videos, surveillance videos of the Israeli military knocking down all of the solar panels in southern Lebanon. I'm talking about totally destroying the civilian infrastructure. Like, all of the solar panels over there, chat, they were just, I'm talking about like with the damn crane, with the damn crane just digging the motherfuckers out. Whole solar panel, crazy.
They were killed too. Christian churches were bombed intentionally multiple times in Gaza. Christian parishioners were murdered by the IDF in Gaza. A mother and daughter were shot to death by an Israeli sniper in a churchyard in Gaza.
Damn.
And the reaction in the United States, well, there wasn't any reaction in the United States. In every single case, Israel, in order, denied it happened. Then when confronted with proof that it happened, because dead people are pretty easy.
You said acting like shit don't get destroyed during war is crazy. It's a ceasefire. Netanyahu agreed to a ceasefire. Trump brokered the ceasefire. We just had delegates from Israel and Lebanon come to the White House as of yesterday or 2 days ago and agreed to a ceasefire. During the ceasefire, they're actively taking damn... What do they call that? Whatever kind of heavy equipment, heavy machinery out there and destroying all the solar panels and solar fields during a ceasefire. Now that's crazy.
Because they're dead. Said, oh, it was an accident. We'll look into it. Who was punished? Nobody. In no case was anybody punished for blowing up churches and murdering Christians in Gaza. At one point, an Israeli tank fired an artillery shell into a cross on top of a Christian church in Gaza, as if it couldn't get clear what the point of this was. The point was to take down the cross, because the cross is so offensive, apparently. And that's the point at which Christians in the United States, again, who are paying for this, who are the last remaining supporters, the last remaining large group of supporters of the Israeli military in the United States, and critical to continued funding for the state of Israel, should have asked themselves, could these all be accidents? The country with the most sophisticated munitions on the planet is accidentally bombing churches, and not just once, but again and again. Do snipers really make mistakes like that? Shooting a mother and a daughter in a churchyard, could that have been a mistake? What's going on here? And of course, if they'd asked, nobody did. And those who did were immediately denounced as...
All right, chat, double tap the screen, shut a live out. We do have memberships available. I'm finna pull that Tucker clip back up. Somebody said, show me a newspaper clip with the... I got some shit better. I got a video with a motherfucking timestamp. How about that? Let's go to the video with the timestamp, man. Let's go to that one. There we go. Let's go to the video. Y'all see the video. Y'all see the timestamp. I can't zoom in, but y'all see it. What does the timestamp say right there, Chad? What does the timestamp say? 04/24/2026. This was yesterday. Is that not solar panels being destroyed at southern Lebanon right there, man? It's just supposed to be during the middle of a ceasefire. What are you talking about, man? It's supposed to be in the middle. You said show you a newspaper article with timestamps. I showed you a video with timestamps, man. Now I'm finna pull Tucker Carlson back up. Y'all double tap the screen, shut the live out. What do you got to say now? Move the goalpost. Move the goalpost. Move the goalpost. You asked for a newspaper clip with the time, date. Now I showed you a video with the time. Move the goalpost. It's gonna be something else now.
Now, in Gaza is a small but long-standing dead reporters, but anyone who asked would have found the truth, which is these are consistent with attitudes toward Christians in Israel, not by all Israelis, of course, not by every government minister in Israel, of course, but by a lot of them. The loathing of Christianity is absolutely real. How do we know that? Well, here's one example. That was 2024 in Lebanon. Yes, that was an Israeli tank going out of its way, taking a break from...
I knew he was gonna move the goalpost, Clueless. You ain't gotta tell me. That's what they do. They come in here, they ask for proof. I drop the proof. I give them a little bit of monologue and a little bit of, riz them up a little bit, and then they move the goalpost, man. If it's not this, it's that, man. That's the thing. People come in here and they're so indoctrinated and stuck in their damn ways that they don't want to truly have a conversation. They want to get what they want to get off. And what I'm going to say to everybody who wants to get off what you want to get off, start you a motherfucking channel. If you want to have an actual discussion, a conversation, have some back and forth and see what's going on, stay right here. But if you just want to get your shit off, go ahead. Pop that shit, man. Start your own channel, nigga.
Hunting down Hezbollah to bulldoze a Christian statue of St. George slaying the dragon in the country with the last remaining significant Christian population in the Middle East, Lebanon, a country with a Christian president, historically Christian.
You said, let's talk. This is the panel night. We're going to do a panel chat. I'm finna do my show. And in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, however long that shit takes, we'll do a panel. So just hang around, or you can come back later on. We doing a panel. Join the Discord. Mods, drop the Discord. Screenshot the Discord, and when you go to your pictures, it'll be clickable. I'm going to have a panel, and y'all can join the Discord, cuss me out, call me out, debate, whatever. Tonight, this is the weekend, baby. It's the weekend. I don't chill, Chaos. Your name is Chaos, and you telling me to chill. Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black? Your name is Chaos, and you telling me to chill. You faking. Change your name to Peaceful, nigga. Change your name to Peaceful, because it ain't no chaos going on.
Christian country. And so you roll into this country because Hezbollah, and the first thing you do is knock down Christian iconography? Crush a statue? What was the statue doing wrong? Existing. How could this happen? Well, because for some Israelis, a significant number of Israelis, Christian iconography is considered deeply offensive. In fact, the most offensive. So offensive that in some Israeli religious schools, the plus sign is not used in math. The plus sign, that connotes addition. Why? Because it looks like a cross. And that's considered too offensive for the eyes of school children, and so an inverted T is used. That's a fact. You can look it up. There's only one other instance we've seen of this in the world, and that's in ISIS-run madrasas, where the cross was also considered
What's up, Melissa?
offensive. This is not true.
Yeah, Melissa, I'm good. It's the weekend, though. We the weekenders, and tonight I ain't with that bullshit tonight. I mean, let's just be honest, Chad. It's only so much bullshit we can take. Tonight is the panel night. I'm giving everybody a chance to call me out, debate, have a conversation, or just come up here and get off what you want to get off. So I'm just in that mode right now, Melissa. I'm in that mode. I'm in that mode.
In any normal Muslim country, they use plus signs, but not in Israeli religious schools. So everybody is allowed to have their own religious views and to find other people's symbols repugnant. But it might be useful for Christians in the United States to know what they
What's
are
up,
funding
Tony?
and making excuses for. But of course, they don't know this because this information somehow hasn't reached them. And if they're watching
That's what I'm saying, chat. It's like we get an assassination attempt on Trump. A guy comes into the damn correspondence dinner and gets to letting off shots and shit, shoots a Secret Service. Chat. They're trying to bring back death by firing squad. This might be the first nigga shot, bro. This might be the first person shot death by firing squad. I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat. Listen, man. Hey, bringing back death by firing squad. This nigga wanna run off in the White House, bro. It's crazy. Fries, you said you was in Texarkana, man. Real time. Hey, shout out to Texarkana. Shout out to Texarkana. I'm not gonna lie, Texarkana a little different. It's not like where I'm from, but I fuck with Texarkana. You said, Plug,
Yeah,
you're
they're
defending
told,
this bullshit, or let me say, acting as if you have no opinion, knowing what's happening is wrong not that long ago. Opinion on what? What am I defending? Opinion on, you don't even know what we talking about. You don't even know what we talking about. I'm sitting here talking about the damn solar panels and shit being destroyed. You talking about I'm not having it. You don't even know what we talk. You just stepped in the club, man. You ain't even made it to the bathroom or to the fucking bar yet. And you in here talking about who doing what, who dancing with who. Take your ass to the bar and go piss first before you come in here talking about what I'm talking about, man. You don't even know what's going on.
don't pay attention, you must be liberal if you're drawing conclusions. But that's not the only example. There are many examples of Israeli soldiers going out of their way to mock and desecrate Christian symbols and churches and to hurt individual Christians. And just keep in mind, within the context of the Middle East, Christians are non-aligned. You can't call a Christian an Islamist because they're not Islamic. They're Christians. And they follow a religion that does not endorse war. Just the opposite. And so you would think that if you're the Israeli government, the lack.
Oh, you say he talking about the Monroe Doctrine? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're talking about I know what's going on is wrong, I'm going to stand on the same point I've been saying for 2 years now, chat. When has the world been moral? You tell me a time. Give me a year. Give me a year that the world has been moral. What are we talking about here? Yeah, I know this shit fucked up. I talk about how fucked up it is. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to get our country right. I'm trying to make sure we're not sold the fuck out into a police state to where we can't eat, sleep, or breathe, man. What are you talking about, man? I'm trying to make sure we survive. They trying to phase us out with AI and robotics and shit. What do you mean? I'm just being honest. The world has never been moral. Never. I said we should mind our business, honestly. From the very beginning, I said we should mind our business. It's not our fight. That's a holy war. They've been doing this shit for thousands of years. They're going to keep doing it. The world's not moral. They still hanging niggas talking about suicide. What are we talking about a moral world and this shit's not right? What's going on right now in America? They hanging niggas and calling it suicide. Thank you, Samaro, for the $10 super chat saying keep being honest. It's fucked up right now.
Last people you would ever want to bother, irritate, are Christian Arabs, because they could potentially be on your side. And yet, poll after poll of Christian Arabs shows the main threat that they perceive to themselves and their families is not the Arab Muslims who live next door to them, but the Israeli government and the settlers in the West Bank that the Israeli government protects. That's the threat to them. Now, if anyone in the United States and say a church, or if Franklin Graham or some other American Christian leader were to just pick up the phone and call them and ask, what are your problems? How can we help? They would learn that. And they might be able to help, by the way, this is one of those problems that Americans could actually solve. There are lots of problems around the world, and it's hard to know what to do about them. But if you're an American evangelical leader and there is persecution of Christians underway by the Israeli government, that's actually something that you can fix. How? By calling your congressman. The only reason the United States on a bar...
Here goes Pedro talking about, can you blacks please leave? Pedro, you get the fuck out. How about that, Pedro? You get the fuck out. What are you talking about? To leave and go where, nigga? Go where, nigga? Pedro? The fuck you get out, nigga? The fuck are you talking about?
Partisan basis has sent billions
What's
and
up,
billions
Lamar?
and billions of dollars to the Israeli government is because Christian Zionists support it. And not just their leaders, whatever is going on with them, but their congregants, normal, nice people who have no idea what the truth is. And they support Israel because they believe God commanded them to, and they believe that Israel is on their side. So
what I'm saying, nigga named Pedro telling me to get the fuck out. Like, what are we talking about here, Chad? My family like 5-6 generations right here in Arkansas, and the nigga named Pedro telling me to get the fuck out. Like, man, come on, Pedro. Like, let's be real here, nigga.
So if they were to speak up, if they were to gather information about what is actually happening in this place they call the Holy Land, and then call their member of Congress and say, I cannot support this. I am not going to stand by as you send my tax dollars to a government that persecutes Christians, that might have an effect, like an immediate effect. Call Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. He's a Christian. He'll tell you. Call Mike Johnson, ask Mike Johnson, why in the world would you ever appropriate money to a government that is murdering Christians? That might actually get us somewhere. That might actually relieve some of the harassment of Christians in Israel.
That's what I'm saying, Lamar. He talking about where I'm gonna go. Exactly. You're not, you Pedro, bro. Some shit going with you. You got Mexico, Spain, Nicaragua, Brazil, all of these damn places that's gonna come out and speak. Who's gonna speak for a nigga named Plug? Them Africans ain't gonna come for me. The Haitians ain't coming. The Caribbean ain't coming for me. The dark people over there in the Middle East ain't coming for me. The fucking Somalis ain't coming for me. Nigga, who is coming for me, man? You carry your ass back over there, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Israel and the territories it controls. And that harassment is real. There was a study last year by a Jewish Israeli group, which God bless them, keeps track of assaults on Christians in Jerusalem, that found in 2025, there were 61 physical assaults against Christians, mostly against Christian clergy, in Jerusalem. Physical assaults. It is so common for Christian priests to be spit on and roughed up, to have their churches urinated on or defaced by radical...
No, I'm not in College Station, but shout out to College Station, man. Shout out to Little Rock. Shout out to Little Rock.
Religious Israelis that ask any Christian clergyman who is...
Exactly. Ms. BR says, how did this teacher even get a ticket to get close to this? How did he get a ticket? That's what I'm saying, Ms. VR. How did he get a ticket? How did he come through with a broken down chopper? How did he pull the chopper out, assemble that motherfucker, and shoot it? And not die? And not die? Everybody over there is itching for a kill, chat. When you step into that road, chat, you're looking for a kill, man. You're looking for a kill. And you mean to tell me you let this nigga live? Oh, we're gonna have justice. We're gonna take this nigga to trial because nobody remembers what happens to Thomas Crooks. We smoked Thomas Crooks and they got to asking too many questions, so we gonna take this nigga to trial. We're going to take this nigga to trial. We're going to make it public. We're going to snow his ass in because they asked too many questions about Thomas Crooks when we smoked his ass.
In Jerusalem, some of them are afraid to go outside. That is a fact that Christians should understand. They should ask themselves, where is this hate coming from? And why has it been hidden from us? Here's another tape from southern Lebanon, also from 2024. These are Israeli soldiers inside a church mocking Christian rights,
What's
holding
up,
a kind of
Praise?
black mass. This is real. Watch this.
Chat, I need everyone to hit the like button, man. If you're enjoying the content, please subscribe to the channel. We do have memberships available to get you access to 300 past live streams, plus some cool ass emojis. But I need everyone to hit the like button for me right here, right now.
Oh, the great Mary.
What is this? Oh, they're making fun of Mary? They're making fun of the Virgin Mary? Chat, I didn't know that they said that they don't use the plus sign over there for mathematics because it resembles a cross over there, and then another country uses a Z because it resembles a cross. They're like the only two nations in the world that don't use the plus sign for mathematics. I thought that was crazy. They humping? They in the church humping? Ain't no way they in the church humping like that.
That's inside a church. They not only did that, they filmed it and then posted it because they were proud of it, because no one told them not to be.
Rambo says, don't know how to read all of a sudden. I'm going to let y'all know, chat, I see all of this shit. I pick and choose what I want to answer to, Rambo. And right now, you don't got a membership green badge. You're not a mod, and you're not sending a super chat. I'm damn near ignoring you right now, Rambo. I read what I want to read, man. That's how this shit go over here, man. I'm just going to tell you, man. You thought that I was just going to sit there and go back and forth with you. I'm not. I'm not. If I feel like it, I am. But right now, I don't.
Try doing that in a synagogue. Don't do that in a synagogue. It would be completely immoral to do that in a synagogue, to desecrate someone else's sacred space. That is wrong. Christians believe that is wrong. But imagine what would happen to you if you did do that, if you tried to do that. How long would you be free? How long would it take before you were arrested, before you were the most famous person on planet Earth? Not very long. We don't know the names of any of those soldiers because no one was ever punished. Nobody cared in this country or in Israel. The only people who cared were the Arab Christians whose church was desecrated by soldiers. And no one came to their rescue, and no one came to their defense. Think about that for a minute. Think about that. You go into the grocery store and there are endless.
All right, Chad, we finna move on. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're finna get into no, not that China car. All right, this is a video about the rest of the world thinks Americans are brainwashed. Now, chat, I've never left America. If you've ever left America, chat, press 2. If you have never left America, press 3, chat. I have never left America. I have never left America, man. If you have never left, press 2. I mean, if you have left, press 2. If you have not left, press 3.
There is some wild...
I'm not gonna lie, chat. That shirt right there that he has on, man, he's about to pop out of that bad boy, bro. Like, what? There's no way that shirt is that tight, my boy. Look at it, chat.
There is...
Look at that, chat. It's no way that shirt is that tight. He's about to pop out that motherfucker, boy. Damn.
Some wild propaganda that Americans are taught and don't even realize it's propaganda. Now, I should preface this by stating that I am an American. I love my country. My family goes all the way back to Jamestown. My grandfather fought in World War II. I was born in Los Angeles. I went to university in Texas. I was raised singing the Star-Spangled Banner and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm about as American as it gets. Well, besides these guys. But I've also spent the last decade studying cults, dogma, and religious extremism, and thought control. And as someone who has lived in over a dozen countries and traveled to more than 35 of them, I've started noticing some extremely troubling forms of propaganda that Americans...
I didn't even see the history, his lineage, chat. I guess we're just only more American you can get than him is the natives. I don't know if that's true, man. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know if that's true, but we'll take this shit at face value.
Are taught from childhood. Things that people in free, developed, democratic countries overseas find absolutely bizarre, and things that most Americans never question, because we've been marinating in it since birth. And look, every country has its own brand of propaganda. I'm not trying to pretend that America is uniquely evil here, but what...
Yeah, Chad, I'm not gonna lie, man. He's about he's like, man, one Capri Sun away from popping out of that bad boy, man. That shirt, man, his heart is beating through it, man. One Capri Sun and a Lunchable, he's done. A Capri Sun and one of those turkey and cracker turkey Lunchables, man, he's done. That shirt's toast.
Makes American propaganda so effective is that most of us don't even realize it exists. We think that propaganda is something that happens in North Korea or Soviet bases, posters of dictators and state-controlled media. We don't recognize it when it's sung at football games and printed on a bumper sticker. So here are 7 forms of propaganda that you probably didn't even realize that you grew up with if you're an American.
Holy Kool-Aid, man. I don't know why, chat, bro. I might be a little fucked up, bro. But it's like, I don't know, bro. The Kool-Aid jokes be a little racist to me, bro. It's like the Kool-Aid jokes. Maybe there's a new definition of Kool-Aid. I mean, of course there is, but it's just like, bro, like I grew up in the 90s, chat. Like I'm a 90s baby, you know what I'm saying? So Kool-Aid, man, motherfucker get talking about Kool-Aid and shit. I get, looking around.
Number 1, US-centric education. American history is extraordinarily short. We are talking a few centuries compared to civilizations that span millennia. And yet, if you grew up in an American public school, you would think that the United States was the center of human history. Geography classes...
Here go Jewish Militant 972. You don't want to talk about the Bible and you're smoking weed? I am God and not a man. Book of Hosea 11:9. Listen, I'm going to tell you like this, Jewish militant. Mind your motherfucking business. Get your house under control. Get that shit together over there with what you got going on. Don't come over here telling me what I need to talk about and what I got. That entitled shit, it's not going over here, man. It's not going over here, man. Be mad, cry about it. It is what it is, man. Get your house together over there, man. I know you got some kids or a woman or something. Tell the motherfuckers what to talk about, not me.
Often aren't taught at all, and world history courses, when they are taught, are basically how does the rest of the planet relate to America? The Vietnam War is taught as a war for freedom. Westward expansion is framed as brave pioneers taming a wild frontier, not as the systematic displacement and genocide of indigenous peoples who've been living there for thousands of years. World War II, Americans swoop in and save the day, with little mention of the roughly 27 million Soviets who died on the Eastern Front doing the bulk of the fighting against Hitler. Now, compare that to how other countries teach history. In much of Europe, kids actually learn global history. They study African kingdoms, Asian dynasties, Middle Eastern contributions to science and mathematics. They learn about colonialism for what it actually is, not heroic adventure, but exploitation. When I talk to Americans who are traveling abroad for the first time, I'm often shocked at how little they know about the rest of the world. And that's not by accident. A nation which doesn't teach its citizens about the world produces citizens who don't question their own nation's role in it. Number 2, the Cold War binary. If you grew up in America anytime...
That's the thing though, chat. That's what I try to tell people when we had these debates. As Americans, we really don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna be honest, it's the harsh truth. H-Buster, I'm sorry. Miss VR, I'm sorry. It's the honest to God truth. As Americans, we really don't give a fuck. Think about it. When the black people get to talking about reparations and shit, they shun that shit. So when it comes to the rest of the world, we just don't give a fuck. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. And that's what I try to tell people. When you're in the position of you're ahead in the race, it's real easy to not give a fuck. It's real easy to not give a fuck when you're ahead in the race, honestly. And I'm going to be the one to tell y'all, sometimes I just don't give a fuck. Y'all want to be in here buddy-buddy, tree huggy-huggy, oh, let's do all this. I'm gonna be the one to tell you, chat. Sometimes I just don't give a fuck. I'm a little fucked up, chat. I'm gonna be honest.
After 1950, you absorbed one of the most effective propaganda frameworks ever constructed. Communism equals evil, capitalism equals freedom. Full stop. No nuance, no discussion, just a clean binary where one side wears white hats and the other side is a cartoon villain. What they don't teach you is that during the Cold War, the United States overthrew democratically elected governments around the world simply because the governments leaned left. In 1953, the CIA helped orchestrate a coup against Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, because he nationalized Iran's oil industry. In 1954, the US toppled Guatemala's president, Arbenz, because his land reforms threatened the profits of United Fruit Company. In 1973, the CIA backed the overthrow of Chile's Salvador Allende, a democratically elected socialist, and replaced him with Augusto Pinochet, a brutal military dictator who tortured and murdered thousands. The Congo, Brazil, Indonesia,
And this is what I'm saying, chat. Especially as a black American, it's kind of like, I mean, the shit happened, boy. We here right now. Yes, that shit happened. I acknowledge all of the atrocities throughout the world. The shit happened. We're here now. I'm going to go back to the same thing. When has the world been moral? When? We can go back to the Chinese dynasties. We can go to the Roman Empire. We can go back to the biblical times. We can go to modern day America. When has the world been moral? Y'all didn't give a fuck then. I don't see the Chinese giving a fuck about when the damn Mongols try to take over everything. I don't see the Europeans having any doubts and grievances about Rome and shit. I don't see it. I don't see it. Ain't nobody met. Come on, man.
It's all the same playbook. America claimed to be defending democracy while systematically destroying it in order to exploit country after country. This all is recent history, and this binary thinking is still alive and well. If you suggest universal healthcare in America, watch how quickly someone calls you a communist. Propose free public university education, something that dozens of thriving democracies already provide, and suddenly you're a Marxist. The Cold War ended over 30 years ago, but the propaganda framework it built is still alive and kicking. If you want—
Shit, if we want to look at now, hell, we can look at now. And I'm going to tell y'all, it's a perception versus perspective thing. And my perception and my perspective is going to focus solely on what affects me and my family and our well-being. And right now, it's the fucking police state. We're bought, we're sold out, 401ks are completely fabricated, the market's manipulated, commercial real estate is done, it's toast, first-time home buyers can't buy homes, gas highs a motherfucker, kids not learning nothing at school. I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat. We're sold out. Every car made after 2027 has automatic surveillance. I'm gonna talk about the shit that affects me. If that's selfish, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Would you rather me lie to you like everybody else? Would you rather me lie to you like everybody else?
Want to start breaking free from propaganda, one of the most effective and powerful things that you can do is to expose yourself to other cultures, other perspectives, and other languages. My dad was a language teacher and I grew up multilingual, and I can tell you firsthand that learning another language doesn't just teach you new words, it gives you an entirely different lens through which to view the world. Which is why I love today's sponsor, LingoPie. LingoPie takes a completely different approach to—
Mark says you do lie. Lie these nuts, Mark. How about that, Mark? A lot of these nuts.
Number 3, the land of the free myth. Americans are told from birth that the United States is the freest country on earth. It's in the songs, it's on the bumper stickers. It's baked into the nation's identity so deeply that questioning it feels almost heretical. But is it true? Well, let's look at the data. On the Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom Index, the US doesn't crack the top 50. It ranks 57th in the world, just below Sierra Leone. On the Cato Institute's Human Freedom—
My point is this, Allison. My point is this. When it comes to being a humanitarian, when it comes to all of these atrocities and these global crises going on, I can acknowledge them, but I will always prioritize what immediately affects me and my family and our well-being. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I will prioritize people elsewhere. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you want that shit, this is not the place for it. I'm gonna tell you that I have to secure the well-being for my family and the future of my family. When it comes to the shit going on in the Middle East, when it comes to the shit going on in Ukraine, when it comes to China and Taiwan, I'm sorry. I can acknowledge it. I can say that the atrocities are going on, but hey, look, man, I'm a little preoccupied with the shit I got going on over here, man. I gotta clean my house up before I worry about what the hell y'all got going on. I'm sorry.
Index, and keep in mind, the Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank, not some leftist outfit. Multiple countries outrank America in both personal and economic freedom. The United States incarcerates more people per capita than almost every other country on the planet. More than China, more than Russia, Iran, or North Korea. The land of the free locks up more of its own citizens than almost every authoritarian regime on Earth, and a disproportionate number of them are Black and Latino. This is not what freedom looks like. It is a system designed to warehouse people.
That boy Chris Christ has risen and said that boy's IQ's probably 80. You came in here with a Christ is risen in your name and you're passing judgment. That's a little crazy. But no, I actually took an IQ test and my IQ is rather high. I was in AP classes, went to college, all of that shit, man. I'm just gonna be honest. If you ask my teachers, I was probably the brightest student they had. I just chose a different path. I'm gonna be honest. When I come on here, I'm an entertainer. We have fun. We talk about real shit. We get to the issues, but we have fun. Now, I'm gonna say this shit, man. If you think my IQ is 80, that's fine and dandy. Swipe up on the live. Why the fuck are you here? Are you not entertained?
But it goes deeper. A handful of corporations control vast swaths of American industry, from media to agriculture to healthcare and tech. These corporations aren't just influencing a little bit of government policy, they're writing the policy. Politicians respond to donors and lobbyists, not constituents. Hell, there was a Princeton study which actually found that the preferences of American voters have a near zero statistical impact on whether a policy gets passed or not. But the preferences of economic elites, big businesses, and organized interest groups are strongly correlated with what policies actually get passed into law. In other words, your politicians don't care what you want, unless you're a billionaire. Elections are largely bought and paid for. Gerrymandering carves up districts so that the politicians can choose their voters rather than the other way around like it should be in a free democracy. Voter suppression laws target communities least likely to vote for the people in power, and the two-party system has become a self-reinforcing trap that incentivizes extremism over representation.
So Chad, that's an honest question. Would you rather this two-party system, or would you like it be like it is across the pond in some places where there are 20 viable parties? There are 15 to 20 viable parties. Would you rather it be 15 to 20 viable parties or the two-party system?
We're taught, and this is hardcore propaganda, that America's electoral system is the best. Well, except when our guy loses, of course. But there is a much better electoral system. It is called ranked choice voting. And the only people who prefer our current system over ranked choice are those who are financially incentivized against freedom and democracy. Here's how it works. With ranked choice, instead of picking just one candidate and hoping for the best, you rank out your preferences with your top choice at the top and your least choice at the bottom. If no one wins a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes gets eliminated, and the people who voted for them have those votes redistributed to their second choice. You keep going until someone actually has majority support. It rewards candidates who appeal broadly rather than those who energize the extremes. It reduces what's known as the spoiler effect and creates a better reflection of what voters actually want. There are already several US cities and states which have already adopted ranked choice voting, and it's the norm in countries like Australia and Ireland. But most Americans have never even heard of it because the two-party.
Isn't that where Ireland, isn't that where Conor McGregor was gonna run, Chad? Isn't that where Conor McGregor was gonna run?
Parties currently in power have zero incentive to tell you about the system that would threaten their grip, and they have every incentive to criticize it.
You should run aggressively against ranked choice voting. It is a big—
Number 4, America's stupidly big military budget. The US spends more on its military than the next 10 countries combined. Let that sink in. More than China, Russia, the UK, Saudi Arabia, Germany, France, Japan, South Korea, and Australia put together. Now, Americans are taught that this spending is about protecting freedom and defending the free world. And sure, a reasonable national defense is necessary. But the vast majority of this budget doesn't go to defense. It funds over 750 military bases in at least 80 countries. It funds interventions, regime changes, drone programs, and the maintenance of a global military.
I seen Trump said, nuke the filibuster and pass the SAVE Act, man. I seen Trump said that, man. Trump said he's tired of this shit. He's ready to pass the SAVE Act, and he's putting that pressure on right now.
Empire. Meanwhile, American roads are crumbling. Bridges are collapsing. The healthcare system bankrupts families. Teachers buy their own classroom supplies. Students.
Oh, chat, I need everyone to hit the like button right now, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. If you're enjoying the content, drop a plug emoji in the comments. If you're enjoying the content, drop a plug emoji in the comments.
Debt has surpassed 1.7 trillion, and millions of Americans can't afford basic prescriptions. Other countries, meanwhile, invest their resources differently. Universal health care.
Oh, he said millions of Americans can't pay their prescriptions, but there is a company, chat, that's bringing, I don't know if it's therapy or a prescription that's gonna help deaf people hear, even if they were deaf from birth, and it's gonna be free. They're bringing it to market for free to where all deaf people, even if you were born deaf, you could hear. It's crazy.
Free or affordable higher education, robust public transit, paid parental leave, affordable childcare, and as a result, their citizens are measurably healthier, better educated, less stressed, and by many metrics, happier. This isn't speculative, it's what the data consistently shows. Historians have a term for what happens when an empire pours its resources into military expansion while its domestic foundations rot. Imperial overstretch. And it's how empires collapse. The Romans did it, the British did it, the Soviets did it, and if you look.
Yeah, Elizabeth, that's what was crazy to me, actually free in the US. So the company is bringing it for free. So the company has already got the ball rolling, and that's their mission statement, is to bring it to market for free. So yes, it will actually be free.
Look at the trajectory. America is running headfirst over the same cliff. Number 5, the Pledge of Allegiance. Having children stand up every single morning, place their hands over their heart, face a flag, and recite a loyalty oath in unison is, by any outside standard, one of the creepiest things about America. I'm not saying this to be edgy. When you describe this practice to people from other democracies, their jaws hit the floor. They associate it with the kind of thing that you would see authoritarian regimes do, not in a country that calls itself the leader of the free world.
Hey, chat, it's kind of storming over here, right? So if we get disconnected, don't leave. Wait till my shit reconnect. Don't leave.
Because think about what the pledge actually is. It is a feudal fealty oath. It is a declaration of personal loyalty to a state. Now, I understand why elected officials and military personnel swear oaths of service. That makes sense. They're accepting a position of public responsibility. But requiring a 6-year-old to pledge allegiance to a flag before they can even spell allegiance? It's brainwashing. Like, you realize the founding fathers would be horrified by this, right? These were men who literally threw off the yoke of another red, white, and blue flag when it represented tyranny. They understood and wrote extensively about the fact that it is the duty of every free person to question authority and resist tyranny, not just pledge blind loyalty to a piece of cloth.
I don't have a problem with the Pledge of Allegiance, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm a little fucked up, call it brainwashed or whatever. I don't have a problem with the Pledge of Allegiance. I really don't. The Discord link, mods, drop the Discord link. Loud, you'll have to screenshot the chat. When they drop the Discord link, screenshot it, and it'll be clickable when you go to your pictures.
The entire American experiment was built on the idea that governments derive their power from the
the pledge, my kids say the pledge. I don't got no damn problem with that, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't have a problem with it, man. I don't think the pledge is weird.
consent of the governed, and that when a government fails its people, those people have the right and the obligation to challenge it.
Yeah, my kids do the pledge. I'm not finna go up to the school and be like, hey, have my kids sit down for the Pledge of Allegiance. No, I'm not finna do that, man. My kid, hey, man.
This is the entire reasoning behind the Second Amendment. Creating mindless, loyal zombies out of children is the exact opposite of what the founders fought for, and yet suggests that we stop doing this in our children's schools and watch how fast you get called un-American. Number 6, the myth that America...
Solo said, let me join, I'll back out. Solo, you gotta ask Lala, man. I don't know, Lala in here, man. If Lala agrees, I think Lala might be cool because Money squashed all the beef on his panels and let everybody come back. So I'm cool with squashing all the beef and letting everybody come back. But you know, you and Lala had that problem and shit. So if Lala's cool with it, then shit, I'm cool with it.
America was founded as a Christian nation. If you've ever driven through the American South, or honestly, large parts of the Midwest and rural America, you've probably seen billboards saying things like, hell is real, abortion is murder, and Jesus saves. They line the highways like wallpaper, so pervasive that most people stop noticing them. Religious messaging in America is so saturated into the culture that it becomes invisible, which is exactly what makes it so effective.
See, you said this is why Americans are unlikely to question Trump's war crimes. See, nah, this is a different... When you're saying the pledge, you're pledging allegiance to the country. To your country. You're not pledging allegiance to Trump or to the president or to a governor or to a mayor. You're pledging allegiance to the country. The land, your home, what you were vowing to protect, what the army and all of our great servicemen are vowing to protect. That's what you're pledging allegiance. You're not pledging allegiance to an establishment. You're not pledging allegiance to a person.
But here's what a lot of Americans don't know.
Now, we can say that they're trying to blur the lines. We can say that they're trying to push that, but that's not what it is. That's not what it means.
The United States was never a Christian nation. The founders were explicit about this. The Constitution makes zero mention of Christianity or Jesus. The First Amendment enshrines the separation of church and state. The Treaty of Tripoli, unanimously ratified by the Senate in 1797 and signed by President John Adams, states in very plain language that the government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. That is not my interpretation. That is a legally binding document from the founding generation. So, where did the Christian nation myth come from? Well, in keeping with the rest of this video, propaganda. Cold War propaganda, to be specific. Under God was...
Like, chat, I've never felt a blind allegiance to any politician. I've never felt a blind allegiance to anything but the homeland. I felt a blind allegiance to my state. I felt a blind allegiance to my city, and I felt a blind allegiance to my country, the land, the home. This is where we are. This is where we reside. This is where my kids will grow up. This is where my grandparents and great-grandparents and parents grew up. Like that I don't give a fuck about who's in the governor's mansion. I don't give a fuck about who's in the White House. I don't give a fuck about that.
Was added to the Pledge of
Not pledging allegiance to that.
Allegiance in 1954. In God We Trust was added to the paper currency in 1957 and adopted as the national motto the year before. Our original motto, E Pluribus Unum, is more about plurality. Out of many, one. Both of these actions were deliberate moves to contrast the United States against godless communism. They weren't ancient traditions passed down by the founders. They're marketing decisions which were made by politicians in the 1950s. And now, barely 70 years later, millions of Americans will swear on a stack of Bibles that this country was founded as a Christian nation, and that anyone who says otherwise is attacking their heritage. The conflation of patriotism with Christianity is itself...
I'm just being honest, Chad, because I understand that a lot of y'all are saying this is stolen land, this is that. I understand. Trust me, I know the history. I understand the Louisiana part, all of that, man. But what I'm saying is when we're seeing what's going on right now in Gaza, South Lebanon, when we see what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, when we see even America talking about taking Greenland and China taking Taiwan, the reunification, is like, That's what I'm pledging allegiance to. Like, I don't want to be like South Lebanon. I don't want to be occupied, have people in my fucking garden, picking my vegetables, using my kitchen to cook food and shit. I don't want to have solar panels destroyed and gas fields and oil fields taken over and shit. That's not what I'm trying to have go on.
A product of propaganda. And it's one of the most dangerous because it means that questioning religion in America isn't just seen as blasphemy, it's
That man said actually the first natives were white. The first natives to where? The first natives to where?
treason. Number 7, American exceptionalism. This one is huge. The one that ties all the rest of it together. American exceptionalism isn't just this belief that America is different. It's a belief that America is inherently superior, better, divinely favored, the greatest country that God ever put on this earth. And it functions not just as a belief, but as a social enforcement mechanism. Because in America, criticism of the country is treated as betrayal. Point out that other nations have better healthcare outcomes, and you're told, well, why don't you just move there? Suggest that the military budget is bloated, and it is bloated, and suddenly you hate our troops. If you point out that Americans rank poorly on education, press freedom, or infant mortality compared to other developed countries, and you're suddenly ungrateful. Even liberals and progressives who critique America specifically because they want to improve it get branded as unpatriotic. Do you see how backwards that is? The messaging is clear. You can love America or you can criticize it. You can't do both. But in most healthy democracies, critique is understood as a form of patriotism. Wanting your
You said we created English and electricity? Who? Who created English and electricity? Who are y'all saying created English and electricity, man? Now y'all saying we the best, LOL. Y'all don't do that to me tonight, chat. Y'all know I done had a few shots. Y'all know it's the weekend. I'll start some shit and open up the panel. I'll start some shit and open up the panel. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, now y'all chill out.
Your country to live up to its own ideals isn't betrayal. It is the highest form of civic engagement. The pressure to never question America, to treat any criticism as an attack, to reflexively defend the status quo no matter how messed up it is because admitting a problem feels like admitting defeat, that social pressure is itself one of the most effective forms of propaganda there is. Because it doesn't require a government agency or state-run media outlets, it's enforced by your neighbors and your coworkers, your family, and your own internalized guilt. Like I said at the beginning, I don't hate America. I want it to be better. And if that makes me un-American in your eyes, then, well, I think I kind of proved my point. It is the civic duty of every citizen to question what we've been taught, to explore outside the bubble, whether that's through reading, traveling, or learning other languages, using LingoPie, of course, and exposing ourselves to the perspectives that challenge our own assumptions. It's our duty to push back against propaganda and to exercise the very First Amendment rights that we claim to value. Because things don't have to be like this. They can be better. But we have to first recognize the propaganda and be honest.
See, this is what I'm saying, man. Y'all always, listen, we not finna get into that till right now. I got another clip, I got a debate I wanna watch. We're 4 likes away from 300. Everyone double tap the screen right now because, listen, everybody wanna take credit for inventing shit, but nobody wanna take credit for inventing the bad shit. Nobody want to take credit for inventing bad. We always talking about the crime rate and black crime and shit like that. Who invented gangbanging? Who was the first ones in the streets with the Tommy guns and shit like that, man? Who was in the movies doing that shit? Y'all want to talk about the YN? Who was the original YNs to this land? Don't do that. I'll start some shit and open up the panel.
With ourselves in order to get there. If you guys enjoyed this video, please smash that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and if you want to support my work, you can do so with either a
Don't do that. Don't do that.
One of the biggest misconceptions about Gen Z is that it's a monolith.
I think Gen Z has a very unique opinion and perspective that has been shaped by events like COVID and Trump presidencies.
I think that we've kind of been thrown aside, if you will, as a generation, in the sense that they don't think we're serious.
UVA specifically does a really good job of creating.
All right, I don't know why they got that music in there. All right, this is Harry Sisson debating Isabel Brown on liberal versus conservative. This is Gen Z, though. This is not the boomers.
We came of age.
This is not the baby boomers. This is Gen Z, liberal versus conservative debate. Let's break this shit down, chat.
During a very historic and unprecedented time.
The affordability crisis right now. We know that inflation is still stubborn. House prices still go up. Rent prices still go up. Grocery prices are going up. Gas prices have gone up by a lot recently. You know, we're at war now, and Strait of Hormuz, apparently there's 2 blockades now. We have an American one and a Iranian one, so I don't really see an end in sight for that. But it mainly comes down to costs. And what I think really is disturbing for me as a young person who is, of course, involved in politics.
Hey, that boy Jacobs came in and said, imagine sounding this gay and this stupid, but the words you use are as if you're very intelligent. Now listen here, Jacob, little Jacob. I'm gonna ask you to come to the front, little Jacob. Chad, should I open up the phone lines for Jacob, man? Should I open up the phone lines for Jacob? I want to talk to Jacob, man. I want to know where Jacob's parents are, because Jacob's obviously stayed up a little too late. You know, he's a little grumpy. I know it's the weekend, it's almost the summertime, but somebody forgot to tuck your little ass in, Jacob. I want to know where your parents are, Jacob. Somebody forgot to tuck your little ass in. It's grown folks hour.
But also have, you know, young friends in college and who want jobs, and put the politics aside, Trump lied about this stuff. You know, he told everybody in this room, every young person, if you voted for him or not, that he was going to eliminate inflation on day one. It's a direct quote. He said gas prices would be below $2. The American dream is coming back. You can buy a home. And none of that has happened. I don't think anybody maybe in here can say that, you know, they feel better about their housing prospects.
Yeah, Max, don't run up out of here. Comment, man. I'm gonna drop the phone number when you comment back. The guy is the liberal, it's looking like. It looks like the guy's the liberal, the woman is the conservative.
Today than they did a year ago or a year before that. And so, you know, there's so many different facets in that conversation. I'll leave it there. I don't want to ramble too long, give Isabel an opportunity to speak as well. But I think mainly affordability and everything that comes with that.
Isabel, what are your top 3 challenges to achieving the American dream right now?
You know, it's a great question, but I think we even need to zoom out 30,000 feet beyond this, because ultimately what our generation has been experiencing throughout our entire lifetime is not just being told by the powers that be in the legacy media, on our college campuses, from Hollywood, even the church, that the American dream is dead and no longer available to us. I can't count the number of times I've been told that throughout my young life. But actually, it's been these very institutions that have been creating a different America that our parents did not.
Hey, Chad, she kind of look like Amanda Bynes, don't she? She kind of look like Amanda show. Amanda show. Don't she look like Amanda Bynes, Chad? She looks like Amanda Bynes, bro.
Not grow up in, that we now are coming into adulthood in which maybe that dream needs to change a bit. Our nation, as we know it, has struggled to answer the question, what even is an American? What is the American dream? What are we striving for? Because over a series of decades upon decades, it's not just been a singular politician contributing to the slow decline of Western civilization. It's flashy and easy to say that all of this is Donald Trump's fault, and it might gain a lot of clicks on social media. But in reality, where we have arrived today is because of the systematic removal of God from our society. Young people are dealing with the largest mental health crisis the world has ever known. We're struggling to—
You said Miley Cyrus. She do look like Miley Cyrus a little bit, but she got that circle head. She got that circle head like Amanda Bynes. She look like Hillary Duff a little bit, man, but she got that circle head like Amanda Bynes, man.
To identify our nation as out of many, one under God, and instead playing divisive politics all the time based on our skin color or the way that we vote or the genitalia that we were born with. And then on top of everything, are now arriving at a time where we don't even know if we want those who disagree with us to live in a country where we can survive, live peacefully, exchange the freedom of ideas, because we lack the common shared humanity that once bound us all together. That is God. That, of course, has contributed to a million different different policy discussions that I'm sure we'll talk about at length tonight, but of course have declined the American family, have contributed to growing numbers of atheists in our society. Luckily, Gen Z is reversing that trend in record speed and in record unexpected numbers, and so much else. But ultimately, our country has struggled to define itself moving forward because the powers that be are setting our generation up for failure by removing what binds us, something larger than ourselves.
Isabel, you brought up the president and his performance, and I'm curious to know young people, including...
Hey, chat, everyone hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. This is Gen Z liberal versus conservative, Harry Sisson and Isabel Brown. This is on Free Press. If y'all want to watch this video uninterrupted, it is on Free Press.
Including many in this room, have the lowest voter turnout of any demographic in America. But in many ways, the stakes of elections are the highest for this generation. Let's be real. So we're over a year into President Trump's second term. First to Harry, to what extent should young people hold the Trump administration responsible for the challenges that they face right in this moment?
Well, I mean, a lot of the challenges that young people are facing, as I mentioned, like Trump promised to fix. Housing, grocery prices, all of these things, he said, I'm gonna do it. Kamala Harris, she's gonna import a million gazillion people and she's gonna, trans everybody and all this crap. And he said, I'm focused on affordability, I'm gonna get it done. And none of that has happened. And, as I mentioned, I wanna go back to this point, I talk to people who are not political every single day, some of which who voted for Trump. And they kind of stay out of politics, but they vote in elections, and they all are telling me the exact same thing, that things are hard right now, things are not getting better. And I ask, what exactly is Trump doing about it? I mean,
is he responsible?
Absolutely, but to be clear, it's not just one party. I'm not up here saying the Democrats have been perfect. I'm not going to say that President Biden got everything right, or Kamala Harris got everything right, or Obama got everything right. There is liability on both parties. But right now, the Democrats are in the minority. We are not in office. We don't have the Supreme Court, the House, the Senate.
Hey, Jacob, I'm gonna be honest. I'm finna put your ass back in the corner, man. You typing all caps in my chat again. You yelling. You came in the house, you yelling. Take your shoes off, sit the fuck down somewhere, and stop yelling before you go to the corner, Jacob. It's too much loud ripping and running and shit in and out the house. Sit down somewhere.
Senate, the presidency. It is the Republicans, and they've done absolutely nothing with it. And so we're talking about low voter turnout among young people. How can you blame them? I mean, politicians come in, they lie all the time, they say, I'm gonna do this, and they do the opposite. Why would somebody feel motivated to get out and vote if they think that nothing's gonna change?
It's always interesting for me to hear this line of attack because I hear it all the time, and I'm sure you guys do too, from professors and from politicians, from people in the media. Of course, young people had the highest youth voter turnout in American history in the last election, where it was young men under 35 years old who decisively delivered a victory to the Trump-Vance administration.
I just told Jacob about that shit typing in all caps, man. So, Jacob, you finna sit your ass down in the corner for a minute while we distribute fruit snacks to the rest of the class, We just gonna give everybody a snack. Lala, you got the plain Lays ready, man. Jacob's gonna be in the corner. Chat, nobody look at Jacob. Don't give him any eyeballs, because if he comes out of that corner, he's done for the night. His parents are gonna come have to pick him up because he doesn't want to listen.
Speaking unapologetic, unreserved conservatism on offense. I am not standing here to be a complete apologist for the Trump administrations. I have my own growing share of frustrations on various policies over the last year and a half, but to act like young people's growing disapproval with the action that we've seen in Washington, D.C., from just the administration alone, but also, more importantly, from Congress, is a sign that they're sprinting toward the political left, just is not indicative of reality. Young people, especially young men, are looking for unafraid, on-offense conservatism. No foreign intervention, keeping American tax dollars at home, dismantling the administrative state and defunding agencies that aren't doing anything to solve for the problems that you're experiencing every day, improving the education system.
Hey, listen, Alan. That's the only fucking joke you getting off in here tonight, Alan. I'm gonna be honest with you, Alan. That shit was funny. Alan says your spirit animal is a jive turkey. Now, Alan, I can acknowledge a good joke, man. I'm not a party pooper, so I'm not gonna ban you for that shit. That shit was funny as hell, but not too much now. That's your one and only, man. You say something else, we gonna get you up out of here. But that joke was funny, man.
that you all engage with on a college campus every day to not just be woke slop propaganda indoctrination, but the pursuit of objective truth. That's what we've seen failed to be delivered, mostly from Congress in this last year and a half, and it is frustrating. We should be frustrated about it. But it's not a sign that we're going to embrace radical Marxism. To the contrary, I think this is further radicalizing young people into all of the right things, to diminishing the size and scope of the federal government, because ultimately you don't worship the government, you worship God, and what needs to happen to change our society starts in the home, not just in the Oval Office.
So, does anybody here at UVA feel like they're getting taught woke slop on a daily basis? Anybody? Hands up? Okay,
Lots
cool.
of nods I'm seeing around here.
Okay, we've got
yeah.
a couple people, some woke slop. I'm glad that the overwhelming majority of people are on the same page that institutions like UVA are great. They're giving you a fantastic education, and it's not just woke slop. I don't even know
in
what
isolation.
I don't even know what woke
undeniable
slop
that's
means.
been happening
I don't
for
even
the
know
past
what
several years in America.
I don't even know what woke slop means. But you talked about young men in particular voting for Donald Trump. And as a young white guy who voted for Kamala Harris, this was a very concerning
Not a popular
trend.
position to take.
You said, I wish Israel would give me the 7,000 to go around the podcast thing, I would do it. I think they just gave Clavicular 7,000. So Clavicular's YouTube got banned and demonetized, both his channels. And then he got a Snapchat deal for $7,000 a day. And you know that's 7,000, you know what I mean? 7,000, hey.
As a young white guy.
For 2024, it was not. You're right. As a young man who voted for Kamala Harris, this was a problem that I think takes a lot of attention. I mean, for the Democratic Party, this is our future. These are young men who are growing up and becoming adults. How is that going out for you now? How is it going? I mean, I was just looking at CNN the other day, or yesterday actually, there was a poll.
That's crazy though, because it's like, when y'all put the Israeli flags with the American flags and shit, I just get to looking because it was like, wasn't y'all just mad? Wasn't y'all just mad as hell that they was having them Venezuelan flags and those Mexican flags and those Salvadorian flags with the United States flag? Wasn't y'all mad as fuck at them people? I mean, when they was stitching the Mexican flag with the USA flag together, motherfuckers about had a heart attack. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When they was out there waving the Venezuelan flags with them USA flags, y'all was upset. I'm talking about pissed, mad.
In February of 2025, Donald Trump had a +10 approval rating with all people under the age of 30. It's now -40, a 50-point swing. So this idea that like young men are seeking God and conservatism and traditional values and things like that is just not borne out in the data, because there's
you
this
may not
major
be seeking
swing.
that,
And
Harry,
also,
but the data is showing that young men across the country are seeking that. And I know we're not probably
and how are
supposed to
those
do
special
this, but
elections going
I'm going to
for
break
you?
the rules a little bit. Young men in particular, I'm curious, what two areas do you think you're the most disillusioned with in our federal politics right now? What two things are you the most frustrated about? Shout it out.
Any takers? Anything?
Foreign intervention. All right, what else?
Thank you. Affordability, foreign intervention, both things that Donald Trump has not fixed. What war did Joe Biden get into?
Joe Biden
Boots on the
directly.
ground.
You said, who do I support? America. And I don't support no motherfucking body else. What do you mean? I ain't even been nowhere else to support them, Chad. How the fuck can I support somebody? I ain't never even been anywhere else, man. What are we talking about? I'm from the deep south, Chad. I've traveled all over the continental United States, man. But leaving this no, man. Well, who else am I gonna support? The fuck are we talking about here, man? Support how? How? I can bring awareness. That's about it. I can bring awareness to the situation.
Propped up and funded foreign wars across the world, Harry. It is undeniable.
Wait.
Pallets of cash were sent to the Taliban in Afghanistan. We sent money to
Isabel.
You talking about you should say America first. I might be a little more fucked up than that, chat. America first has been usurped. That's something different too. They damn near usurped America first. Chat, I'm damn near a nationalist, chat. I'm like a tick before a nationalist, chat. It's like we should deal with other people just because, you know, we got to keep the ball rolling and shit. I'm damn near an isolationist out here, chat. Almost, bro. Damn near, bro. I probably couldn't get any closer.
The Iranian regime, we sent $200 billion to the war in
these things
Ukraine.
are that Donald Trump is doing as well. What war did Joe Biden get into with boots on the ground? Because that's what we're doing in Iran. What war did Joe Biden get into?
There is significant financial support for all of these conflicts happening all over the world, Harry. And this is why young people are disillusioned across the board. So let's keep things here at home and keep putting America first.
Isabel, Harry, we're going to go to our audience. We have some incredible, wonderful people who've taken the time tonight to be here with us. We want to get to their questions. First, Sabria is here. If you could please stand up and identify yourself and ask your question, please.
Hi, I'm Sabria Sheikh. I'm a fourth year at the University of Virginia. I'm graduating in the spring. Thank you. And my friends and I are all struggling to land entry-level jobs after graduation.
Yep.
Isabel, my question is for you. What does that mean for our generation's long-term career trajectory, and how can we realistically get ahead when even the first rung of the career ladder feels out of reach?
Hugely, hugely important. How many of you feel like the job market is not something that you can enter into right?
You said, see if my beliefs work. See, this is the thing, Chad. Most of these countries want America to fuck out their business. Most Americans want to be the hell up out of these countries' business. I'm just gonna be the one to say it. I'm wrong for saying that. I'm wrong for saying I wish we could mind our own fucking business, man. Get this shit together over here. These people don't want us over there no way. We don't want to be over there no way.
Right after graduation right now. It's just not for you. You have to go to grad school. You need extra credibility. You need more work experience. I mean, these people expect us to have been working since we were 5 years old, right? The Gen Z unemployment rate is at a record high right now, with 10 million members of our generation currently unemployed and seeking meaningful employment. Now, the government's solution to that throughout the past several years has been to import cheap labor that they don't have to pay as much as they pay you from all over the world, and to make sure those jobs are not available to you. They are available to people who don't even have the qualifications necessarily for the jobs that you are seeking, and paid $250,000+ for that magic degree that gave you the right to pursue that job in the job market. Of course.
Damn, she said he got $250,000 for what, Chad? He got $250,000 for what? Chad, we're 25 likes away from the next like goal, man. Everybody hit the like button for me.
I'm wildly frustrated about this. I think you should be too, that the answer from Congress to save our GDP is to just allow 10 million people who are here in this country illegally to stay and keep those jobs, because it's cheaper for the United States economy. Some things matter a whole lot more than 5 percentage points on our GDP. This is what I hear from young men. And yet, when I hear about criticism related to new green cards or ending mass amnesty programs, they just target young men more than anybody else by being xenophobic or racist or hateful. There's nothing xenophobic, racist, or hateful about it. It is a system that has been consistently selling out the opportunities of our generation for everyone else around the world. And frankly, it's just not sustainable if we're serious about prospering and finding our own American dream.
Harry, what's your response?
I just want to quickly circle back to the fact that Isabel was not able to name a war that Joe Biden got into because the Democrats are the anti-war party now. We're the ones saying we're not getting into this, we don't want to do it, and Donald Trump is going ahead with it. Now, Isabel's point on, importing immigrants and that's what's taking the jobs. We have less workers than there are jobs.
You said, who do I work for? Who does who work for? You talking about me? Shit, right now I work for Google AdSense. Hell, ain't that what my YouTube payout say? Right about now I'm working for Google AdSense. Hell, shit, donate to the channel.
Jobs open right now. This is according to data from Donald Trump's administration. So if we have less workers than we are, excuse me one second. If we have less workers than we have jobs, then the idea that immigrants are coming in and stealing jobs is just not true. And by the way, immigrants in virtually every piece of economic data makes our country better. They make our culture better. They make us better as people.
Sure, legal immigrants, I have no problem
that's
with
great.
that.
And I've lived all over the world. I was born in Singapore, grew up in Dublin, lived in Dubai. And the most valuable years of my life were hearing from people in different cultures than mine and learning from their experiences. So having immigrants come into the United States and work is a foundation of who we've been for our entire existence. And the idea that bringing them in is screwing over Gen Z when we have so many different points that indicate a different story is just, I think, disingenuous.
It's definitely very relevant to everyone sitting here. But there's also another question.
You said, am I left or right? I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. I'm neither. I'm neither. I don't care if you're far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, or alien, NPC, man. I'm not with none of that shit, man. I think we're completely sold out, completely fabricated, manipulated markets. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust. I can't name a Democrat I honestly trust. I can't name a Republican I honestly trust. I don't think I can name a politician that I can trust other than a couple of the ones I went to school with. That's it. That's the only reason they ass on thin ice. They ass on thin ice. And I went to school with them.
Question about just making a living. And Sam is here from Charlottesville with his question. Sam, could you please stand up?
My name's Sam, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
I work at Charlottesville at a dealership. I've been in the industry for about 10 years now. And it feels like every day just a possibility of buying a house, getting a family just gets further and further away from me. I just have one question for you, Harry. If a good...
Now listen, Nicholas says, why are you on your speaking? If you don't have a backbone to say what you are, we know you have a belief, say what it is. My belief is this, Nicholas, I don't trust you, nobody fucking around you, nobody we're watching, or nobody that's on Capitol Hill making decisions. I think all this shit needs to go. I think it needs to be an age limit on all of these politicians. I think we need to revamp this shit, and we need to just straight drain this. Everything that was promised us has been a lie up until this point. I don't trust you. And I don't trust anybody around you. I don't trust anybody you voted for. I don't trust your decision making. If that's what you want the truth, I don't fucking trust you.
Skilled job isn't enough anymore. What exactly is the path to an American dream for someone like me?
Well, that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. I think the path is increasingly disappearing. It feels like the American dream, in my view, is more like a lottery system than it is like an equal playing field. And I think
Good. That's the thing, I saw. You said you don't trust me, the plug. I don't want you to trust me. I want you to believe that I'm going to be consistent. That's it. That's it. Believe in my consistency. Don't trust me. If you want to be spoon-fed an opinion, I got one for you. If you want to have a good time, I got a good time for you. But don't trust in me. Believe in my consistency and show up here every night at 10 o'clock because this is where I'm going to be.
A foundation of the American dream is like the starter home, right? I feel like we all were promised the starter home growing up and, you'll buy a house by 30. That'd be nice.
Amen.
Amen. But I think that is one of those things that is disappearing. And again, I will say, this is not a Donald Trump or Republicans are the cause of everything bad in the world. This is an issue that has really evaded both parties, and we really haven't done anything about it. But Donald Trump right now is especially making that issue worse. I mean, his tariffs, for example, on Canada, we get a lot of our lumber from Canada because it's colder up there, it grows stronger, and it's better to build our houses with. Our kitchenry is going up.
Look at this. Sounds like you don't have an opinion because you need for anybody, so your pudding don't matter. You don't have a say. So I'm going to say this, Nicholas Navarez, I think that you need a friend. I think that you don't have a friend in real life. You never had a friend in real life. You don't have any friends in school, so you feel like you need to belong to something. Nobody invites you out to go anywhere. Nobody wants to golf with you, eat with you, dinner with you. Your kids don't even want to throw the baseball back and forth with you. So you find your solemn and your safety inside of your political affiliation. That's what you do. Nobody fucks with you. Nobody likes you. You need to belong to something. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can belong to this. You can belong to this. We don't care, Nicholas.
Up because of tariffs, Donald Trump just randomly putting them on countries around the world. It is a disaster.
Well, it's not
and
random.
So far,
I think that's
really?
a total mischaracterization.
Really? So
They're not random.
But when we focus on housing affordability, right, Sam, that's what we're talking about. I mean, the data shows that home prices are up nearly 50% since 2020, since the pandemic started. What's your answer, Isabel, to Sam's question?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're dealing with a generational crisis here in which young people are confused, they're frustrated, they're unsure what the best path forward is. Many of us feel like we've been sold a bill of goods and that we have to be lifelong renters. We'll never have the chance to build equity, to make sure that we own something. Interesting, of course, that they're pinning all of this on the Trump administration when it's people like the World Economic Forum saying you will own nothing and be happy. That is the ultimate vision for the political left and elitists around the world. But of course, it's going to take time from COVID. This was a generationally redefining event with extreme economic consequences. That said, month-to-month new home mortgage prices are at their lowest level currently today since September of 2022. The Trump administration is doing everything they can to ban all of these burdensome environmental.
See, I agree with her. The World Economic Forum is a problem. They are pushing own nothing and be happy, but she can't just put that on the left. She can't just put that on the left, because at this point, we've seen Bill Gates at the White House. Bill Gates has pull right now. You got Google, you got the AI initiatives, you got the circle jerk of money going around between OpenAI, Google, and NVIDIA. It's like, shit, it's all the same, man. It's all the same.
Regulations, things that don't really need to be a part of the building home process, but increase the opportunity to build a home by years and years and years on the timeline of all of these things. They want to make sure that we have a new supply, that it's available to the American people. Mass deportations, of course, play into some of this as well, with affordable housing all over our country in places like New York and California, and here in Virginia, Section 8 housing going to illegal immigrants instead of young people who really desperately need it more than anyone as American citizens, or helping get those experiencing homelessness off the street. This is a long-term process, but I'm so grateful that the Trump administration, in particular the Department of Housing and Urban Development under Secretary Scott Turner, is taking a great look
Really
at some
kicking
great
in, huh?
ideas.
Everybody can afford a house now, right? Hey,
Let's
but
take
anyway.
All right, chat. It's time for a little entertainment. They never figure it out, chat. All the OGs in the chat know what time it is, chat. We're gonna have a live poll, man. At this point, Nicholas getting on my damn nerves, chat. So we're gonna vote him on or off the island, chat. If you want Nicholas to remain on the island, put on. If Nicholas is voted off the island, put off, and we gonna pack his ass up, man. He's out of here, man, chat. Nothing is bigger than the chat, man. We're gonna vote Nicholas on or off the island, chat.
Moment and zoom out beyond Trump versus Biden. I think we could all appreciate that for a moment, right? So let's look at the bigger picture. Our planet, climate change.
Yes.
Consistently ranks among the top issues for younger Americans, no secret. And for many in Gen Z, it's not just a policy issue, it's an existential one.
Mm-hmm.
Isabel, I'll start with you. Are young Americans right to see climate change as an urgent crisis requiring major economic change, or has the level of alarm become counterproductive in your view?
How many of you say that you are dealing with existential climate anxiety? I'm curious. Many of you? I hate to say it, but I hate that you have been fed a bill of goods by people that you were supposed to trust to make sure that we were speaking and seeking the truth in science. Well, we're watching the climate change debate and the environmentalism debate and the public lands and conservation debate. More often than not, what we're seeing in Washington is not really a divide between the left versus the right. This is a generationally shifting issue where universally—
You said only cowards suppress opposing views. See, this is the difference. I don't care if you disagree with me, but when you come in here trying to be a superstar and just attack me, start a fucking channel, bro. Just start you a channel and make your first video talking about me. Free sauce. Start a channel, make your first video talking about how Plug banned you out of his fucking chat. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want to do. You want to be a superstar, nigga? Go be a superstar. These folks didn't come to see you, Otis. These people didn't show up to see you, nigga. Start your own channel. Get your first video as I kicked you the fuck up out of here, man. You want to be a superstar, go be one.
young people across the political spectrum are invested in conservation of our public lands and supporting our forests, the National Park Service, making sure that our birthright of our most beautiful places across the country belongs to us, but more importantly, that we can pass it down to our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren too. But really, what the government has been telling you, what politicians have been telling you, preying on an insecurity that of course we all have. We need to take care of our most beautiful places, and we need to make sure our environment is one that is safe to live in, is to sell you on ultimate government takeover and Marxism for society through something called the Green New Deal. Experts say the Green New Deal would cost $15 trillion in lost GDP in the United States of America. Over a 10-year period to implement it, it would cost more than the entire GDP of the United States. The average family of four would lose $165,000 in annual income every single year thanks to the policies promoted by this legislation. We would lose 5+ million jobs across our country, and all of that for what climate experts are saying would provide virtual.
But this is the thing. I don't want to nitpick her because I felt like I didn't nitpick the other guy because I was reading the chat. But She's talking about the Green New Deal was going to cost us 5 million jobs. Where are the jobs at now? The jobs numbers have been fabricated since Biden was in office. They were giving the jobs numbers. They were coming back, reneging on the numbers, saying, oh, we overshot the number. They've been doing this shit since 2022. Faithfully, consistently, every time. Jerome Powell just got up there and said it was net zero jobs created. Trump had just told us 650,000 jobs were created. Where the fuck did they go? We got Block laying people off, Meta laying people off, Google laying people off. It's harder for anybody to get an entry-level job right now. People with bachelor's degrees can't even get hired at Target as a cashier. Because people are going to hire people that they know need a job. It's 200 people applying for this job. I don't give a fuck if you got a bachelor's degree. My homeboy need a job. That's what's going on. Thank you, Shirley, for supporting the channel via Super Chat.
Zero.
Thank you, Shirley. Everybody give Shirley some likes on that Super Chat. I hope you having a great night, Shirley.
Impact on carbon emission or plastic waste or preventing the temperature of our planet from rising, the rising of the oceans, etc. So we've been presented this false narrative and this false dichotomy that it's either socialism good, save the planet, or everything else bad, the planet is going to literally die in 10 years. I don't know the last time they said that, but I'm pretty sure we've survived 10 years over about 400 times at this point. I think we have a great opportunity as a generation to shift the narrative entirely and say we all can be conservationists. This isn't a false choice.
So Isabel, I'm hearing from you that the alarm has been counterproductive. Harry, what is your response?
I mean, look, I think that it can be taken too far. Like, I'm not going to propose that people go sit on highways and signs and block traffic or go to museums and throw oil on paintings.
Glad we can agree on that.
Great, wonderful. But to be clear, like, anybody that's doing that, you know, they're not a bad person, right? I mean, you know, they are feeling desperate. They're feeling like their government is not listening to them and not hearing their concerns. And so they'll go to extreme lengths to get that attention from the government. And this is a really important issue. And look, Isabel, I agree. I think we should care for our national parks. I think we should care about the environment. Let's listen to the climate scientists who are saying that we need robust, comprehensive policy to address this issue. And the good news, Isabel, is that the official position of the Democratic Party, it's not the Green New Deal.
I'm so glad for that, because it didn't used to be that way.
No, it actually never was. I mean, we can go back to Biden's presidency with the inflation.
Hey, look at Boston George talking about some lame asses. I'm going to go to a different live. Y'all, get the fuck out, Boston George. Nobody knows you anyway, man. You think we're mad that you're leaving? Man, nobody noticed you coming in. Only reason people are noticing you leaving is because, shit, I'm making a spectacle of this shit, man. Boston George, don't let the door hit you on your way out, nigga. I hope you warmed your car up, my boy. Shit, the fuck you mean, man? Is your Uber outside?
Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in fighting climate change, not only in American history, but in world history. What did it do? It invested in renewable energy companies around the country that are building solar panels, wind turbines, all these amazing things that bring our economy into the future and not leave us behind.
What is required to make all of these technologies?
Well, of course, you have these rare earth minerals that have to be mined from around the world. And let's just be clear.
It takes mining.
And let's just be clear, this is not a perfect system. Nobody's saying that it's
not at
100%
all.
figured out.
But if we're
you know how we
serious
fix
about
the
promoting
system?
renewable
Through funding,
energy
through
development
care,
in the
through science
United
that research
States
these
and
things
bringing
and
that
not cutting these grants and
We're going to all talk over each other and we can't even hear you guys.
Yeah,
I do
of
want to
course it's not
boil it
perfect
back
by
down.
any means, Harry, but I think it's silly of us to create this shallow narrative that, of course, America should be leading the way in renewable energy, and of course, America should be leading the way in manufacturing here.
But let's
totally
take
understand that. But in order to get there, all of the so-called environmentalists in our country that are refusing to create a single mining permit to allow for mining of rare elements, China produces 90% of the rare elements. Those are the things that we mine for that are ultimately in your phones, in solar panels, in wind turbines, etc. Environmentalists in America universally.
You can see it right there, under there. I always try to leave the title and the channel right there, chat, so y'all could go watch this video on your own. But this is Free Press. It's called Gen Z Liberal versus Conservative, Harry Sisson and Isabel Brown. But Free Press hosted this debate.
Almost do not support mining projects.
What's
in our
up,
country.
I would like for both of you to answer this question to get to the core of the matter. If you were to take your political positions and your politics out of this, and you hear that so many hands raised here tonight, people feel concerned about the climate.
Yeah.
In a sentence, if you were to boil it down, what would you say to that voter, to that citizen about where we are with climate today? And Isabel, I'll let you give your one sentence first.
It's simple, and it's the name of a nonprofit that I'm very lucky to be on the board of. Nature is nonpartisan. This is not a left versus right issue. This is a generational issue in our society, and we have the obligation and the opportunity to care for our beautiful spaces and steward them for the next generation through a great, healthy conversation that doesn't have to be pulled into the direction of all-out Marxism.
Harry?
I think my one sentence would just be look into the future. I mean, I don't think climate change has to be something, or solving climate change rather, has to be something where we lose all these jobs, we destroy these industries, and we leave people behind. I think it can be something that...
All right, chat. Are you for the Green New Deal or against it, chat? Are you for the Green New Deal or drill, baby, drill? Let me know in the comments, chat. Green New Deal or drill, baby, drill? Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We need to get 25 likes right quick. Green New Deal or drill, baby, drill?
Not only are we addressing environmental concerns, the clean water, clean air, and things like that, we can also create entire new sectors, entire new jobs for people in the future.
All right, so we have a question from a student here at UVA. Ecclesia, please stand up. Could you ask your question, please?
All right, thank you. My name's Ecclesia, and I'm a first-year nursing student here. And my question is, I grew up in an immigrant family that wasn't well off enough to afford health care, but also didn't qualify for government subsidies. I know a lot of young people go without quality care due to outrageous costs. Isabel, should health care be a universal right?
Yeah, hugely, hugely important, and a question I get often on college campuses across the country. Healthcare is expensive, and just wait till you have a baby. It gets really, really expensive once you start having to pay for prenatal care and childbirth, which I'm hoping we can make a whole lot more affordable in the future, especially for our children. That said, there's an interesting dichotomy here about the production of the definition of human rights. And if you ask most people about the definition of human rights, there's kind of two schools of thoughts on this. One is a positive right, and one is a negative right. Typically in world history, the West, Western civilization, has subscribed to the negative right idea, meaning human rights are something that innately belong to you and they cannot be taken away by a government, by another person, because your rights come from God, not the system under which you live. Things like free speech, your right to freely believe in something for a religion, the things that we typically think about in like the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. A positive right has tended to be the United Nations worldview on rights throughout the last 50 years or so in our world, and that's something that you subscribe to humans, a right to an education, a right to a house, a right to healthcare that typically involves a service from another human. It's not a flashy answer to say, and I'm sure it'll be chopped up in a million ways to make me look like a horrible, heartless person, but ultimately, I don't believe that you can have an innate human right to something that requires the service of another person. It is a beautiful privilege to be having access to affordable healthcare, and it's something that we all should be fighting for across the board. It's why I'm hugely a proponent of healthcare transparency policies, where insurance companies no longer get to determine how expensive an Advil you take at the emergency room is, but you have the right to know that every time that you get a bill from the hospital, rather than all that negotiating happening in secret. It's a nuanced issue, but ultimately healthcare requiring the service from another person isn't a human right, but we should be fighting for affordable healthcare across the board.
Harry?
Well, Isabel just spent like 2 minutes of her answer talking about the definition of like human rights, positive rights, negative rights. I'll answer it very briefly. Everybody should have healthcare. I mean, we are the wealthiest country in the world. There should not be a universe of which somebody is going to the emergency room, whether they get diagnosed with something awful or they get into an accident of any kind, and their first thought is, can I afford this? Their first thought should be, I want to get better, or if you have a family member that got involved in one of these things, I want them to get better. And there's a lot of great ways to do this. I think there are some amazing proposals over time. I typically align with what Pete Buttigieg ran on in 2020, which was a Medicare for all who want it. So you maintain your private system. I respect and appreciate the relationship that people make with their doctors, and that's really important to build that trust and be able to go see them if you'd like. But if you want to be on a Medicare system, a public system, you can have that.
Look, the United States spends more on healthcare than virtually any other country on the planet. Clearly, more spending is not the answer to fixing the problem, the health crisis that our generation is facing across the board. Record rates of chronic disease, of obesity, of early cancer, mental health problems, substance abuse, you name it. We are dealing with a pharmaceutically driven issue across the board in our society today, probably because of how much our society is spending on subsidies to some of these companies and really allowing allowing them to take the reins rather than the true pursuit of truth in science, which matters to me so much. This is what I studied in undergrad, and I got my graduate degree in this. If you want to look at the best possible example of how healthcare should not be run in the United States of America today, look no further than the Veterans Administration. Or anybody veterans in the crowd today? Anybody have veterans in their family? The VA has horrifying wait times, unbelievable limited access to doctors across the board. It's very reminiscent of a system that is kind of a Medicare for all, like that in Canada, where you have to wait 18 plus months to get an x-ray done on your hip to confirm that you really need a hip replacement. And that's exactly what's empowering governments around the world to run to programs like MAID to just suggest that you kill yourself instead, because
What's up,
it's
Susie?
cheaper, it's a lot easier to deal with you, and you're not taking up a bed in a government-run hospital. It is truly horrifying. But again, the pursuit should be affordable healthcare, and I think that's where opening up the market to allow for benevolent entrepreneurs, which do exist out there in the world, to offer these services to you at a lower cost in a more transparent way is so important.
Harry, we're going to move forward to our next topic. We're going to shift into a culture debate here tonight. Isabel, no surprise here, you took a bunch of heat recently for saying that Gen Z women should be prioritizing getting married and having kids before they, quote, feel ready.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not on social media, this is a very big hot topic, no pun intended. Women have modern feminism to thank for opportunities and
Janky, what's up, Janky? What's up, Teflon? What's up, Landon? LaDon. This was 2 days ago, Janky. This debate was 2 days ago.
career choices, but you have taken a very different view. How has modern feminism affected, in your view, the happiness and the well-being of women today?
Yeah, look, I don't think, well, first of all, I'm The View's most wanted, in case you missed that. The View, a few weeks ago, dedicated an entire segment to me, pulling like a 20-second soundbite out of something I said on stage at CPAC, a large political conference, a few weeks ago in Texas, repeating the very same talking points that a whole lot of people have said over the last several years and really decades in American culture and politics. Mostly what I learned from my friend and mentor, Charlie Kirk, along the way, that the best way to promote the human flourishing we've so desperately been missing in Western civilization is to have the courage to get married and have children, more children than you think you can afford, and children before you think you are ready.
You stand by that.
This was the end-all be-all for the women of The View, who actually took this a step further, and they slandered my husband. They said some really crazy things about my 1-year-old baby, who must just sleep all day. News to me, she's never slept a night of her life, really, up to this point in the last few weeks. That I should be shamed for breastfeeding, and we should check in and see if your boobs are okay after.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The white community got a lot of baby mamas and shit now, man. Y'all remember, they used to be like a kind of thing y'all used to put towards the black community, like, oh, that's your baby mama. Hey, it's a lot of baby mamas in the white community now. Motherfuckers trying to change the narrative, go get married, have a family. It's a lot of white baby mamas out here now. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man.
A year of breastfeeding and see if you still want more kids. Been breastfeeding for 11 months. My boobs are doing just fine. Thank you so much to the women of The View. But ultimately, they ended this whole hit piece segment by saying, Isabel, telling women to have as many children as they want is a thing of the past. And you telling women that they should desire to have a family is outdated from American society today. That is a disastrous impact of fourth wave postmodern feminism that has ultimately led to the single greatest fertility drop we've ever seen in modern history. The New York Times reported this week that we are only having 1.
What do you want to know about MAID? I really don't know much about MAID. I'm against MAID, medically assisted dying, I guess, man. Canada's doing it. The United States is doing it. Hell, they doing it, man. Only difference is one is self-administered, one is, administered by the people.
6 children per woman in the United States today. And this is true across the board in the West. 2/3 of the world's population is not currently replacing themselves. We are not having enough children. We are actually in an underpopulation crisis, not an overpopulation crisis, because so many women are being told children will hold you back. They will destroy your career. They will destroy your relationships. They will destroy your friendships and so much more. I'm getting to where I'm going, but ultimately, I'm not on stage trying to tell you that the only thing you should be pursuing in your wife is to get pregnant with as many babies as possible and never have any other pursuits in your life. I am saying that.
Yeah, nah, see, that's the thing, chat. Y'all get a little upset with me when I keep it real, man. See, that's the thing, chat. Like, do y'all want me to come in here and just be, like, not keep it real? Like, let's be fucking honest, man. It's a lot of white baby mamas now. Like, that shit used to be, a stereotype. Oh, you got your baby mama. Man, it's a lot of white baby. I'm talking about 2, 3 baby daddies, man. Let's be honest, man. We can't sugarcoat this shit in here. Are we gonna sugarcoat this shit, or we gonna keep it real? What the fuck are we talking about, man? 2, 3 baby daddies, man.
That at least in my life, the pursuit of motherhood has been the most beautiful thing I ever could have imagined, and I want that joy and happiness for other young people too. But I'm hardly a trad wife. I have 4 full-time jobs.
The
I'm
question
speaking
though
at
is
this
about
event.
modern feminism and how it impacts the happiness and well-being of women
Yeah,
today.
the Institute for Family Studies, there's a professor here on campus actually who I think is here tonight doing some really great research on all of this, has actually found that for young women under 35, married moms are 3 times happier than unmarried childless women. That's what the data says. Throughout history, it's been young married people of faith who are the happiest, who are the healthiest, who are the wealthiest, who have a sense of purpose and direction. And I find no coincidence that as our society has attacked the family unit and specifically tried to convince young women this is no longer something you should even want.
This is the thing. You said it used to be more black babies, so why is black still a minority? Because black women chose career over children. Black women got tired of popping out kids by multiple baby daddies and shit. They started going to college and buying houses and stacking degrees and shit. You want me to lie to you or tell the truth? The black women got tired of motherfuckers saying that, oh, your baby daddy, you went out to get a thing of milk and never came home. So they started picking better baby daddies, and they started taking their ass to college and stacking degrees and buying houses and shit, man. They chose work and career over shit having kids.
Inherently, with femininity that we were born with, we are dealing with the greatest mental health crisis of all time.
Harry, you are a self-proclaimed feminist. When you hear this, what is...
Don Jenkins said the white baby mamas are married. No, the fuck they not. No, the fuck they not. They out here catching dates just like everybody else, man. They on OnlyFans popping that ass too, man. I'm not finna let you sit here and say the white baby mamas are married, man. They used to be. They used to be the truth, man. That shit ain't the truth no more, man. That shit used to be the truth. And white baby mamas out here popping that ass too, man. They in the club right beside me, man, trying to get a damn beer and shit, man. They popping that, man, looking for another baby daddy, man. What are we talking about, man? At the horse races, at the trail rides, at the racetrack, Starbucks, Books-A-Million, man. White baby mama, what the hell is you talking about, man?
Your response, and how do you think modern feminism has impacted the well-being and happiness of women today?
I think everybody should be feminists. We want equality across the board, and I think we can get into these like really long conversations of, well, The View said this or Cosmopolitan said this. I don't think anybody's going to The View or Cosmopolitan to decide whether they want to have kids or whether they want to have a wife or a husband.
Maybe TikTok, where the girl
Nobody's
with the
going
list
to TikTok,
is something that
Isabel,
this
you have
is changing
this. Can I just finish my statement, please? You're like using these extreme examples of people in media who obviously have an incentive to get the most anger out of you or anybody as examples of like what average people are thinking.
There's an
I don't
incentive.
think. One sec, Isabel, please. I don't think anybody in here who's like a Democrat, maybe more aligned with me, is like, oh no, I hate kids. I don't want to have kids. I don't want to be a wife. I want to be a husband one day. I'm a
want
Democrat.
That for you.
I want to be a husband. I want to be a father one day. I have no problem with that. But like, broadly, this is you're making it seem like.
There is a
I would love if I could just
record number
finish
of
because
Gen
he's talked for like 5 minutes. So this is not broadly a problem where people across the aisle or generally are like, no, we hate kids. You're talking about a fertility issue. The reason people aren't having kids is because they can't afford it. They can't buy homes. They're pushing off their marriages because it's so expensive. It's not because people don't want to have kids. I'm sure most people in here probably want to have kids one day.
I sure hope so, and that is changing a whole lot in record time.
Can I actually just ask, like, do most people in here, maybe hands up, like, you want to have kids, you want to be husband, wife?
That man said white baby mamas don't exist, man. I can name 10 white baby mamas right now. 5 with black baby daddies, 5 with white baby daddies. How you want it, man? How you want it, man? I can name 5 white baby mamas right now that ain't never been with a black man. Only dealt with white men. Still baby mamas, man. What are you talking about, man? That shit going on, Chad. Everybody's a baby mama. White, black, dark. Probably the Asian. The Asian community is probably the only ones that ain't baby mama. They grandparents don't play that shit.
Amen.
Great.
We love that.
So
Nature is healing.
This is a perfect example of how, Isabel, respectfully, you are distorting this conversation.
Oh,
Most
that's so
people
silly,
who are
Harry.
bipartisan want families.
Of course we do. Of course we do. And you say there's these incentives to rise up anger in people and change people's positions all the time. Those are the exact same incentives that drove the American Communist Party 60 years ago on the floor of the United States House of Representatives to read off their list of ways to destroy America. This actually happened. Feel free to look this up. 60 years ago, the American Communist Party said in their list of 45 goals to destroy America, top and chief among them were to encourage easy divorce, prevent people from having children, make sure people don't want to have children in the first place. And it's those same sentiments that have been echoed for virtually every single headline, mainstream media outlet, college campus, television movie produced out of Hollywood. It's what leads the Los Angeles Times to say it's shameful to want to have children.
Isabel and Harry, let's talk about the reality of connecting in today's society, right? I saw so many heads nod as both of you were talking. Why isn't Gen Z connecting more? I mean, the data out there show Gen Z's having less sex, dating less, socializing less than previous generations. Why is that? Here are you first.
Because every woman wants a guy that's 6'4", makes $100,000 and can run a half mile in 30 seconds, man. Like, let's be honest, man. Every woman wants 6'4", 100K, or he can get the hell out my face, man. What are we talking about here? And then men, you know, like, let's just be honest here, honestly. Man, men have just gotten to the point to where they don't give a fuck, man. They don't give a fuck, man. You got gooners, man. Motherfucker get the cutting on that Twitter and then in them corn sites, man, and getting the job done and going to sleep, man. Getting the job done and going to sleep. That's what's happening.
I'll briefly address something, and I promise I'll actually be brief. You're talking about the Communist Party on the House floor. Nobody in here is a communist. Nobody.
I didn't say they were, but I'm saying there was an agenda to destroy the family.
Let's get to the question at hand. I think there's interest
100%, but it's not the Communist Party. Nobody's communist. Nobody's advocating for that. Now, to your point, look, I think there's a lot of.
Why are Gen Z not connecting in the same way that? Yeah. Or should we be blaming social media? Is this smartphones? What is it?
I think you just listed two great reasons. Social media and smartphones that make it so much easier to stay inside and do the comfortable thing, like scroll on TikTok or scroll on social media.
Was it the pandemic?
Well, that too. I mean, it really isolated people and kind of put them into that corner. And I know it's slightly ironic for me to be saying that as someone who posts on social media every day. I get that.
Like by the hour.
We're both on the same page. By the hour, exactly right. But I think it really comes down to those things. And you know, this is a conversation I've had with my young male friends about like, why do you feel more isolated? Like, why do you think this is happening? And I think it's a pretty universal thing. I mean, you speak extensively about mental health, which I think is great. And it's the iPhones, it's the social media apps.
It's just easier not to connect?
It's easier. I mean, think about it. I think it's kind of scary to go up to a girl in a bar and be like, hey, can I buy you a drink? Or can I take you out? Or something like that. It's a little intimidating. And I think it's intimidating for young men.
Because they always got a one friend. It's somebody always hating. See, this is the thing, chat. This is the thing. Nowadays, when you are approaching a girl or something, they always got somebody hating. It's always the one friend that nobody's talked to her all fucking day, probably all week, man. DMs probably dry as a motherfucker. She's gonna hate. Oh, she's not interested, or oh, yeah. Man, listen. Y'all know women. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Next time, leave her ass at the fucking house. I don't care if she's your ride. I don't care if she's been a long time friend. Man, leave her ass at home, man. You know what you came outside for. Leave her ass at home, man. You know ain't nobody gonna look her way. You know ain't nobody finna try to holler at her. And you know she finna get in your business, man. Leave her ass at home.
And especially in this era who are growing up and I think it's kind of hard to find out who you are. There's like, you know, models on Instagram and people with the Lamborghinis that tell you, oh, this is what you should be.
Lots of AI.
Lots of AI. And I think that can be intimidating. And so
how do you fix it then, Harry? And then I'll go to Isabel.
Yeah, I don't, this is like a weird topic in terms of like a solution. I don't think there's anything the government can do and put in place of like, hey, go in a room and do your thing, to put it mildly. But I think that there can be, you know, I think,
that's the thing. You said every girl thinks they deserve a 5-star dinner on the date. Let me tell y'all, chat, this is how it goes, man. You got these girls out here, not every woman. I know a lot of y'all are from a different generation, but modern dating. Let me give y'all the rundown. A city girl. This is a girl that's predominantly probably in the city, maybe around the college town if it's not the city, but it's some shit going on. James Duke supports the channel via Super Chat and said the standards that men are expected to live up to these days are ridiculous when women don't deserve what they are expecting. Correct. This is what I'm going to say. Modern day, city girl, city life, man. She's gonna, Thursday, she gets off work, she gets paid, she goes out, she buys 2 outfits for the weekend. Somebody takes her out to dinner. They go out to dinner, they probably go to the little arcade bowling and shit. She gets away from him, gets with her homegirls, and now they going out to the club. They're in the club, they get invited to a section, they're inside of the section till 5 in the morning. 5 in the morning comes, the club is over, they're gonna on the way back to the Waffle House. They're gonna stop at the Waffle House. Oh, but they don't want to stop at the Waffle House. They need to go change because they're gonna have an early brunch. They're just gonna skip Waffle House, go back home, take a shower, change, go have brunch. Now they're at brunch. They're leaving the brunch. They meet another group of men. The group of men is talking about, hey, look, we're about to go have a barbecue, poolside, day party, whatever. Now they're at the fucking day party. At the day party, they get invited to what? Another club. Another, oh, we got a section at the club tonight. Y'all coming through. Now it's fucking Friday night. And they're at the damn club and rinse and repeat. By the time they even go to sleep, man, they're up like 72 hours. Done been in 3 different sections. Probably smell like all kind of Dior Sauvage, Chanel Blue, and fucking 1 million. And got 20 different niggas' numbers. Probably ate 4 meals. Took 2 pills. Had all kind of Don Julio shots. Threw up once. And got a man at home. And got a man at home, done all of this shit and got a man at home.
When you get into like age bands of like, you know, if you're 16, you get social media, you get into like a little bit of a gray area of the First Amendment colliding. But I think this is a new issue that we're all kind of trying to figure out. And as time goes on, as we debate, there'll come something.
Isabel, what's your response? Why is it that Gen Z is having such a hard time connecting? And what do you suggest we do about it?
Yeah, I don't think it's a secret. Our generation is just hurting for community, and that certainly is manifesting in the romantic relationship realm for sure. It's why I'm so encouraged that young people are bringing stuff back like speed dating events in New York City and all over the country. It's all over my social media, and I couldn't be more excited about it. But I ultimately think this is a huge societal problem that was exacerbated by the pandemic and driven by technology and social media that ironically is supposed to connect us.
Nah, you said that sounds like a soap opera. Nah, that's what's going on because it's status. It's all about status because a lot of these women nowadays want to be in close proximity to status. They're trying to get around certain groups of people so they can date up the ladder, have access to different experiences and shit. So when they go out to that first little dinner date, that might be the guy that they really like. But when they get to getting in them sections and then somebody sees them in a section and they're posting around these other girls that they really don't know, now they getting into those circles, man. They getting into those circles. Telling y'all, man, a lot of this shit is about status. It's about Instagram, posting who you're around, what club you're in, and what kind of meal you ate and shit, man. This shit is status, man. Honestly.
All over the world, but often leaves us a whole lot more isolated than anything else. So,
bro, you said it sound like you taking strippers or baddies out, not even the regular girls. Man, I'm talking about this bitch will work at Starbucks, man. Bitch might work from home at a call center, man. When the weekend comes, man, she's outside, city girl, man. I'm talking about all the designer bags, designer flip-flops and shit, man. She might sell a little bit of that ass for the right price. I'm telling you, man. Talking about strippers and bad. No, this is a motherfuckers taking your order. You talking about, man.
the answer is pretty simple. Go find your people where people are gathering. I met my husband at a political conference in 2021, working for Turning Point USA. We're one of just thousands upon thousands of people across the country who owe our family and our marriage to someone like Charlie Kirk, who was facilitating those in-person gatherings for young people across the board. But I hear amazing success stories from these in-person speed dating events, from having your friend set you up on a blind date, which is such a thing of the past, but is making a comeback right now, from going to church in New York City right now. They're running headlines saying the hottest club in New York City, and you may know this, Harry, is the Catholic Church, right? There are 200 plus Gen Zers every Sunday going to pizza parties and then walking to mass together for a great theological discussion. If young men just ask.
Man, you said maybe in the ghetto, I never seen something like said someone like that. Man, listen, chat, I just moved from Austin. I lived in Austin. I don't know if y'all been, I know some of y'all live in the city, some of y'all don't, but I'm just gonna tell you, man, Austin is a different fucking beast, bro. Austin opened up my fucking mind to some shit, bro. Like, girls are really out here living like that. Like, they are fucking living like rappers, nigga. These regular girls, bro, Starbucks fucking working at the damn 7 Brew, Walmart delivery driver. Man, these just living like rappers, nigga. Rappers, nigga.
Chances are 90+% of the time, a woman will probably say yes today for a young date happening within our generation. So men have the courage to get out there and ask a woman out. Women have the courage to say yes. Real relationships are still possible. They just look a little bit different these days, and I think it involves a lot more in-person intentionality.
Well, it's refreshing to hear you two agree on something.
Lovely,
that
isn't
has
it?
nothing to do with Trump or Biden.
We have some things.
What a moment. Let's
things.
savor it. And on that note, let's go to Gabriella. She is here to ask a question. Please stand up.
Hi, so I wanted to ask about how I know several guys on grounds who follow Clavicular, the streamer, and I wanted to know what you guys think is driving
Harry, come
this
back to the podium.
trend.
Apologies.
Is driving this trend of looksmaxxing. What does this say about young men and the state of young men, how they view vanity in a broader sense?
You can start, Harry.
Hey, Don, I know you said language. I'm sorry, Don. This is a nighttime show, so this is a public disclaimer. I'm going to curse. I'm probably going to drop the N-word a few more times. I'm not above constructive criticism. I'm a work in progress, Don. One of these days, I'm going to have a profanity-free show. It's just not going to be today or tomorrow.
Harry, as a young man.
I don't want to start.
I'm assuming.
Good night, James.
I don't want to start. Wow. In my preparation for this debate, I really, if I could have bet on anything not coming up, I would probably do Clavicular. But here we are.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Yeah, thank you for launching us into this great conversation. Yeah, man, I don't even know where to start. I think it is like such a weird kind of part of the internet that I think is easy to write off as weird, but I think genuinely has some underlying causes and issues. As I discussed, I think these algorithms are making young men and women think that they have to be, okay, I'm gonna say it, have to looksmax and tippy toe max or whatever he's doing these days. She loved that one. You love that one, right? To get a partner or be successful or anything like that. And I think we have to come back to social media and regulation there. And I'm not gonna stand up here and say I exactly know what to do about this and how we create a culture where we tell young men that you are enough. You don't have to be a streamer and live in Miami and pretend to drive Lamborghinis. You can just be a hardworking guy and you'll find your wife or partner or whatever. That's great. But I think it really does speak to some broader issues that are going on. And again, I don't have the solution right now. I think it's very new.
Yeah, I think this really is stemming from two sides of the same coin of what maxing your life is supposed to look like for young women and young men across the board. Be it the alpha male podcast bros or the more girl talk feminist call her daddies of the world. The messaging that's really being presented to Gen Z right now is unilaterally the same. Sleep with as many people as possible because it's going to feel really good. Make a whole bunch of money and keep it in your bank account. Work your way up the corporate career ladder. Drive 15 Lamborghinis. In the men's case, move to Dubai. And explicitly, that's always the number one piece of advice to max your life. For young women, maybe it's to move to some place like San Francisco or New York.
All right, let's be honest. A lot of liberal men just want a woman, period. They just want a woman in general. A lot of liberal women don't want fucking men at all. A lot of conservative women, they want men, but they really still want to have a fucking say-so. They're not really conservative women. Then conservative men, they just want a conservative throat goat. They want a girl that'll just, cover up, dress like a nun, but eat that meat like a hot dog at a barbecue, man. Let's be honest. That's what's going on right now. The liberal men just want a woman. Liberal women really don't want a man. Conservative women are lying. And conservative men want a covered up throat goat. It's what's going on.
And really embrace this life of isolation that has a whole lot more to do with physical vanity or outward appearances rather than internal purpose and happiness. I think that's a huge lie that has propagandized entire generations. It's why millennials have the lowest marriage rate today in America that we've seen since we began recording marriage rates in the 1860s. This is having a societal impact, but isn't necessarily a right versus left issue so much as it is an attack on the family. We deserve to be happy as a generation. We deserve to find purpose. Our society certainly needs the stability of the family. Families are the bedrock of the most flourishing societies throughout all of human history. But you at the individual level deserve to find someone who loves you and adores you and cherishes you. I'm incredibly fortunate that I have found that in my husband. And of course, I want that for everyone else in our generation too.
More agreement.
Wow.
That's great.
So refreshing.
That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, you said basically people out here not keeping it 100. They not even keeping it 50%. I'm just going to be honest with you, man. Liberal men are sitting here talking about, oh, women's rights, everybody has the right to do this and do that. Man, they're trying to get some ass. I was at school around them guys, those kind of guys, man. They kissed ass, they buttered up, tried to get some pity pussy. I'm just going to be honest. They tried to get some pity pussy. Let's call it what it is. Liberal women, man, they really don't like men at all. They really don't fucking like men. They tolerate men. They know they got to reproduce with men. Conservative women, they're just fucking lying, because if they were truly conservative, they would shut the fuck up. They wouldn't be out here trying to do all of this shit, having so much say so. And conservative men, they're lying, because shit, how you conservative but you want to throw go. You like the big titties, you like the OnlyFans shit, you like all of that, you know, you at the strip club throwing them ones and shit, buying pussy 15, 20, excuse my language, buying cooter bear for $200-300 a shot, but you're conservative. Come on, man. Everybody, they not even keeping it 50%.
Oh,
it's 2 in a row, guys. Let's see if we can get to 3. I have a feeling we won't. George is here, and he has a really fantastic question. George, what's your question?
Hi, I'm George. I'm a second-year econ and history student here from Georgia. And Gen Z will pay far more into Social Security and Medicare than we'll ever receive. Why should we fund baby boomer retirement and accept cuts to our own? What reforms should young people be demanding on this issue?
Literal $1 million question, right?
Yeah, really.
Ultimately. Look, I don't think it's a secret, and we should all universally feel deeply frustrated with the fact that our government is consistently selling out our financial future as a generation to bail out the people in Washington who have been there longer than twice the time we've been alive. It's these types of people who were born before the invention of the microwave oven and the ballpoint pen, by the way, selling out the financial capacity for our generation to succeed and our American dream. There's a long way to go here, and I think really dramatic reform of the administrative state is very necessary in order to make sure that we have a chance to succeed.
Harry, as you think about the older generation as well, how much responsibility should be put on them for this situation that we're in your response?
I mean, I don't know, like, if I'd assign a responsibility. I mean, I'm sure that there is some, but I think going forward.
What would you say to the previous generation?
I'd say work with us and get this done. You know, maybe make up for some of the issues. I wouldn't say like, oh, you're the fault for everything in the world ever. But maybe, you know, work with us and get something done. I mean, and I like that you brought up the point of, you know, politicians selling us out. I think, again, that's something that has happened on both sides of the aisle. No, I mean, I'm actually agreeing. I think like both people, both
Republicans. Is that 3 in a row?
That's 3 in a row.
We're counting it.
Oh, okay.
But I hope that we can find a solution for Social Security and things like that.
All right, let's take that hope and let's run with it. Tonight, you've both brought up some very salient points representing 2 very different parts of the political spectrum. I'm curious.
Hey, Bando Kel, I just clicked on your channel. How the fuck is you live and you in here? You got a lot going on, Bando Kel. If you in your bag, I'm not gonna lie, Bando Kel. Man, I just checked your channel, man. You live right now and you in here, man. You got some shit going on, Bando Kel. Hey, mods, Discord, we gotta get some shit together, get this show rolling, man. Bando Kev and this motherfucker kicking it and he live. We gotta get some shit going on. We gotta extend our arms out here, man.
Standing here thinking back over the last 45 minutes, last hour,
shout out Bando Kev.
Where did you find a fresh piece of common ground, Isabel? with Harry?
Well, ultimately, you guys heard we probably agreed on a whole lot more than CBS expected us to. And I think it's because young people are realizing the need for a generational reckoning. I have long admired Harry's passion on social media. I've followed you for years because of it. And I think our generation is just tired of being told by those older than us that we're too young to get it. We don't have enough life experience. We don't have enough years under our belt or wisdom. 250 years ago, this year, our founding fathers were not these decrepit, old, shriveled white men who established the greatest society the world has ever known. They were young people. They were 18, 19, 20, 21 years old when they signed the Declaration of Independence, which we'll celebrate this year. I'm not a big numerology gal. I'm not super into all the secret signs of like the Taylor Swift albums and all that. But I do find it interesting that 250 years is the average length of an empire when one rises and falls. So we have a question before us this year, whether we are going to embrace a 1776 style moment, not with arms per se, but with values and ideas and culture, to embrace that same young attitude that our founding fathers did, to get involved, roll up our sleeves, and make it happen. So very proud to be in the fight alongside other members of our generation.
Harry, what's one thing, some common ground?
You said, what did I eat for dinner? Hey, I ate a pizza from the gas station, chat. I ate one of those pizzas from the gas station fresh, though. You know, I went in there, placed my order for the gas station pizza. It wasn't one of them bad boys that was sitting out. You know what I'm saying? I went in there, put that together how I wanted it. You know what I mean?
Something you would concede that Isabel brought up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general point is a good one, that, you know, we agreed perhaps on more, and I'm sure if we got into the nitty-gritty of these issues, we might find some even more agreement. But to the point that Isabel made, I also admire you in many ways, despite us disagreeing. I mean, to her credit, she has multiple degrees, she's a mother, she's a wife, and she's a full-time content creator. That's not easy. So I am always happy to have this conversation with folks like yourself on the opposite side of the aisle, and you can pick any of the things we said that we agree with tonight, and let's have that be the thing.
Yeah, my partner worked at the gas station, though, so I didn't just have anybody random make my gas station pizza. Like, this is my partner who worked there, you know what I'm saying? So when I went and got the gas station pizza, you know, I knew it was going to be, you know, cooked to perfection. You know what I mean? A little crispy.
Thank you, Harry and Isabel, and thank you to our partners at Bank of America for your partnership.
Thank you, Tony, for the gift and membership. Thank you, Tony, for the gift and membership. You just got access to 300 pass live stream plus some cool emojis and the book club that we're starting on the 1st. Thank you, Tony, for gifting a membership, chat.
And thank you to all of you here tonight who joined us. We hope to have many more conversations, and thank you to everyone who's watching at home. We really appreciate it. Have a great night.
Thank you guys for being here. And thank you.
All right, that was an all right debate. We finna get into this other debate right here. I think this guy was debating, it's going viral right now. Let's see. Who is this debating?
Union with the burger. If you love a friend, you spend time with him. Marital love is a very unique kind of union. It's a bodily union. In marriage, husband and wife fully give themselves to one another, mind, body, heart, and soul. They give themselves to each other, and free and unreserved, in bonds that say, I am yours till death do us part. It's that complete gift of self, a union, nothing like it. And what's neat about it is that the man and woman, incomplete on their own, when they come together, that union, and it's a real union, can produce something greater than them. It has the capability of producing a new.
Thank you, Mickey. You said you didn't like that phony ass debate. I didn't either, chat. I think that this is a corn star debating Trent Horn, man. I think this is a corn star. You said, what time do I go to sleep, Frank? Man, it's the weekend, man. We weekenders, Frank. We the weekenders, man. Come on, Frank.
Person with an immortal soul. That's crazy that God entrusted us with that. And so that child becomes a sign of their gift to each other. And so sex is a way of expressing that when husbands and wives fully give themselves to one another. It's the greatest love on earth. And I want more people to experience that. And things like the General Social Survey statistically show that married people are on average happier than unmarried people. There's going to be cases.
All right, chat. Is marriage necessary in 2026? Do y'all believe marriage necessary in 2026, in your opinion?
Cases like the ones you cited, but there's also cases of unmarried people who are more likely to be abused because they're in tenuous relationships. There's lots. For example, I take abortion. 87% of abortions are obtained by unmarried women. So you're much more comfortable secure feeling with the child if you're pregnant, if you're married, than if you're unmarried.
But also 80% of abortions were procured by women who conceived the fetus while in a relationship with the father. So why not just draw the line at casual versus in a relationship? And then I can just as easily deduce, okay, therefore casual sex is better because you're less likely as a woman to be coerced into unprotected sex, because it's actually easier for you to like lay out a boundary to someone who you don't have to necessarily see a week later. It's harder to do that to a boyfriend or husband, right? So you're kind of choosing where to draw the distinction when I can just as easily draw it at casual versus non-casual.
No, I wouldn't put it in that way, because when someone's in a relationship, they're going to be having sex a lot more. So it makes more sense when you do become pregnant, it's going to be in the context.
She rolled her eyes. He said when a person is in a relationship, they're going to be having sex more. She rolled her eyes, Chad. This is what the feminist movement has come to, man. Like, she's really out here campaigning for casual sex for a person that you don't have to see or speak to a week later over sex inside of a relationship or marriage. This is what we're competing with, Chad. This is the modern woman, Chad. That shit is crazy.
Of a relationship where people are not having tons and tons of casual sex. Most people, they might have a few flings here or there, but most people who have sex outside of marriage, the number of encounters, it's just easier.
You said, what is this channel? This is Plugsation. You now rocking with Plugsation. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. I am the voice of the politically homeless. But if you're asking about this video, this is on the channel Whatever. The channel Whatever is the video we're reacting to.
Well, especially for men, to have sex in a relationship versus just casual, or I'd say like with a stranger or something like that. So I think though it's clear in the statistics.
Pepper Grant said, all my life has been one-day stands. That must suck, Pepper Grant. That must suck. It seems like you might have paid for quite a bit of that too. If all your life has been one-night stands, man, it seems like you might have paid for a little bit of that, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
To drop down, that when you are married, you really have a stable connection to that other person that other people recognize. There is in law, in society, in culture, and it really does change the relationship. It makes it something more stable. I'm excited for that for your relationship with your beau. So, and I would encourage that for people that has been historically throughout history a way to provide stability when marriage breaks down.
See, that's the difference, Chad. See, y'all say that we all paying for it to be real. Y'all can't put that on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can't put that on everybody, Chad. Now, I get the metaphor, oh, you got a quarter and take her out and shit. Well, listen, Chad, not everybody, you know what I mean, Chad? You know, some people just be a little different, you know what I mean? Shit be a little different and shit, you know. Some people get pies and cakes and, you know, chicken spaghettis and macaroni and cabbages and dressing plates and shit brought to their house. Some of y'all just don't. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all gotta wine and dine. You know, I'm the type to sit back and get a plate brought to me, Chad. I'm the type to sit back and ask for a plate, man. What are you talking about, man? What we got going on over here, man?
Down, we get a lot of other problems.
Okay, so you think sex should always be inside marriage and that it should be ordered towards what?
I think sex is for expressing that kind of love, that I give myself to you and only you for the rest of my life. So not that it should be, that's just what it's for. It's for expressing marital love. Only you, all of me to you, just you, till death do us part. So that's what it's for. And it's ordered when it's put to that way. When it's used in other contexts, like outside of marriage, then things get really,
See, Chad, yeah, yeah, you said you ain't made not one woman come back. Yeah, I don't think I've been dealing with a woman and they ain't tried to come back. I don't think I've ever dealt with a woman that ain't tried to, you know, come back. But I'm going to say this, Chad, though. With me, it's kind of like women can't put their finger on me, Chat. Like when I talk to y'all and I have fun and shit, but like in actual life, Chat, like I'm a mysterious person. Like that's just the life that I live. Y'all know my name is Plug. I came from a different lifestyle. So it wasn't like I was lying to people. It was more of like, shit is not your business. I'm one of those kind of people. Like somebody asked me I'm real quick to say, hey, that ain't in your business. You know what I'm saying? Why are you clocking me? Why do you need to know my movements? Are you trying to set me up? So it really was never any of that, you know, going on, Chat. I'm just going to be honest with you.
really disordered for people. That's why, you know, a lot of casual sex is really awkward later, because you speak with your bodies. Hey, the body is going to, you know, it's written into our being. So the body says what it says, that I fully give myself to you.
I'm in my early 30s, Pepper.
But in casual sex or even relationships, you can walk away anytime you want.
Now, don't get me wrong, chat. Like, if I'm dealing with a woman, I'm going to make sure she's all right now. Like, I'm not like, if some shit happened, you know, like, shit. Like, I'm not going to just be an asshole, you know, and say, fuck you. Like, no, I'm dealing with you. You know what I'm saying? You got a flat tire or something on the road. You need a tire or something, man. Like, I'm there for you. You know, some shit like that. You, have your vehicle go down or something, you can come borrow one of mine. You know what I'm saying? Come grab the car. You'll be all right. Make it to work till you get your shit. Like, I'm not just an asshole.
There's no paperwork to file. There's nothing you have to do. So there's an awkwardness there of you fully gave yourself to someone you're not actually like bonded to in the cultural setting related to that.
But even in marriage, like, there are certain conditions that you think are like morally required when you're having sex with your husband or wife. So what are those?
Yeah, well, I just think that, I mean, I'm certainly against things like marital rape, for example. So like when you say there about like husbands raping their wives, I mean, sorry, Brian, husbands essaying their wives. Yeah, so like when it comes to things like feminism, like I don't use the word feminist to describe myself. There's a lot of baggage with that. But I am not going to say like people who argued under feminism were wrong like about everything. It's kind of like it's like the civil rights movement. Like, I agree with Martin Luther King Jr. that black people should have a right to vote. I just disagree with him about communism. And I think that he was crummy for getting in marital infidelity and that kind of stuff. But like, bad people can be right about some things. So like, yeah, I would say.
And now they trying to say Martin Luther King was a bad person. Is this what I'm hearing right now, chat? They're saying he just said Martin Luther King was a bad person, bro. Like, what, bro? This is the narrative that's changed now. Now this is the new norm. That MLK was a bad person. That's what we're pushing out now. Like, fuck, chat. Y'all, they took Malcolm. They took out that now even MLK. The turn the other cheek, nigga. The nigga that said turn the other cheek, man. What?
Civil rights movement, yeah, we need to, blacks should have the right to vote, should be treated equally in society, but I wouldn't necessarily move all the way towards DEI or weird anti-racism philosophies, things like that. Similar with feminism, I would agree, like, I think it's good if there are laws to say that, well, there was that famous case, the Rideau case. There was a made-for-TV movie made about it back in the 80s, I think, with Linda Hamilton. She was in Terminator. Drawn a blank, that's fine. That was one of the first cases where a husband was put on trial for marital.
And it's the thing, chat. They're over here talking about marital affairs and relationships and shit. How the fuck did the black community come into this, man? How the fuck did civil rights and MLK and shit come into this, man? Y'all see how it doesn't matter. Black folks can literally be minding their own business, doing nothing, and it is just, come on, bro. Like, what?
Rape. And then he was found not guilty. They were married but separated. And then, like, you know, he rapes her, and then he's found not guilty. And in the trial, they're like, well, that's just maybe that's a risk in marriage. And I'm like, that's crazy. So no, I agree that like nobody should be essaying anybody. Where I might disagree is if somebody has like a crazy hypercritical definition of consent, you know, where you like, you know, over define something. But at the base level, nobody should be essaying anybody. And I think that's bad if it happens in marriage, sure. But I think marriage is a protection against that. Because like when you say like, oh.
All right, chat, if y'all want to join the Discord, man, y'all want to load up in the Discord in the voice chat, we can have a debate, a conversation, all of your questions and comments that y'all have had for me this past week. Now is the time. I'm going to put the Discord link on my community tab wall so you can click and join. Just come straight to the voice chat. We'll be in the voice chat. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I'm going to put it on the post tab. Mods, you can put it in the comments. Here, I'll put it in the comments right there. If you screenshot the chat, you'll be able to click it from your pictures. And now I'm finna put it on the post. Hold on. Create post. Boom. All right. There goes the Discord on my post. Boom. All right, chat.
It happens the most in marriage. I mean, there's no way you could back that up with criminal statistics when we look at like the FBI data of who is the victim of SA and who isn't.
You disagree with the statistic that your husband's the man in your life most likely to rape you? Like, you think that's just
I'm talking about the number of SAs. I don't know. I'm just going to keep saying it to help Brian out here. No, you're fine. Okay, fine. Then the number of rapes. At least we're not saying grape. That'd be the worst. No, the number of grapes. I'm saying.
Hey, chat. We need Damn. We need 8 likes away from 400. Let's get a quick 8 likes so we can get the 400 likes. Thank you for 47,100 subscribers. We're also 21 subscribers away from the next sub goal. 21 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to double tap the screen. I see somebody just joined the Discord. That's too strong. All right, chat. I'm in the Discord, man. I am in the Discord, chat.
Saying like we could look up like the number of rapes and see what is the relationship, between the partners. I think in many cases, we're going to have people who are acquaintances, people who know each other, but the minority are going to be people who are in a married relationship versus just being boyfriend, girlfriend, or casual dating or casual. Most of them seem to be like casual hookups and things like that. Like just the numbers when we look at, the relation, we have the suspect and we have the victim, the relationship between suspect and victim. The majority of those are going to be they're not married.
Mm-hmm. Other than like it being consensual, like other forms of like marital sex, you would say are disordered. Like if they're using like contraception or anything like that, or like what else?
Yeah, well, I would say, especially.
All right, Top Cat, what's going on? I see you in here, Top Cat. Can you hear me? Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Which one is it? Mike. Yo. All right, Top Cat, can you hear me? Yo.
Yeah.
All right,
I can hear you.
Okay. What's going on, Top Cat? We in the Discord now, chat. This Top Cat. How you feeling about what we covered tonight, man? We can speak about the assassination attempt. We can speak about whatever. Or anything from this week, because we doing these panels once, twice a week now.
Yeah, I kind of dipped in and out today. I had some kind of bad news pop in a little while ago, so I had to splash out for a minute, but I popped back in. That assassination attempt, man, I've been waiting on it, but it still seems kind of like it's kind of set up because out of all this time in this term, just in the last 2 weeks, he started talking about how dangerous it is for him and that this is a dangerous job and this, and then all of a sudden now this starts happening and it pops up again. It's like kind of seems a little, scripted a little bit, but the world evolves, what I mean? It moves in certain ways. I can't say it's definite or not, so that's just a weird situation. And this guy right now, I'm kind of like right on what just happened. Like, how in the hell you bring Martin Luther King out of y'all debate? Like, there's how many people in history to bring up, and you're gonna find this one guy and say, I don't agree with his infidelity. You didn't pass Bill Clinton, you didn't pass Nixon, you didn't pass all these people to go to Martin Luther King. Like, I'm about tired of that bullshit. For real.
No, most definitely. Leo, what's good, Leo? We in the Discord having a convo right now. Who won that fight, Leo, that Krishan fight? But no, I think that what was weird to me is he immediately spoke about the ballroom and why he needed the ballroom. We know the ballroom is held up right now. Also, they said the guy was black. It's like they actually let a black guy make it all the way in there with a broken down rifle, put the rifle together, shoot Secret Service, and be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't shoot him in the face. They didn't leave him there. They would have stood over him, bro. Like, let's be honest. They let him walk away.
Yeah, perfect fall guy. It's all weird. It's all have its little conspiracy situations going over it. And why is anybody worried about that right now? Like that's what I'm saying. I got a granddaughter that's over there in the Straits right now, bro. Like the last thing I'm thinking about is, thinking that right now disrupting everything would be that we got to run the course no matter what. Like, I'm not happy with everything that's going on, but in a gangbang sense, I'm California. Once we step into it, we into it. We got to see this through. And the dumbest thing we can do right now is disorganizing every single thing and putting people into this position and not following through. I don't think that would be a smart decision right now to knock the head off ourselves and just let everything shoot in the different directions with how the politics are moving right now. We need to come together like in unison, even in opposition, and understand who we are. And that's where I feel like we're losing it now to an assassination attempt while we're in the middle of this situation. That sounds like some third world stuff. It's kind of wild.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. They kept the meeting going on and everything. They say that it's more build up in the Middle East going on. They say Israel's locked and loaded, ready to resume. Peace talks have fell through.
hmm And you know what that's all about. You know what I'm saying? It's just coming down to they stopped for a second so they could do reconnaissance and see what exactly what's going on, see what they're trying to repair, see what's all this stuff is smoke and mirrors, man. They just want to see they're setting up their next game plan. They're trying to tell us that we're halfway out on we didn't use up half of our missiles and half of this. It's gonna take us 4 years to rebuild. I don't think that people, I mean, we look in the history of the United States, do y'all know what this country is capable of? For us to say that it would take us 4 years to build up a stockpile or something. Do y'all know? Have you seen this country when it goes into production? Do y'all know what every single state can accomplish? Do y'all know right now we haven't even, from what they showed us, that we haven't even lost 50 soldiers? Do y'all understand that when we go into hyper active, like basically when we go into hyper mode, what we can do? I see a whole bunch of people that forget who we are. You know what I mean? When it
Correct.
comes to this, I
But
don't want it to come.
it might be quality assurance. It might be a quality assurance thing on that timeline
Yeah.
as well. It might not just be that they couldn't push them out, but maybe they couldn't push them out up to quality assurance standards
Oh yes, you can,
outside of
brother.
that timeline.
I just looked at something that said in Vietnam we had dropped, I think, 200 and I think it was over 1 million tons of bombs in that conflict. Like it's ridiculous what we can do. You know what I mean? And then our quality control is going to be better than most. We haven't, I mean, than probably anyone in the world. That's what I'm saying. It comes down to it. Everybody wants to say it like we're not doing it. Like, oh, are y'all looking at our track teams? Are y'all looking at how many things we put out in every single state? If we get pushed to a point of having it where we're actually feeling like we have to produce something, it's going to happen just like World War II. And you're going to see all these factions and stuff change. Remember when you was talking about it, Plug, you was saying how he was pushing the Maritimes, the buildings and warehouses on the West Coast, how he was going to open up that stuff and start having a whole bunch of shipbuilding facilities and all that.
Correct.
You remember when you were speaking to me? Now
Correct.
that was part of all this. That was part of all this. All this, well, for me, this is just my opinion. You know what I mean? I see how he's worked all this. He needed to get rid of some points of stockpiles. He needed to do all this to ensure that the new things go through, the new technology, the new situations. It's hard for you to go and get a new car when you got 50 cars sitting in the back. You have to do something with those cars so you can put some new cars there. And that's what I see how he's doing it. He said every single thing that he was going to do, and he's doing it, and he's showing you like, okay, this is the second part of the plan. Now, if everybody can't see this, I don't know how I can say I'm finna build ships and build and press our military power, and then
But this
we
is the
go into
thing. So this is what I truly believe is going on. I agree with what you're saying, but I think it's gonna just look different. If you look into the paperwork, like the actual spending bill, it's like they want 54 billion for drones. So yes, they do want to modernize our military, and it probably will take 4 years to get those certain type of missiles that we were letting off together. But in the interim term, they can supplement it with the drones. And to further push that point, it's like that's what Trump's sons are invested in. They got $54 billion worth of contracts coming down to make the drone. So I believe it is coming. They are going no Diddy. They are gonna modernize the military, especially with the ships. We still gotta speak about the Trump class. He rolled out the Trump class of ships, 54 billion for drones. So yeah, I
Yeah,
can see it happening.
yeah. But I see it moving like all congruent. They all are moving together, like how that's moving. So we look at all these different people that are involved with different parts of military investment. Like so, you go to the Bushes, you see that Trump is dealing with the drones. Now you find out who's dealing with the missiles. Find out, and you'll see that all that's finna push at one time. Just like those ships, those drones are going to be on those ships. They're going to be on
Because we
all these
see
different
that
things.
modern warfare
Mhm.
is drones are pretty much the most, they're taking the cake when it comes to modern warfare as of right now. Their majority of what's going on when we look at Russia, Ukraine, the drone narrative has taken the cake. When we're talking about Iran and what we have going on now, the drones are a problem. They're low cost in comparison to these other things. And even with the dummy drones, the actual attack drones, they can put a damn hole in the side of a hotel, for under 50,000, under 5,000 if they really want to. So I do believe that is a good initiative. We do need the 54 billion in drone warfare, and I think it's just getting ready to shape up. They do have to deplete some of those stockpiles, but I don't know. I wonder who's gonna get these contracts outside of Trump and his family.
Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. So earlier today, I seen that they're pressing a new fighter, the new fighter that they're developing. They pressed it forth, and they're trying to, I think they want 227 of them, and I think they're going at probably at five to, they're millions and millions of dollars for each fighter, and they want 227 of them. But before this happened, we had to see that the fighters that we had already are capable of being shot down. You see what I'm saying? Like everything is moving in an implemented position. It's never something that's just like out of place. So now we're seeing our best fighters getting shot down. Now we implement 227 of the newest fighters coming in. Is all this put together? It's like everything seems completely perfectly set, just like what happened today.
But we got
Okay,
to go back
a
to
week.
what the Green Beret said. What did the Green Beret say that blew up the Tesla? That blew up the Tesla in front of the Trump factory. And we're getting alien disclosure, I believe, as of today. So are they? Is it smoke and mirrors again when it comes to that new class of fighter jets? When he pretty much put it in his manifesto about the propulsion systems, the zero gravity tech. He said China has it, United States has it. It's pretty much an open secret at this point, and that's what's gonna start World War III. So how do you feel
Yeah.
that plays into it? Do you think that the fighter jets are just smoke and mirrors?
Well, no, I think that there's going to be a tactical, like there's a tactical sense to all this. So no matter what the next point or the next new wave of technology that's coming, there's still a tactical point. Like there's one thing that you can't beat, and they're acting like we're beating it, but that's why we're in the conflict that we're in right now. You can't beat dirt. You can't beat water. You get what I'm saying? So no matter how we're hovering about it, or our propulsion systems, once they came out with black matter, and then once they started dealing with those rail guns, we knew that the technology of different types of propulsion were around. So this many years they've been dealing with it, but that propulsion still doesn't beat dirt. So there's still going to be a tactical advantage that needs to be there, and that's where the drones come in. Surveillance is the most important thing out of everything when it comes to warfare. If I know if I'm ahead of you by 5 or 6 moves, then I can use basically old weaponry. I can use different tactics to actually win, even if you have the technology. And that's what we see Iran doing. It's not the point that they have the highest technology. They're just 2 or 3 moves ahead of us. And so they always are in a survival mode. And that's why I'm saying in the US, we haven't been put in a survival mode on home turf in almost any situation. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. If it came to a point of us having to create new technology, do different things, push for it on surveillance or for defending the home ground, nobody even can understand what the United States is truly capable of. We're capable of doing, each one of these states is capable of defending itself as well as Ukraine is right now. Each state in the United States. So what would we do in mass? Right now we're kind of split, just like this gangbang stuff, donkeys and elephants, we're kind of split. But if we ever had to come together, we have shown what we could do, and especially when it comes to the point of us being able to sacrifice mass life. So the world still understands that their biggest point of crippling us is going to be economic. They just there's no reason for anybody to think that they're going to invade or come over here or take over the United States. They have to make us crumble from the inside. So that's why I see the economics are pushing way more in the situation. And I see Trump kind of, like I said, he ain't my favorite person in the world, but everything that he said he's going to do, I see his movements when it comes to internationally dealing with these different countries are to press the things that he put in play that everybody would just look, oh, he just wants maritime. Now we're locking down all these straits and we're using up ammo and we're doing all that. He told us that he was building these factories. So he's ready to build more ships, and he has to show that these other ships are not the ships that we want. We're going to be America. We're going to have the best. We're going to have the most stealth. We're going to do this. So you put these to the test. We see where our weaknesses is, and now we step it up. Now we're ready to manufacture. And I live out here where all these aircraft places is, man. I look and I see the people. There's millions of people that are living in these cities. They think that they can't put together no missiles that we've been having since the early 90s. Our quality control is not like that. When these are the aircraft, this is Boeing. This is all these different places out here got huge factories to produce this stuff. And then all these logistic places that can be turned into factories. I don't think they want to press the United States into a production situation when it comes to just bullet for bullet. It's going to be real hard to beat us.
Okay. Okay. Chat, y'all can join the if y'all want to join the conversation, the Discord is on the community tab wall. I'll drop it again right there in the chat. That's how you can join this conversation. I had a few other things that I wanted to speak about, especially regarding that. I do understand what you're saying, and I do believe it. I can see what Trump's doing, pushing all of the business, all of the initiative, but at the same time, it's kind of like, do you believe he's going to be willing to pass the torch, pass this on? Because these things won't be, the timeline is the timeline. Like 2028, it's going to be elections. So a lot of these initiatives, I think, maybe end up like the border wall, like incomplete, unfinished.
Yeah, they have to. Basically, if I lay the groundwork of something that you have to pick up, then that's the situation. Just like what old girl said earlier, that pissed me the hell off. Like I wish I could reach through the screen and snatch her damn lips off. Talking about the founding fathers and the other ones that are before us. That's what me and you debate this a whole bunch. Some of these people, a lot of the people in the United States, for somebody to talk about an elite class and don't talk about the ones that were suffering or the ones that didn't have anything, or even when things were cheaper and it's better, it's not considering the whole. They're not eating the whole role in that situation because everybody wasn't in the same situation. So when it comes to when you lay a foundation down, it doesn't have to be perfect in the beginning, but you have something that you lay down that
Steve,
it's
your mic got some feedback, Steve. Go ahead, Top Cut.
So it's consequential, is what I'm saying. So what he's laying down right now, when it comes to the Marital situation, when it comes to the conflicts we in, even though I don't think none of it's completely necessary. I think it could have been more diplomatic in a whole bunch of different ways. But the way that he's laying it down, he's laying the groundwork that even if the next president has to pick this up, he's going to have a framework that is still more advanced than what we might have saw out of some different candidates when it comes to the military point of things. You know, he is willing, even if it's his own benefit, at least he's willing to spend money in a point of defense in that manner. And I have to say, I'm not a Trump fan, but when it comes down to it, he has made all these countries show their card. They all have had to pick a side. And we're finding out that everybody that says they really roll with us, they really don't roll with us. Period.
Okay.
Can I say something on this?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I'm finna go grab my food. Go ahead, see.
All right. What's up, Talk Cat? First, I want to say what's up to you, bro. You doing good, man?
Well, I'm having a hell of a night, man. I lost a family member tonight, man.
Oh, sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
man. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, cool. I'm in here talking with my man, trying to keep my mind off of stuff. So go ahead, Steve. I'm all ears, bro.
Yeah, I lost my buddy's dad died recently. He was 97, and he was like, when I was in college, he was like there for us all the time. He was like, looked out for all of us. So my heart goes out to you and your family and friends, dude. But on that note, let me transition real quick. So I'm going to push back on what you said. Like, number one, Trump doesn't have a plan. All right, Trump never came in and Trump said this. Trump said on the first day, I'm going to end the Ukraine war. Didn't happen. He's abandoned that. Trump said, I'm not going to start any new wars. He started 4. Trump says, I'm going to lower your prices on the first day. Didn't happen. Trump said, lower gas prices on the first day. Didn't happen. Trump never said, I'm going to come in and build new ships. Trump doesn't know how to build ships. There's no plan on building American ships. Trump has depleted in 87 days, they've depleted more of our Tomahawk missiles than in the entire Iraq war, which was 11 years. Let that sink in, bro. We are so behind on our ammunition. If we nationalize the entire country like FDR did in World War II, it would take us 5 years to get restocked. That's how far behind we are. He has depleted it. And the only thing he's doing is he's helping Netanyahu, but you know he's really helping? He's helping Putin because Putin was concerned that the U.S. was a threat, and we're not. He has defanged the United States in a war that was not even necessary, all right? Trump wrote a book called The Art of War. Have you ever read it?
The Art of the Deal?
No, I haven't read it.
You should. It's a joke. It's a joke. Like Caroline Levitt tried to say, "Oh my God, look, Trump's right out of his book." Okay, I read the book. I read it twice.
Hold on, Steve.
And there's
the book was called The Art of the Deal, not The Art of
the
War.
art. I'm sorry, The Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal, and he had a ghostwriter on it. Number one. Number two, there's one chapter in it which is interesting. The only thing that Trump's that should pay attention to. It has to do with the USFL. Donald Trump was the owner of the USFL, and he fucked them. And the reason he fucked them is because the NFL made him a deal on the backside. They said, get rid of the USFL, and we're going to prop you up. We might let you in the league a little bit later. And so he screwed the USFL, and the league went under. And then after that, and you know what they did to him? They laughed in his face, and they kicked him out the door afterwards.
Well, I would say there's more to pay attention to in that book than just that, because Trump, it also gives some insight into like his psyche. Like when people ask like, how could he pick J.D. Vance as a never Trumper to be his VP? I mean, it's kind of in the book. He said he doesn't care if y'all have gotten into it. He can let bygones be bygones to, get a deal done. So though I read that book as well, and I did read it twice as well. So I wouldn't just say that that's the only thing. There's a lot of things you can get.
Let me finish my point on this, and then I'll talk about that. On this point, that's what he did to Ukraine with Russia. He made a deal to kick them down the road in favor for Russia. And this is the problem with Donald Trump. In his book, his own book on and again, he didn't think about this, but when he wrote that book, he kind of outlaid himself a lot. And this is his nature. He will snake the team over for a deal with another team that's not even connected to us. And this is what he's doing. He's doing with Israel. He's doing this with Russia. So these are the concerns with Trump. As far as JD Vance go, Trump is about money. JD Vance is owned by a guy named Peter Thiel. He bought and paid him. Look up JD Vance's whole career. You know what it was? It was he tried to run for Senate. He failed. First job, period, out the gate. First job out the gate. He fails that job, and then what happens? Peter Thiel comes along and says, "Hey, we have this little thing that we're doing here, and we have this idea for these cities and this stuff and taking over AI, and we need a guy on the top." And JD Vance, Peter Thiel helped him out for a campaign for the Senate, and then he got from Senate for 2 years, and then the vice president.
Yeah,
Dude, that's a plan.
Yeah, your timeline is a little off, but we know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been 4 years, but he's still a plant. He's a plant, and he has one purpose,
Yeah,
and that is
he
to help
came out of
these
law
roads.
school. He came out of law school. That's
Yeah.
where he met the guy. He ended up going to work for one of his friends at a biotech company. Ended up leaving the biotech company, going to work for Peter Thiel. Ended up
Yep.
leaving Peter Thiel and starting his own venture capitalist firm. And that's when he ran for, Senate. And that's when he, So that's all I was saying. You were generally right, but it was just
right. But the bottom line is this: the guy has a purpose. Okay, he's a slick talker. All right, he can talk a good game, no doubt about that. I thought he did really good in the debate against Waltz. But the thing is, Peter Thiel. I mean, Vance is bought. Vance is owned. Vance is owned by these tech bros. And remember, the tech bros were the ones who were pushing Donald Trump to do the Greenland deal. That's a guy named Ronald Lauder. Look it up. And this is all they want these little individual cities that'll have no regulation and that they run themselves. And this is what Peter Thiel has been talking about for a decade. So it's very dangerous.
I got a little bit of pushback on what I was speaking on before. Not that everything you're saying it can be 100% true. But what I've been looking at in all these situations, just like what he was saying, he's going to build these factories on the West Coast. So that's from all the way from San Diego up. He's wants to put these same factories that used to produce all these big ships and all this maritime power over here. He wants to put them back in action. He's pushing these areas out here, before any of this conflict actually happened. He had put this kind of in his charter with what did they call that plug? The something you were saying it was named, like where he's taking over the Western Hemisphere.
Don't say the Donroe Doctrine. The Donroe Doctrine is that's what he's calling it. He's calling the Donroe Doctrine, like Donald after the Monroe Doctrine. But read the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine is not what Donald Trump is doing. But go ahead.
Right, but what we're saying is you don't have to read the Monroe Doctrine because Trump put out his own initiatives. He put out what we're here calling the Monroe Doctrine 2.0, Donroe Doctrine. I mean, it's his own initiatives. The objectives are a little bit different. What he says is modernized. So when you say it has nothing to do with the Monroe Doctrine, I mean, okay, cool. It's kind of his own take to it.
Exactly. He kind of usurped the situation so that you would have a platform. So he gave himself a grid, but he changed everything in every single square. What I'm saying is each square that he's talking about, each point of that, I see how every move that he's making is actually enhancing those situations. That's basically what I'm saying. So right now we see a reason for those factories to be put in. Right now we see a reason for us to invest in these airships and these fighter jets. We see a reason for us to invest into these these drones. Even though we are, drones fly over my head every single day. Quiet ones, loud ones, all kinds of stuff. I live right next to, March Air Force Base. So I see that we had technology. I see it as stockpiles. And I don't completely think that we are giving up our amount of stockpiles to the public. I don't think we truly are going to say how many bombs we have or how many whatever we have. I don't think that it's truly going to be said. So I think that we're sitting better than what it looks like, period, because that would just be, we're too smart to actually even release those type of things to the public. We're going to let them know what they want to know, just like nobody knows how much gold is in Fort Knox. But when it comes to the point of it saying that out of 360 million people, it would take us 4 years to build up some missiles, Well, why did that not happen in World War II? Why did that
Well,
not happen in
I told you.
Vietnam?
No, I told you there's an exact reason why it happened in World War II. Dude, go take a look at it. In World War II, everything stopped. Ford started making tanks. The U.S. economy came to a halt. Okay, a
No, it
complete
didn't
halt.
it didn't come to a halt. It actually brought us out the depression. It
No, listen to
actually
me.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You from out here, Steve. You know what the hell
Yeah.
happened in Portugal and all
So,
those
so
places. They pulled everybody from LA, Orange County, people that didn't have jobs, didn't have way, even working, wives that were at living home wives, all put them little red scarves on their head. That's what they mantra was, the red scarf and those jeans on, and went down there and started making bullets. They started making B-2 airplanes, they started making all this stuff, and it actually pressed the economy. All the welders and stuff went back into it. So that's what I'm saying. I've seen a basic military industrial revolution in the United States, and it was so powerful that it shook the whole world, the whole Pacific and Europe. So I don't think that we're weaker now. Is all I'm saying. I don't think that it's something we can't do now. I do have that
so
much faith in the neighbors.
let me
Go
explain
ahead,
something. Yeah, yeah. When the do you remember when the now you don't remember obviously, but if you drive down a certain street in LA, there's a donut shop there. I forget it was a well-known donut factory, and on the front it says a date 1936. In 1936, what happened was in California, the Olympics were going to come out there, and it's during the Great Depression. So California the government put a lot of money in California to get people working to build LA out for the Olympics. And that's
They're
why
doing it
people
now.
flocked to
They're
California for
doing it
that.
now.
Yeah, so
They're doing it
that
right
was,
now.
but hang on, that was the first wave, okay? But let me explain. When World War II happened, the U.S. economy stopped and everything shifted. Like Sears or Ford, for example, Ford started to make tanks, and Sears and Roebuck started to make uniforms. Nothing was like this is when they're having all this collecting stuff, and and you're collecting your tires and stuff. There's tons of old timey videos about this stuff. The American
Exactly.
civilian economy came to an end, and a war economy developed for the next 4 years. And we didn't make pants anymore. We didn't make shirts anymore. We didn't make cars anymore. We only made weapons. This is what I'm
That's
saying. Look it
true.
up. We're never doing that again.
I don't see it as bad. I don't see that as bad. I see that as
It's
something
horrible.
when no, I'm not talking about what the reason that caused it. But like I keep telling you, everybody don't look like me. I've been black for a long time. So different people. My grandfather was out here welding. He fought in both those wars. There was people that got brought into different situations, and they got skilled laborers. They learned skills, and they did stuff that right now is sad to say, but half the problems that people are having right now would be answered if those type of situations came back.
Okay,
A whole bunch of different
1 second, Top Cat. 1 second, Steve. We got the chat in here. Chat, everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're gonna let the chat do a live debate question. We got Top Cat in here, we got Steve in here, man. So chat, ask a relevant question to the conversation and we'll let them two debate it. Go ahead, Steve. I just wanted to get the chat involved.
Thank you. Talkcat, first off, man, I like talking to you, my brother. I just want to give you your props. But on that note, this is because I understand we were attacked at Pearl Harbor. Okay, that's the real war. We're on the defensive. We're responding to this. There's no war with Iran. This is a fake war. All right. So we're using our ammunition because and a report came in that Netanyahu, for the first time ever, a foreign prime minister went into the war room of our government. That's never happened before, and he told Donald Trump what he was going to do, and that's what just happened. And he didn't listen to any of our advisors who were saying, "Sir, this is a horrible idea." He did what Netanyahu told him to do. Because the truth is, Netanyahu has no problem with American lives being lost. All right, and this is where we're standing right now. This is not a real war. And if this will be over on January 2028.
Correct. Okay,
Or
let me get in there.
2029.
Let me get in there. Savage says, "Isn't the wartime economy being used to get the U.S. out of debt?" In my opinion, Savage, yes. I mean, they said it helped to get us out of debt before, out of the Great Depression. Another thing is too that through this war and the War Powers Act, we also seen Trump lift the federal protections on all of those lands, open up all of those lands to logging and for pillaging with the minerals. So another thing is we have a coming up on $50 trillion. We just gonna say it, fuck it, it's 40 whatever right now, 40 trillion. It's about to be $50 trillion debt. Now that the federal protections are lifted on those lands, they can probably tap into those resources, which are $150 trillion worth of resources. Go ahead, Steve. I was responding
You
to
know,
chat.
we can never get these trees back. Like we lost the redwood forest already, and that's why we have these national reserves to keep this. We can get all the lumber we need, from Canada, who was our greatest ally, and Trump just turned them against us. So no, the world's not changing. It's not like we recognize who is our enemy and who is our foes. It's not that. They all realize that Trump is an irrational actor. He is not acting in the. Remember, we were the leader of NATO team. We were leader team NATO. Now we're cucking for Putin, and we've left the team. So this isn't going to last. I'm telling you right now, this doesn't last past Trump. And this wave that's happening right now is going to take him out in the midterms. But if they lose the House and the Senate, Trump's going to get impeached. He won't get removed, but Trump's going to get impeached. He'll have 3 impeachments. But understand, all this changes in 2028.
Yes, I do believe that. But I'm saying right now, if we look at it and we go through history, right before Vietnam, what did you have? You had civil rights struggle going on right in the middle of it. We had the Depression going on right in the middle of the other world. I guarantee you, look at Korea and any other conflicts we had that going on. Even when CIA was doing all this business down in South America, that was when the war on drugs and they started putting the lean on what they would call gangbangers or whatever, the mid 80s to the 90s, like late 90s. So there was always a internal conflict in the United States before you seen some of these irrational things. Just like we're talking about this right now. Well, we don't know how much they did in the CIA did in South America and all these other countries in between these times. So, I mean, I think we've used stockpiles of bullets and missiles and different stuff a whole bunch of times, and the regular public doesn't know it. I know how these people be working, so it's just a different point when we're looking at going into a mass conflict, a war, and then we look at our economy, and those only in one of those when we actually got threatened, and that's what I started this with. I said we are not, we haven't been threatened on our homeland. So it only takes, we haven't had a reason to respond like we're seeing other countries respond.
This is what I'm gonna say to that. I see Bando says impeached. Okay, Kamala, I believe he was speaking to Steve. Bando, I do believe that they're gonna try to impeach Trump. I mean, Al Green's been talking about it. They've already tried it twice before. When was the first one? I know the second one was after January 6th.
Yeah.
I believe, the first one, as they say, was in December 18, 2019. So we see a lot of this shit going on. They're going to try to impeach Trump. I don't think he's removed from office either, but for shit sure, the Democrats are going to try to impeach Trump. They're already talking about trying to impeach Hegseth.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the first impeachment was over he withheld funding from Ukraine.
The money.
Congress passed that.
Yeah.
It was good to go. And Donald Trump was working with Vladimir Putin, and he withheld it. So that was the first impeachment. He should have been impeached for that. Hey, Lady Bones, how are you doing? I want to hear from you.
Hey.
It was whose money was he withholding?
Ukraine.
Congress. To
No,
Ukraine.
so we were giving money to Ukraine, right?
Hold on, y'all. I need the floor. I need the floor because this is the shit I be talking about. Hold on. Bill comes in and said, if this is a pro-Trump channel, I will subscribe. Bill, I'm going to tell you this. I don't care if you far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, or alien NPC. You have an opinion over here. You can talk about it in the chat. You can join the Discord, get in this conversation. If you are looking for somebody that's gonna sit in here and kiss Trump ass all day, that's not the fucking place. If you looking for somebody that's gonna kiss some Democrat ass out, this is not the place. I'm gonna say fuck all of them, honestly. That's just me though. Don't let me push my opinions on the rest of the chat and the rest of the panel. But I'm just saying, if this is what you're looking for, you might well swipe up, my boy. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the Ukraine thing, that was that quid pro quo. It was a conversation where he was like, hey, can you look into this whole Burisma thing? Like, I'm sure you could give me some information and maybe I'll give you some money, even though it had already been appropriated. That's what that
Right.
was about. I just wanted to say the whole thing that we're forgetting about, like when you said about that other football league, you didn't touch on the fact that the whole reason why he even bought that team and that whole thing just went down because of his ego, because
Yep.
he wanted an NFL team so bad and they would not even let him buy into the NFL, and he was so pissed off. And so he went and did that whole friggin' thing just because of that, just because of his ego. Like that's the biggest driving factor with this guy is ego, and that's the reason why he wants all the money. It's because it suits the ego. It's all about ego.
It gets
I get it.
personal though. Like, I'm like, what is happening? Like right now, his life and his decisions are affecting a lot of people, and that's like not a big enough understanding for somebody that I know is putting on a facade in my face. I will never see this man sleep in the bed. I don't know how he puts on his shoes. I don't know none of that. So what I have to judge him off of is what I'm seeing happen. And everything that I heard him say, he's tried to accomplish it, or he's
Oh,
pressing for it to happen. Is what I'm saying.
so I
Bad
want
stuff.
to.
Listen to what I'm saying. Bad stuff and good stuff. Whatever he pushed for, people will be like, "Well, it didn't happen." It ain't like his ass didn't try to fucking throw a foot at it. He tried to make it happen. That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
there is. That's what he does.
I'll push back. I'm going to ask you about a couple of those things.
Okay, before you ask him,
But
I'm gonna say this. They asked me. I'm gonna say this. When it comes to Trump morally, it is what it is. Like Trump, we know what kind of person he is. He's already elected. This is supposed to be his last term. So just putting that out there. It's like shit. I'm looking at this situation. Let me speak for myself as what's going on, what's about to go on. Like shit, we know it. The guy's covering up the Epstein files. The guy said some wild shit about grabbing people hey, we know what kind of man this is, man. That's just me though. Go back. You have the floor though, Ms. Vaughns. I believe you was asking Top Cat a question.
well, okay. I just wanted to touch on one other thing that you guys were saying. Like I was gonna say, Top Cat, we can't just like switch over to that sort of war economy or war industry because everything is a lot different. Like we have a lot more modern technology. A lot of your war munitions, like all of your war stuff, a lot of it has been outsourced. Like it's not like you guys are making all of your stuff yourself anymore, and you can't just flip a switch and have the whole country go into like modern warfare building. And
I don't understand
somebody in
how
the
you can say that though. You really can't
Let
say
her
that.
finish.
I mean,
Let's
no,
let her finish
it's
out. I want to hear the
your
rest
ass,
of it, and
and
then you
I'm
can respond, bro.
talking.
Wait,
I
I
stopped it for a reason. I
But
stopped
then
it
you do
for a
this all the
reason.
time. Hang on, because you do this to me all the
Hold
time, and I
up,
never get to my topic.
Steve. I got it. I'm the
Hear
moderator, Steve.
point.
I got it.
All right.
Go ahead. I'll step in when it get out of control. I got it. Go ahead.
I just wanted to also say, because I was just listening for a bit there, so I just wanted to say this stuff before I forget, and then you can totally argue back. But somebody else in the chat was saying about how you guys don't need to import lumber at all, and I wanted to, and that you guys have endless trees or whatever. I just wanted to mention that you really do need to import lumber because you guys don't have lumber, which is what you need. So
We should just go to
argue.
California and cut those down.
All right. Is it
Hello.
okay for me
Nice to
to
have you
tell?
here.
Let me know.
Go,
Let
Top
me
Cat.
know when I. Let me know. Okay. And I'm sorry if you said I do that to you all the time.
Yes, all good,
You
bro.
know
I'm
what?
kind of used to it, bro.
See,
It's
Top
all
Cat,
good.
the only thing
My
about
boy.
you cutting people off is, Top Cat, your mic muffles. So it's like when other people cut people off, it's kind of smooth transition. But when you're cut off or you cut somebody off, it just muddies the whole convo for some reason. Your mic is the only one that does that ever. Go ahead.
Top Cat, tell me, hit me up in the chat. I'll help you fix that. I think I know what it might be.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hear me then. Okay, well, all I'm saying is when it comes to military might in the United States, I don't know how many places you've been. Maybe where I go is just always like that. But we have military deep in every single state. to say that we can't go military and that's what pushes like half this country is the military. No, we can do some stuff, and it's hard for me to hear that when I'm sitting next to the base. I'm right here by Camp Pendleton. There's another base in Los Angeles. There's
But we're
another base
talking
in
about
San
building
Francisco.
up. We're talking about a different thing, though.
No, I'm talking about these are the places that produce the things that you just said.
Can I
I
say
don't.
one
There's
thing on
no
that,
way
Top
that we
Cat?
can go. Yes.
Okay, so Top Cat, this is I hear what you're saying, and again, my uncle worked for Boeing. I know everything you're talking about. I know about military stuff. Let me give you a prime example, okay? There's a certain chip that we need for smart bombs and that we need for like Tomahawk missiles and that stuff, okay? And for drones, okay? We don't make those chips. Period. They're only made in Taiwan. And we don't mine enough of the material. We have to mine it and process it. That comes from China, goes to Taiwan, they make the chips for us. So we're nowhere near being ready to make those chips.
And what I'm gonna
And that
say to that point is that I believe that that's been accounted for. I believe that they have an alternative. I believe that AI's probably gotten to a point to where they have a viable alternative. That's just my take on it. I don't think that they pulled the trigger on something this big without a viable alternative. I don't think there's $500 billion going into certain initiatives without an alternative. Go ahead though. That's my take.
And now you're getting warm. No, they don't. And you're absolutely right. They don't have a take for it. Trump is doing these things at the whim of the billionaires. All right. And they all have their own individual agendas. But there's no group agenda because he's not a leader. He just takes money and they fluff his ego up and he does whatever they want him to do. But you can look this up. The chips that we need are only produced in Taiwan. And if we started building them here in the United States right now, it would take us 5 years to get into production. And just look it up. That's just that one thing. As far as ships go, we stopped building ships. If to start up brand new ship production in California,
That's
that
what
has to pass.
that's what we're saying.
Has to
It's
pass through the
5 years outside of a wartime economy. Regular
but
schedule
even
program. Hold on. Regular schedule program, regular schedule, red and yellow tapes and shit. Yeah, it probably takes 4 or 5 years. But we have to realize Trump took he put an executive order down for AI, and we just enacted the War Powers Act for grid infrastructure on top of LNG and oil. The timeline can be accelerated. We're dealing with acceleration, and so I'm not saying you're wrong, but I do agree with Top Cat as well. If they really put the pedal to the fucking metal, it can be done.
But they need parts and stuff from other countries. Other countries build the parts that you guys need in the
What I keep
manufacturing
saying,
process.
man. Even Steve, he's saying it, but every time you said, look it up, look it up. Look it up means nothing. There's nothing in your face that you ain't seeing behind your back. So whatever you think that anybody else has, you really think that the United States don't have it, even if they're telling you they
Yes,
look like we don't
but
have.
we're
You
talking
really
about
think
I'm
we don't?
talking about like
Top Cat. No.
machines and presses and
What are you talking
the
about?
parts to put together factories.
Yeah.
Y'all are
it-
wild.
Okay,
United-
one moment.
United-
We got to keep some decorum because, like I said, the mic is getting muddy. Now we have a new
Yeah.
guest in here. We have Sir Bob and we have Alpha Specs. So I'm gonna let Sir Bob, his mic's unmuted. I'm gonna let Sir Bob make a statement, and then we'll let Alpha follow up, and then we'll open the panel back up so they can get involved.
All right. So I have some experience inside the field of manufacturing. After all, I am a aerospace engineer.
Well, there we go.
currently do not have any kind of really valuable way to make chips that we need, the superconductors and semiconductors. And if we do, we don't have the valuable materials or metals to actually make any of this stuff. Even then, we are like modern day Spain from like way back in the 1500s. We only import, we rarely ever export. And everything that we have made are really just made in other countries. We really don't make and or engineer anything. Because like everything that we engineer, we don't really engineer inside of America. We talk to Chinese firms in the company I work for. As an engineer, I really only, let's say, look over projects. I rarely ever get to actually design anything other than just design a manuscript of how something should be designed. Other than that, it's teams in Beijing, China that actually design anything.
Okay, appreciate that, Sir Bob. Alpha, you want to follow up on anything before we open the panel back up?
Yeah, just talking about like US lumber imports and exports. I was actually the person in chat who was mentioning how we have unlimited lumber. I just wanted to make the point that the United States is actually the #1 world producer for lumber globally, right? And we produce more than any other country on the planet. So, despite that, we actually have really high imports on lumber. There's really no reason for us to be. I mean, I believe it's by quantity, it's somewhere upwards to 290 million cubic meters of wood that we produce annually. So I think, I think that's something that we should consider when it comes to stuff like exports from Canada, at least in that point.
Okay. I'm gonna open the floor back up to anybody who wants to push back on either Sir Bob or Alpha's point.
Can I say one thing on that? It says right here, Canada is generally considered the world's top exporter of lumber.
He just
That
said
too.
that
I
though.
figured.
He just said that though. He said we generally don't export it, but we're the
I
law
said
we
we're the
have it.
producer.
Right.
We get our lumber from where are they gonna get the lumber from? There's two kind of lumbers. There's the lumber like down in Texas, and then this lumber like the redwoods. That the small lumber and the large lumber. We have a very limited amount of the tall redwood lumber left and pine lumber left in the United States. It's almost all depleted. So where you tell me the areas that you're thinking that this mass amount of lumber is can be produced.
Shit, it's sawmills everywhere where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
I
You
would
don't
I
have
would
the
say
right
like
lumber and not the
like
right oil,
I would say
right?
from like personal experience, I actually am like a Georgia guy. I pretty much I've lived in this state. I was born in the state, been here my whole life. A couple of my friends actually that I went to school with years and years ago, their dad runs his own sawmill, and it's one of the old fashioned ones. He's got an old Chevy engine hooked up to that thing. And I went out there and we cut rough cut lumber for years, just building pallets for local construction companies. Believe me, there's lumber to be had everywhere there that you can
That's not
go in the United States.
the
And
construction
particularly in the
needed.
South, there's trees everywhere. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, lady. Bones.
I was just gonna say, like, that's amazing, but that's like a very small quantity compared to what you guys need for, like, it's construction that needs the
Right. No,
softwood
it's just an
lumber, which is
example.
what we have.
Yeah, no, I mean, we
But
have huge facilities all over the country, right? I mean, we have,
okay, so
again,
wait,
just by
why don't you
world
guys?
production, we are the #1 global producer of lumber, period, across all nations. Up to 300 million cubic meters of wood annually we produce. Okay, so we could just cut off all imports, period, and be totally fine
So
forever.
why?
And
So
we can,
why
not to
aren't they?
mention agricultural science developments as well, where we can do regrowth, we can do reseeding, we can do, deforesting, and we can actually get a hold of all these forest
How,
fires where our
do you know
states
how
are
long
burned
it
to the
takes
ground
to
because we don't
grow?
manage our forests. I mean, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, all those things you guys should
Thank you.
definitely be doing, of course, but how long do they take to grow? It's like a 20-year project, right?
So wood,
You
wood
need
is actually
softwood
a
lumber
renewable
now.
resource. Wood is actually a renewable resource, right? So it's not
Okay,
something
I
like
live in British
concrete, right?
Columbia. I I'm with you. I said, but it takes time to grow trees. Like we do that here, right? We do a lot of tree planting here, but like it takes time to grow the trees.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, dude. Like you're talking like panels and like
It could
pallets
just
and
grow
that kind of
hemp,
stuff.
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, even
hemp
with that
grows
certain
fast.
Yeah, I
kind of
think we
home
have
construction.
something. I think we have something like 250 billion trees in the United States right now. So just to make that
But
like
not all trees are the same.
perfectly clear,
Yeah, there's different kind
we
of lumber.
actually mostly export all of our redwood for the most part because of its value.
I'm pretty
So
sure that we have a moratorium on taking because we're running out of redwood for like redwoods take about 1,000 to 2,000 years to regrow. They're not like you just can't produce them over a 20 or 30-year period. So we're definitely, I'm pretty sure California doesn't want any more redwoods being cut down.
I would say that if
And
we're in some kind of jeopardy with the #1 leading world producer in lumber with 300 billion trees, then every country in the planet is in worse jeopardy than we are.
no, Canada has higher quality lumber than the United States does. Again,
And
if you're
that's
making
what this is what I'm
pallets,
saying though.
that's
This is
great.
what I'm saying though. So what? Canada has more lumber. So what?
Wait, so that there's different kind of lumber. The kind you need for building different structures. Like some are good for pallets and making tables and that stuff. Some is good for making buildings and that kind of stuff. So
But
you
you
need
act like
different
what I'm
types of
saying is
lumber.
you act like Canada's the only show in town. Canada
It's
can't
it's right next to us. It's
exactly,
the best,
but
the cheapest, and the closest way we can get.
it is what it is, man.
It
It's
would be
kind of
better if we
expensive
just
to move
relied on our
lumber,
own resources.
and
Well, we have plenty of
you guys
resources
don't have
in
everything.
most regards. We
All
don't
that
have
stuff in
everything.
Canada
Absolutely
is
not.
frozen
I'm
as
not saying
hell.
we have
What?
everything. But I'm saying we don't need to import lumber. That's what I'm saying. But there are a
Can I
lot
give
of
you
things
another
we don't need to
example?
import.
Can I give you another
Okay.
Hey,
example?
we do have everything. I don't believe none of that. That's what I'm saying. Everything that was being said,
You need the
I heard
lumber,
you
you
say-
need the
you just
minerals,
said
Let Top
you
Cat
need the crude
finish.
oil.
Let Top Cat
I
finish.
had I had something to say like on that point. I'm more on that end. But Sir Bob, I was thinking about what he said. Like, and you gave it. He gave his title. I forgot what it was, but through all that, everything you were saying, it kind of pissed me off because I was like, "Ain't you the motherfucker that's supposed to be making these chips then?" And you up here talking about what's imported? Make the damn
Yeah.
chip.
You talking the Aerosmith guy? The Aerosmith guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to explain to you how the system runs. Like it's a set system. It's been that way for
But
No,
quite
correct.
some time.
see,
But this is what I'm gonna say. Didn't we secure the pipeline in Africa for the rare minerals that we would need to
Where in
get the
Africa?
process rolling?
I don't,
I don't know the exact country, but I do believe when the guy came to the White House and Trump made the deal, because I remember Trump saying in his face that we're gonna make a lot of money from this, and then he caught himself and was like, "Oh, well, yeah, they're gonna make a lot of money too. We're both gonna make a lot of money." And he was talking about the mineral deal that he just struck in Africa that was supposed to secure everything needed for the chips.
That pipeline's 1,300 kilometers long, I think.
what's
And
pipeline he's
also,
talking about?
the problem is the machines needed to make these superconductors and chips we don't currently have. And we are currently trying to make superconductors due to the Taiwanese problem. If Taiwanese gets taken over by China, there goes our superconductors and our microprocessors. We're
I don't
currently
think
trying
that's
to
going to
make
happen.
those kind of chips in America, but we have limited amounts of production and capability. Also, most of the engineers that actually specialize in chip manufacturing are not in America. They're in China and Japan. So we don't even have technically these smarts to even pull it off yet.
I mean,
why
I hope
are
you're right.
you telling me this? You are supposed to be the
Okay, here you
motherfucker that's
go.
asking. You do
But
that. Why?
you
Go
you
do
yell,
it.
you're yelling
Well,
at
I
I
don't think.
the
design
messenger.
drivetrain technology. I don't really do
Yeah.
anything else to do that.
I don't
That's
think there's a
for someone
risk of
who specializes
Taiwan.
in That's someone who
I don't think.
specializes in electrical engineering. I'm
Um,
mainly a guy who develops rock engines and drivetrain technology.
Okay, here it goes. I
Mm.
have the actual Steve asked where was it? It's Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Yeah, so yeah, okay, got it. Right. I didn't know that they were building a pipeline in Rwanda. I haven't heard that before. An oil pipeline in
No,
Rwanda?
it's for the rare minerals. It's for the minerals that we need.
It's in the copper belt.
Rare earth minerals. Rare earth minerals deal.
So there's a called it's cobalt. I forget what it's called. Like it's like red, some kind of red something or other. It comes out of the Congo. They have some in Rwanda too, and it's what makes iPhone or makes cell phones with. And it's been mined illegally for years. And I mean, this is what he's talking about. We can get to this later. Like I was in Rwanda for 2 years.
You're talking about
So
cobalt.
cobalt, yeah, cobalt.
Yeah.
And so this is what he's talking about trying to get his hands on. But you know, the market, I mean, because in the military, but this is what the Hutu there and the M23 are fighting over, control this, and it's being run mainly. China's in there a lot, but there's a lot of Israelis. A lot of Israeli companies are in there, been mining this, and they're mining it illegally. They export it and they send it back to the U.S., and that's where we get all of our cell phones from. But this has been going. This was going in 2008 when I was there. So this is like nothing new.
Yeah, they're like slave labor in those mines.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible in the mines, but how they treat people. And again, the Chinese are really bad about it. The Zionists are even worse. You know, and then there's
We have
Russian
cobalt.
mobs there, like
Just offer.
with Warren Wagner groups there too. What'd you say, Bones?
Wagner Group. Oh, I just said we have some cobalt if you guys need some.
Well,
You want to be
we
friends?
have in the United States too. We just don't have a way to really like get it in process. But I want to get back to what you were saying about Taiwan. What was your name again, man? Hey, dude, what was your name? You're talking about Taiwan. Not anything. It's not gonna. Trump's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
go.
no. I was gonna make a point about he mentioned Taiwan as an issue potentially, and just as far as like the reunification, I don't think that that's gonna happen. Just on that point, to expand on that, and I don't think that the situation with the opposition leader coming out and meeting with Xi Jinping is necessarily a massive indicator, considering the approval ratings on at least whatever polling that we do get out of that area. And so far as we can tell, or as far as I can tell, it seems highly unlikely. She's been completely shunned since that happened. So it doesn't
Since they
seem like
met?
that's. Go ahead.
I didn't know that. Since they met, he's been shunned.
She has, yeah. The
Wow.
opposition leader that met with Xi in Taiwan, that didn't go well, as I'm sure most people could probably imagine, and backlash. And I think her approval rating tanked like 40 points or something like that. I mean, I don't know how well we can trust Taiwanese polling,
This
but
is
I guess that's kind of all the data we have to go on.
I think Trump's gonna give Taiwan up. I think it's just
I
gonna.
did
I
too.
believe that he's supposed to meet with Xi in like 2 months or a month. He's supposed to meet with Xi, and I believe he's just gonna give Taiwan up. Like it's over with. Collateral
That's why I want to hear.
damage.
Yeah. So what did you think about that? Yeah, I agree with him. Tell me, do you think Trump's going to give up Taiwan?
I could see it happening.
I don't know. I think that it's just a matter of resource viability. You know, I mean, there are so many options, and I mean, geopolitically, it would make sense that Plug would be correct. Yeah.
Well, so I'll say these two things. John Bolton talks about this, and he said that Donald Trump said to him on a couple times. He goes, "You see this table? This is China. You see the tip of my ballpoint pen? That's Taiwan." He said Trump said that to him. He thinks Trump's going to give up Taiwan. Now, Trump signed the Doha Agreement, which basically gave up Afghanistan to the Taliban, and Trump gave up Ukraine, stopped all funding, stopped intel going to them, giving them to Russia. So I am terrified of the notion that Trump might lose in the elections, see himself losing, and then instantly give up Taiwan before he leaves office.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
the
Like,
problem is we're screwed. We have to have
the
Taiwan.
reason I
We don't have
say
Taiwan.
this, the reason that I go with where I'm going is because we have the Donroe Doctrine, the restoration of a American maritime dominance. They're saying we're trying to secure, our side of the world. We're supposed to be withdrawn from that side of the world as well. Overall, we're supposed to. What was the objectives? Securing the Panama Canal, getting Greenland, and making sure the Caribbean was going on. We got the Caribbean under lock. We already got Maduro. That shit's going on. Greenland's still up in the air. I think Taiwan is just going to be collateral damage. And I believe that that's going to push our chip initiative. I know you guys are saying we're not ready. I know you're saying the timeline is out there. Like I said, I disagree with you there. And my point is, I believe the timeline is accelerated, and that's we already got the war powers for grid infrastructure. We already got the AI. We already got the AI initiative, and that's gonna make it to where the government can force this shit, the production, to be made.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just
the
my
geopolitical
opinion.
tactic.
That's my opinion.
Trump can look at only Congress can declare war. Congress is never going to side with him to declare war. So
No, every
there
president
is no
has
war.
started war
He doesn't
without
have to
congressional
declare war.
approval.
All he has to
Every
do is
single
not.
president.
All he has to do is not defend China. I mean Taiwan. The Philippines. They already said China already gave the Philippines a warning this week. All he has to do is not defend Taiwan. Who is that going to put into the line? That's going to be Japan. Is Japan going to go defend Taiwan? If Japan defends Taiwan, okay, it's a situation. If Japan doesn't defend Taiwan, it kind of is what it is. Is Japan going to be in a
Everyone has
position to defend Taiwan?
everyone has to defend Taiwan because if China
Yeah.
go ahead. If China
No,
takes
you please.
Taiwan, then we have no smart bombs because he just depleted them all, and we can't get
Steve,
chips from them.
we just
I
spoke
think you're missing
about
that
that.
whole point.
No, I
Right?
just hold on, Steve. No, I'm not missing that point. I literally just covered that. I said that's where we disagree. You think the timeline is this. I think the timeline is that. You think they don't have access to this. I think that they have an alternative. So I
It's a
did
matter of
cover that.
resources.
I did cover that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the Aerosmith guy or the aerospace guy
Okay.
because he's trying to explain to you guys. You guys aren't listening to a word he says, and he's the expert in the room on this.
Okay.
Yeah, Sir Bob, we want to hear more.
What? Like,
How
we
should
can, if we wanted to, if we had enough funding to, we most likely could start chip production in the next 5 to 10 years. More leaning towards 6 years on the expedient track of funding. Other than that, we would need to import like people that are intelligent in the chip manufacturing to America. So we would need to go ahead and start scooping up a bunch of manufacturers that are in Taiwan
That's the thing.
and make them come to America.
Nvidia's
There
already
has
trading
been
Nvidia's already trading on the American stock market. They're gonna come here. That was what the whole CHIPS Act thing was. Like, hey, y'all need to start making these things domestically. I'm saying they've already factored that in. I
How
didn't mean
many
to cut you
trillions was
off.
that deal?
I didn't mean to cut you off, but they've already factored that in. And if you look at it, it makes sense because Nvidia's traded on our markets, not theirs.
yeah. There has been definitely an initiative to start
Nvidia is
making
systemic. Nvidia is too big to fail. If Nvidia goes, our market goes. So Nvidia is literally, I'm not gonna say literally, I hate using that word, but Nvidia is really it's systemic. It's too big to fail. They will do everything to keep Nvidia afloat. Go ahead.
artificially because if
And
it's
Nvidia is
failing, it's
like the new
failing.
Skynet with the AI thing.
Say what? Say it again.
So Nvidia is like Skynet from fucking Terminator with the way they're
Yeah.
doing AI.
I don't know if you guys know this. Like Nvidia, why the stock went up earlier was because all the Bitcoin mining, like they mastered that, and they make the top miners, but they make the top chips. But all their parts come from Taiwan. So that's my whole point. Without Taiwan, again, if Trump gives up Taiwan, he should be impeached for that alone. And because we have to protect Taiwan, we have to protect Japan. And because if he gives up Taiwan, you know what that tells North Korea? You could take South Korea. And then this is the new world. This notion that we're supposed to be in this hemisphere, look up. There's a book called Foundation of Geopolitics by
Steve,
a guy named
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Steve, and I agree with you there. And I think that they
what was that?
don't care. I think that they don't care. I don't think they give a fuck if North Korea takes whatever island. I don't think they care. Who is that that's supposed to be taking the Falk Islands or whatever? Is that Argentina, Spain? I don't think they care about that. I don't think they care about Putin taking parts of Ukraine. I don't think they care about Taiwan reunification with China. I think they've written all of that off. That's just my opinion.
When you say they, you're talking just about Trump. Okay, the rest of
I'm
Congress
not
does
even
care about
saying
it.
Trump. I'm not even saying just
I,
Trump.
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
Trump.
the global powers that be. I'm saying not Trump. I'm saying
yeah, 100%.
Trump. I'm saying Putin. I'm saying Xi. I'm saying Netanyahu. I'm saying Kim Jong Un. I'm saying the movers and shakers globally have already come to a consensus on this, in my opinion.
There's a book again called Foundation of Geopolitics. Look it up. It's by a guy named Alexander Dugin. And why it matters is when you start reading it, you're gonna be like, holy shit, everything Donald Trump is doing is right out of this book. This book was written by Russian intelligence services and Alexander Dugin in 1997. Okay. Start with what to do with Ukraine. Start with the fact that they had a plan back in 1997 to separate Britain from the EU. All this stuff is playing out of one handbook. This isn't the NATO handbook. Plug. No, this isn't and Greenland is part of NATO. All right. So we attack NATO. Guess what? They'll all attack us. They have to because that's the deal. Canada is part of NATO. You attack one, Article 5 applies. So Donald Trump cannot survive a global war with that because it'll last multiple years and he'll be out of office. He'll be imprisoned. He'll be sent to The Hague because all this ends on 2028.
And
He's not
Steve,
going to prison.
Steve, this is what I think that you're. I think that you're.
If he does that,
Listen, Steve, I think that you're still accounting for the old way shit used to work. All bets are off. The rules have changed. Shit is going on. These people don't give a fuck about what approval they need. They will circumvent it. We've seen them do it time and time again. You can name 5 different things right now. I bet you can name 5 different things that Trump was not supposed to do that he has done in this last year and a half. Now, can you, Steve, or can you not? Can you name 5? You can't. You can't name 5 things. No, I'm saying 5. No, Steve. See, you're so into it that you worried about this. I'm saying 5 things that he should not have done that was against the law or Constitution that he did anyway. Can you name 5 of those things?
Yeah,
you can, right?
definitely.
So why do you think he gives
hardly.
a fuck about law and anything else now? It's like
Can I answer that question?
you can see that he doesn't care, but when it comes to this, he'll care. No, the fuck he won't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I could push back too on the geopolitical concept there, because like you could just like logically think about this yourself. Why would the world's nations, these massive powerhouses, have all of their resources and all of their ability with advanced modern technology be dependent on this tiny little speck of land that's off the coast of China? I mean, you're going to come up with contingencies. You're going to come up with ways around this. You're not going to deal with this shit. You know, you're like the fucking president of the United States. You're fucking, you know, you're this guy who is the leader of China, right? You're not going to deal with this tiny and all this, the crap that comes with it and all the baggage. You know, you're going to make workarounds. You're going to have, like, just logically, you just think about the way that geopolitics is going to work whenever you're just in this strategic battle of nations. It wouldn't make sense for you to leave yourself open like that. I mean, Plug's point about, oh, well, they probably figured out a way around that shit is most likely valid, regardless of what, you know, is publicly disclosed.
I'll go back to was it Bob, the other guy, the aerospace guy? What he was kind of saying was that we live in a different world, and the thing is, as a global world, everything gets parsed out to different places. All right, these guys do this, these guys do this, these guys do this, and the world, NATO for the most part, has been relying on the U.S. They're like, you know, we don't want to build up a big military. We can just let the U.S. do it and just buy weapons from them. And the U.S. says, well, we're going to have Taiwan do our chips because they can do it cheaper than we can. So and then we'll get some stuff from China here. And so that's been going on for a while. Like, understand, Obama was the first one to say there's a problem with Taiwan. They're doing too much. And he brought them over here to Arizona to take a look at building a factory here. That's Obama. That's 2013 or 14. Okay. That's how long we've known this is a problem. And we have
Another
not
thing
come up with
that's
a solution
going on
for it.
too, we have to put in consideration is what actually happened. Let's look at the timeline. Now, I researched this. I'm sure Sir Bob did too. This is his field. But we have to look at the timeline. Biden's in office. Altman goes to the Saudis, asks for $7 trillion to do exactly what we're talking about, the chip shit, to make the chips and get all of this going. The Saudis had to be willing to give him the money. Why? Because the Biden administration blocked it. What did the Biden administration say? Too much Chinese influence, low quality chips, but it was viable. I said then, oh fuck, if Trump wins, he's gonna cut that deal with the Saudis. He's gonna do it. What happened? We seen Elon Musk, Sam Altman, all at the White House with Trump doing that damn press conference talking about what? The $7 trillion investment from the Saudis into that initiative. So we have to look at it too, that the factories might not come from here. The factories, maybe it's less yellow tape or less red tape over there. Maybe they can put it up a lot faster.
Also, so Trump is trying to give the Saudis nuclear weapons, just in case you were wondering why they would give us $7 trillion. So, and Trump's the only person that's going to give the Saudis nuclear technology. He's sent our nuclear scientists over there, and he's giving them our nuclear technology. So just understand the kind of person that we're dealing with. And again, we still don't have chips. The bottom line is that only Taiwan makes these certain chips that go in these things. And at best, we can get the minerals from Ukraine, but we just lost Ukraine. We lost Eastern Ukraine. That's where the minerals came from in mass amount. And then they will go from there to China. And now Ukraine's making chips. Ukraine's doing stuff. And we just turn our back on them. So I hear you saying, Plug, but we're just going to disagree on that. The global order is the same. Once you read Alison Dugan's book, you'll be like, oh shit, this is what Trump's trying to do. And it's not going to last because just like Orban got overturned, so will this regime. Bob.
Yeah.
And what's the other guy's name? I don't know the other guy's name. What's your name, man?
Alpha, bro. That's fine.
What's your name? I just want to remember your name. I keep forgetting it.
It was fine.
You gotta
Alpha.
look in
Alpha.
the
That's
chat.
good.
Look in the chat.
Oh, my bad. My phone is off, guys. I was just talking on the phone. I'll look in the chat.
I'm saying in the Discord chat. All right, man. Anybody got anything else? Any other topics? Anything that we covered over the last week? Damn.
Well, I don't. What up, Corey? I ain't heard Corey say nothing in a minute.
What up, Corey?
It's listening a little
What's
bit.
I was waiting. Corey ain't leaned in on none of this shit. Like
I lost concentration for a second. I was doing something. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about Ambien and whiskey.
No, you guys are talking about Saudi Arabia or some shit.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Right. I'm gonna still vote for Trump in 2028, though. You know what I'm saying?
It's all good.
Yeah.
So how do you guys think the
He's
midterms
not.
are
He's
going to
not
go?
gonna be on the ballot. I'm probably gonna have to vote for JD Vance or something.
I don't think JD Vance has a chance to run. Trump will probably
pretty sure.
ruin his chances before JD is able to even put his name on the ballot with either Erica Kirk or Marco Rubio.
I agree.
Marco
Probably
Rubio. I'll
Rubio.
vote for Marco Rubio if he's.
It'd probably be Rubio. Any of the others are not going to have an easy time of it. Right now,
Well, no,
Rubio's
like,
winning.
like
I'll
I've
vote for
noticed
Rubio.
everything that
Why not?
I've been paying close attention to what Trump does. I guarantee you, if the Pakistan deals fall through, like between Iran and the United States, he's probably going to blame either Pete Hegseth or JD Vance. And then if the military actions fall through, for let's say if we don't take over Karg Island, which is never going to happen, or if a ground invasion never does happen, he's probably going to blame Pete Hegseth. And that's what's really going to happen. He just blames everyone else around him. He doesn't take any kind of real accountability.
Do you think the MAGA movement will survive after Trump?
No, it dies with
Yeah.
Trump.
No,
Yeah.
no.
The
No,
MAGA movement's like, it's just like, what is MAGA? I just look at
It's
MAGA
kind
like
of complicated.
It's been usurped.
closed borders.
Yeah, it's not what it was before. Honestly, from the moment that Trump called everybody fake supporters over the Epstein files, that right there was to me the death of MAGA. And I'm like, okay, MAGA as we thought we knew it wasn't ever real, and this motherfucker was just full of shit. He's an old liberal reality TV show, old school Democrat that flops sides, and he's doing his thing, and it's just another fucking politician just like the rest of them.
And
And
why does the border patrol happier when Trump's president?
That's what I said. I told people like
he's-
first term Trump was Trump. You know, he came in, he was Trump. But at this point, Trump's been a politician for 10 years now. Whether people want to be like, oh, he's not a politician. Well, he's fucking 10 years in the game. At what point do you become an expert?
Corey, by the way, all those guys were Bush fans and Dick Cheney fans and Bush fans and Reagan fans. They're Republicans. It doesn't matter who.
I don't like Dick Cheney and I don't like Bush.
But understand,
What are the names you said?
in their time, though, all the Republicans loved him. It didn't matter how bad the wars were or what was going on. They stood by George Bush. So, but this is
but that's the old guard, man. The old guard's gone now.
I think the border is more secure. You're not.
Well, the Dorian Gap was closed. So
Even though Trump's sending in like a bunch of Chinese people, I think the southern border is better than it was.
The Dorian Gap has been closed since January or since July 2024. So there's no one even coming to the border except from Mexico, right? So that's how the problem got solved, and no one talks about it. But it's no big deal. Like that's just what's one minor thing, you know.
I
It's
mean, you
more
got
than
to
that.
give Trump his flowers on border policy, man. Like,
So you want
that's not that
Steve
complicated.
wants the whole country to be like California. He wants to.
The truth is, Alpha, if you look it up on July 24th, 2024, the president of Panama, in conjunction with the Biden administration, closed the Durian Gap, and it dropped traffic by 90%. And that's what did the trick. Now, should that have happened a long time ago? Yes, but remember, Trump went and told Congress, "Don't pass that bill, that border bill that Biden has, because
That
quote,
bill was
I'll have
crap.
nothing." Well, Trump says, "I'll have nothing to run on." All right, and so what is Trump's? Explain to me Trump's policy, Trump's border policy. Then, what is Trump's border policy? If he has a border policy, what is Trump's border policy?
Get
Dude,
the
that
fuck
bill
out and
that he
don't come
wanted to
back.
pass was bullshit. That was still would have allowed like how many, like 5-10K people a
So
day.
people also don't want to talk about how Ukraine funding was packed into that bill just so discreetly, and then that's the reason it didn't make it through the House. If you want to go ahead and look into that, because that's not how that bill was. The whole narrative of the border bill that was supposed to be passed during Biden is bullshit. The whole thing is a freaking bunch of crap. That bill was crammed full. It was a unibill of a bunch of nonsense that the Republicans were never going to accept in the first place, regardless of whether that's right or wrong. I don't like the Republicans either. I'm not a partisan particularly. I think they all suck. But either way, that bill
Take your
was crap.
poison.
That's just objective facts. That bill was garbage. It was never going to make it through Congress.
But my question was, explain to me what Trump's border policy is.
Well, you want to make this about Trump, but see, it's not about Trump. It doesn't matter. How about you present a good idea about what border policy should be, like catch and release or something like that? Prostrate your own idea, and I'll argue about it. But why is this about Trump for you right now? Specifically, I think the current border policy is working a lot better than when Biden was in office. I'll tell you that. It's working a lot better.
That's my point. This is my point. I was asking you what Trump's border policy was, because this is what happened. Okay, we didn't have a problem with people crossing at random points along the border. That wasn't the issue. They were coming in at points of entry, and that's what they're all coming in. They're coming in.
What do you think, Steve? Steve, what do you think that border policy should be?
Well, it depends. What we should have is, as we can have an electronic border. We should give triple funding for border patrols, but we don't have to have a fence up. We can have electronic monitoring of the border, right? So we don't want people crossing.
So let me ask you this: how many immigrants per year would you think would be acceptable to let through the border legally?
And again, to get the best number for that, we have to talk to farmers and that stuff and see how many employees that they need. The truth is, I kind of like what Ronald Reagan and George Bush had for these policies, and they were the ones who are talking about, for example, if you live in Mexico, why not have day passes or week passes for these guys so that they can come up here, they can go to work. Like if you have a job. Again, just look at Ronald Reagan's policies, and these guys are working with business owners and farmers, and they're saying, hey, we have shortages. Okay, if you want to get food out of South Salida, out of the Central California, we need farmers, and we need guys working on these farms. So those jobs aren't.
Why can't Americans do those jobs?
It's a good question. Would you ever go out and pick strawberries? Yes or no?
So, well, I'm a contractor. I work in foundation repair and concrete work.
$15 an hour. I would.
Right? So I work a very heavy, laborious job, and 99% of my colleagues are Latino, right? All of them. And so I had to learn Spanish just to work alongside my colleagues. I don't understand why there aren't more Americans in the ditch with people like me actually getting some hard work done. I don't understand that at all, right?
So
imagine if tomorrow that all Latinos were gone, how many employees would you have?
So we would find people to hire, is what you don't seem to understand. We would find people to hire because we have to in order to make the business operate, right? So there's always going to be, you know what's going to happen is wages are going to fly up. That's what would happen. Houses are going to become available. Wages are going to fly up because they're going to have to pay more in order to get people to work. The businesses aren't just going to collapse and shut down. They're going to take all that money out of their profit margin and
And we
find
can
a
have
workable
like a
way to
real
keep their business afloat.
So
Yeah.
if I'm on a farm down in I forget, we'll say up north of Malibu, Oxford. I'm in Oxford, and I have a strawberry farm, and I'm bringing strawberries to the market for this price. If I have to, and I'm paying these guys $25 an hour. All right, that's what most of the works were, 15, $25 an hour. And so if I've got to get a college student who's never done this, who wants this one to be out there, I got to pay him $35 or $40 an hour. I'm not gonna make a profit. I pass that margin, that thing on to consumers. Now strawberries go up 3 times as much. The thing is, most kids these days are getting out of school and they're going to work in Silicon Valley. They're going to work in the tech industries, and that's the new market for this. At the same time, we still need people to pick fruit and to work the farms and that stuff.
So I
that's why
think
we
it's a
have
cultural
migrant
problem.
workers.
I think
No,
it's a
no.
cultural problem that you're talking about, where our society and as a nation, we can't seem to want to provide for ourselves. And what you're saying the solution is to import foreigners to resolve that problem. I
Do you know?
disagree with your premise.
Okay. Do you know when we first started doing this? This was in World War One. Do you know about this? That's when we went called Mexico and we begged them to get workers to come up and work
This
here.
is why I asked. This is why I asked you to give me a number. How many people a year is acceptable to you? And you wouldn't answer.
I'm telling you, what it depends upon is not just a random number of 5,000, 6,000, or 5 million. It depends on how many workers we need. And so you work with the local, all the
Okay,
local farmers need to
so
pay.
what would
and
you?
they
What
give
would your
numbers.
best guess be as to how many workers we need annually to let in through the?
As far as I know, we currently have, I think the number was, I might be wrong on this, but I think it's 11 million migrant workers who work undocumented on across the United States, and from agriculture to cattle and all this stuff. I think that's the number, and labor and contracting. I think the number is 11 million that we currently have working.
It's
So
not
we
just in agriculture or anything like that. If you go to Texas, which is where I currently live at, there's a bunch of Indians just running everything. I've watched Indians completely take over Texas. It's not just that they come in and take
That's
over
what I've
farm work.
seen too,
They're
bro.
taking
Man,
over.
listen, hold
You
on,
know
hold
what's
on, hold on, hold on,
you know
hold
what's
on,
totally
hold on,
ironic?
hold on. Let me say this, Sir Bob. Indians are not taking over Texas. Now, a
Bro, they're
couple of
taking over.
cities. Hold on.
industries?
I listen. I lived in Texas
There's
for
that
a
video.
while, and I haven't been out of Texas not that long. Now, if you talking about like outside of Dallas, we seen Plano a couple places, but man, come on, bro. You're not gonna say Indians are taking over San Antonio. You're not gonna say Indians are taking over Austin or Laredo. You're not gonna say Come on, bro.
Americans would work these jobs at like the 7-Elevens and the smoke
No.
shops, and Americans
Yeah,
would
and on
work
a
these
side note,
jobs.
there are 7-something million unemployed people in the United States. So
What's
let's
the
just
unemployment numbers right now?
consider that for a minute when we've got all these jobs that need done, that we're importing a bunch of
It's all
foreigners.
about
A
cheap
vast
labor.
majority of them are
Cheap
uneducated.
labor.
They are not assimilating into our society. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of problems that come along with that. All their problems come with them, their cultural issues, and they isolate, right? Which is what causes the lack of assimilation, and that just creates friction in our communities, and it's just not good. It's not good at all. It creates friction in all communities, regardless of race or whatever. It makes no difference, really. It's just a demographic problem.
Yeah, I don't buy it. That's some crazy right wing stuff. And I want to push back on this one point. What Sir is talking about is in the tech industry, I believe, and he's right, because we don't have the guys that can do most of this stuff. We don't have software engineers enough to fill these jobs, and so
We
these
do.
H1.
I think you can
think we have
blow
enough?
off what I'm saying as right wing,
People
but you did
undercut
actually have a
American
rebuttal to
Tons
what
of
I was
nerds
saying.
in America that could do it.
Hey, hang on. I want to hear, sir. So what were you saying? You think how many software engineers do we graduate a year in the United States?
We graduate enough to fill a lot of American positions. The problem is these guys are coming over with H-1B visas and they're
Yes,
completely taking over
correct.
the job market because they're able to undercut. their
It's
pay.
cheaper.
They're not able to pay them in a actual living wage, like how
And they can
Americans
keep them under their thumb by threatening their H-1B visa status because they have to be sponsored.
Exactly.
So the employers would 100 times prefer that all their employees be stuck under the thumb of that visa,
So
and to where they control their whole employee staff.
I had the numbers the other day. I believe it's like 42% coming out of school don't land a job. It's like a really high number that don't land a job.
It is,
Like,
and it's all due
honestly, the
to people
narrative
coming
that
over
we
and
don't have enough
undercutting
people.
pay.
Yeah, the narrative we don't have enough people is just so bogus. It's
It
bogus
is.
in every way you can
It's
imagine.
bullshit.
I worked in LA for a few years back as a headhunter, recruiter, and yeah, so I saw the problem there. We had the jobs that we were offering were 135,000 a year, and when we would get somebody that was an H-1B visa, they pay these people like $70,000 a year. So they don't really prefer them. They'll take them, but yeah, I think that's a major problem. And I agree with you completely, and that's what Elon Musk was trying to exploit. Because that's what they do. Like Tesla has a lot of H-1B visa
Right.
workers.
And when it
there.
comes to the
So
point Sir Bob was making about the Indians taking over, now if he's talking about a specific industry and shit like that, like I understand. I see y'all saying they own hotels and 7-Elevens. But when I hear Indians are taking over, that's the same shit y'all said about the Latinos. And I'm just gonna say, like, I got eyes. I can see it ain't that many fucking Indians around. Not in these parts of Texas. It's some Indians, and like I said, outside of Dallas, some of those cities, man. But come on, man. San Antonio, bro, really? Fucking Colleen,
But
really?
all of these service jobs like gas stations and stores, like America, I can't even say hello to the, I don't know, I can't communicate with like the people I shop from. It's kind of like disassociating in a way.
I know. Like when I came to America, I had to learn English. I'm a German-speaking international. I'm German Italian.
It just divides. Like we don't need to keep importing the third world.
Yeah,
So,
I think
Bob,
just saying that the cultural issues that come with all of that and this entire process is just like right-wing nonsense is definitely false. Like, this is a real issue. It would be like this in any country, and it is like this in other countries and places like the UK right now, where it's almost like they're conquered. A lot of people talk about it like that. And
I know.
they,
I've,
you know,
I've seen
it's
that.
coming from certain parties. It's coming from
Also,
certain
look
far-right
at
parties.
Germany.
Right.
Germany's been completely conquered by a bunch of the Muslims. Germany is just—it's not exactly how it used to be anymore.
I've been right all along.
like this false caricature of multiculturalism. What's happening is you guys are taking it way into the extreme where it becomes bad, right? And that's the issue with the left right now. And contrast the issue with the right is that they're the war hawking and the psychopathic, just bombing of places and all that stuff. But that's where the left is right now. They're just completely way out in left field. They're like, oh, just open it up. 20 million people. Fuck it, let's just go. And it's like, you guys, there are problems associated. You can't just do that, right? I mean, you can, but the consequences are going to be dire. And it makes no sense to whine whenever you've opened the floodgates. What's going to have to happen is these people are going to have to be removed. It's just going to have to happen that way. And honestly,
there's no way we're gonna be able to remove that
the majority
many
of Trump's constituents, in my opinion, want him to go way harder. They want to go way harder. And, we're talking about denaturalization. We're talking about if you came within the past 4 years, it's a question mark. I mean, there are consequences to opening the gates, you guys. It's the same in any country. It doesn't really work that way. No one, we always knew it didn't work that way. And this crazy narrative it's not helping anybody. It's just self-destructive.
I don't think anyone's arguing that it didn't go too far, that too many people came, that it just wasn't set up for that influx, right? Canada did the same thing, so we've scaled back completely.
But they did it on
it's
purpose.
It's very different to, you know what? People have good intentions, recognize a mistake, and try to fix it. Hold on. No, well, what do you think the intention is? You think the Democrats all just want your country to suck?
These politicians don't give a. Why would they have good intentions for you? Like what?
Well, I'm saying everyone is on board with the idea that maybe we went too far. Like Canada's doing the same thing, but there's a very big difference between like changing where you're going moving forward and trying to backtrack, because you guys have backtracked on shit with us, like as Canada, other countries. You guys are flip-flopping on things, and that makes your country seem
Flip-flopping
unreliable,
for what?
uninvestable. You guys are
Listen,
going back
quit
on
saying
things.
you
And
guys, man. We wake up in the morning and get the motherfucking announcement from Trump just like y'all, man. We wake up in the morning
no, you
just
know
as
what I mean.
stunned as
No,
y'all.
Yeah.
hey, I'm in here. I'm in the chat because I love you guys, right? I'm in the chat because I love you guys. But I'm saying, like, going back and like actually considering denaturalization, going back and like revoking refugee status, going back, like the people that are here, you guys might just have to kind of deal with the
What is
people
Trump
who.
flip-flopped on?
What is he gone back on?
Yeah, I just
Wait,
wanted
what?
to hear your answer.
What do you mean? Like
As far as I know, he went back on his deportation policies. He's currently doing Biden's deportation policies now.
He's not deporting
Yeah,
anybody.
yeah, yeah.
He's not deporting them. He's sending them to foreign prisons. Okay, that's not deportation. Number one. Number two. Trump said
It still works.
he would end inflation on the first day, end Ukraine war on the first day. He would drop prices of food on the first day. He would keep fuel down to $1.99. That's just a start. So keep going.
Yeah.
Dude, you said you
I
live in
mean,
LA, so no, food's gonna cost a lot more when you live in LA. Or where do you live?
no, but he's not talking about LA. It's like all across, all across. How about the fact that
No,
he was
that's
going to
not
give like
true.
the
You
military
can
like
get
a.
food
How about, where's
affordable in
your
the.
guys' check? Where's your guys' check? Everybody was supposed to get a check, right? Did you get your check? Everyone was supposed to get a check because he collected all those tariffs,
There's
and now
no
the tariffs are getting
food's still
sent back.
affordable,
Corey,
depending on
well,
where
the
you're
tariffs
at.
are
But he
going to send
hasn't
back to
kept
the
any. He
companies. They're
hasn't
not
kept
going to
any
send back to
promises.
the individuals.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Well,
But
so
he had said
the
he
tariffs,
promised checks.
the tariffs were a
You
different
guys
thing.
are supposed to get a check.
I agree with the compensation check, but the tariffs are a different thing, and it's obvious that that was a market manipulation ploy, which
When did Trump say he was gonna
was
send us
used to
a
attack
check?
China.
So real
And
quick,
also, who
Alpha.
But he's
profited
gone
from
back
the
on.
tariffs? Howard Lutnick. Howard
Yeah,
Lutnick created different companies to
Exactly.
profit off
exactly.
of the tariff
Well,
falling
it was a
through.
market manipulation tactic meant in part to hinder China, but also to make a bunch of people a lot of
Exactly.
money.
Yeah,
Well, not
and
just
it made
China.
Howard
It's
Lutnick a
everybody.
lot of money.
It
Yeah,
worked.
so
You got. My point is just
Alpha.
that you guys
Go ahead.
need to be consistent in order to get, like, I feel like you guys are a
We need to
decade away from getting.
build a great big wall. A great big wall.
I think everybody would help you build it at this point. Like, honestly, like,
Well,
go
like,
for it.
the
Alpha.
problem with
You
the
guys are
American
being so
politics,
isolationist, and it's not going to be helpful moving
the
forward.
problem
Although I
with
know
the
you guys are
American,
going to handle everything
It
on
makes
your own.
sense we're going to get isolationist whenever we open the floodgates and let like 20 million people in a number of years, right? That's
Alpha.
the
Well,
natural reaction. It's like a pendulum swing. You know, we're like that
Alpha.
politically too. We swing left to right.
Alpha. I have a question.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Tommy Robinson?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you sound like to me. So, how different are your views and Tommy Robinson's?
I don't know all of Tommy Robinson's views.
Everything that you said so far.
Is that blonde shit?
No,
Tommy
look him
Robinson
up.
is the guy in
No, you're thinking of
Tommy
Tommy
Robinson.
Lauren.
Tommy
That's a chick.
Robinson is the
Tommy,
guy
he's the UK guy.
over there in the UK. He's they took him to jail for the free speech stuff. They say he's leading a movement. He's the one that had like Elon and all of those people showing up at his far right rallies. They said he put a million people in the streets. They say he put 1 million people in the streets, man. About the
He's with the group called the National Front.
nationalists. They're nationalists, and
So you're saying I have the charisma to mobilize like 1 million people? Right on. Thank you.
I'm saying that you are basically parroting
I'm gonna be
Tommy
honest with
Robinson.
you, man. If
which
Elon
Yo,
get,
Alpha, you
I'm gonna
should
be
go to
honest. Hold on.
conferences
I'm
and
gonna
do
say
debate.
this.
You
I'm
got
gonna
that
say
voice
this.
for it.
I'm gonna say this. If Elon put that battery in anybody's bag, you can you can damn near put 1 million. If you got it. Now, if you got it, you got the charisma. And Elon, you seen what happened to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson went and interviewed Putin, and Elon put that battery in his back. You seen what happened to Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley went to Somalia, looked at some Lyran centers. Elon put that battery in his back. gone. Yeah, so it can happen for sure.
Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He is an unapologetic raised in apartheid South Africa, and that's what he's looking to make America. So if you like those views, and he supports the ADL in Germany, he supports the National Front in the UK. He supports all those far right movements, and it all links back to the United Party of Russia, which is Putin's party. It's
Okay.
nationalism.
Steve, I think that maybe you're mischaracterizing me a little bit. So I'm not saying I'm in favor necessarily of denaturalization or those more extreme recoils to the mass flux of illegal immigration that the United States dealt with. Personally, I have a lot of Latino influence in my life as a person, just as an individual. And I see a lot of room for amnesty for specific individuals. But I'm just being realistic, right? Which is something you apparently don't seem very willing to do about it. But
no, I'm
realistically speaking, these things are probably going to happen, is what I'm saying. Whether
You
anybody
guys are
likes it
supposed
or
to be
not.
the richest country. You guys have everything. You don't need anybody. You're so rich, and you can't like keep your word. Like there are people that have been here following the process, doing what they're supposed to do. I have friends that are literally like they can't get a job now because even though they were dreamers that like and they were getting every year like they spend so much money and time trying to like follow your guys' rules, and this year like they're just not getting their papers. They can't work. Like you can't just change the freaking script on
I'm
people.
gonna be honest with you. Hold
randomly.
on.
Why
This is
can't
what
we
I'm gonna
change the
say.
script?
This is what I'm gonna say, Lady Bones. They do that shit all the time to us, and we're citizens. They flip the
What do you
script.
mean?
They flip the script on that when it comes to a lot of shit. When it comes to
plus,
the tobacco laws, when it comes to the draft, now all 18-year-olds automatically they flip the script on us just as
plus, I don't
fast.
agree with that either. I don't agree with any of that.
I really disagree with this premise that there's some kind of like verbal agreement or some kind of thing that
It's
or some
not
kind
verbal.
of
There's
decision
a
that was
process.
made. Well, in any regards, if there's ever a decision that was made in the past that now has become really not beneficial for us and bad for our country, we should stop doing it, right? We should make corrections and change course.
Can I
That's the
address that
whole
real quick?
But you
purpose of
have to do
having
it
a.
appropriately. But you have to
Can
do
I
it
do?
appropriately.
So,
You
but who
can't
gets
go
to
back on
decide
your
what
word.
the appropriate? Who gets to decide what
The
appropriate
appropriate
is? Right?
is to have is well in anybody knows that keeping your word is important, and that's why other countries right now don't want to deal with you guys. We're all just moving on without you because we don't trust
I'm
you,
sorry.
and you guys have to
I think
rebuild
that
that.
I think that
Living
20
in
million
Canada
people
costs a lot
is
more
pretty
money than
fucking.
Alpha, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go
There's a
ahead.
couple more questions. Okay, are we a country of rules, laws, and regulations? Just yes or no? Are we a country of
No.
rules, laws? We're not a country of
No.
rules, laws, and regulations. Okay, are we a country that should uphold our treaties? Are we a
Our
country that should
treaties,
our
not
treaties?
necessarily.
Okay, see, that's where we're different, bro. Because we're countries of rules, laws, and regulations. Number one, we have a constitution. Number two, number three, we uphold our treaties. Okay, the reason the dollar. Hang on,
So
let
what
me
are
say this.
rules and laws? Answer me this. What are rules and laws?
I'll answer that question. The reason the United States has been so successful in the dollar is a fiat currency isn't because we have guns. Russia has guns. The ruble collapsed in an instant. The reason is because of our word. Okay, we give you our word, and we're good to go. We give you the $100, the $100 bill. You're gonna get a good and service for that. Rules are what Congress makes. Congress makes rules, laws, and regulations. Okay, that's what Congress makes, and that's what's enforced in this country through the judicial system.
So there we go. So you're telling me a bunch of guys go into a room and decide what the laws are, right? That's what you're telling me.
What?
Yeah,
We should just bow down. We should just bow down and believe everything they say.
Hold on. That's
No.
not how it's supposed to happen.
Doesn't that mean that we can change the laws? The laws will
That's
change
not
to what they
how the
are.
laws are.
Laws can be
aren't
changed.
real.
They're made to
Nothing-
be changed.
nothing
It's
is
just
real.
ridiculous. It's a ridiculous narrative that you would not change
Okay, because they're
laws
not
or
listening.
effectuate
No
different
one's
policy into the country and into the way the nation
no
moves
one's not.
forward for the best benefit of our nation. That's just the way you
No
operate a
one's saying
country.
that.
Like,
No one's saying that. There's a process, and
There's no
their
such
laws
thing as
aren't made
rules.
by the people in
I'm
the
just
back
gonna be
room.
honest.
The
See, so
executive
and
order.
what you get caught up on is the bureaucracy. Oh, the process, the
No,
process,
that's
the
not. Oh,
bureaucracy.
well,
How do we
the
do this? What do we
bureaucracy
do?
is
No, we
everything.
solve the
Bureaucracy is
problem.
no,
Okay,
dude. We
I'm
don't
just
have a
gonna put this
king,
fact
okay?
out here.
We don't have a
I
king.
agree with
Hold on.
Alpha.
I'm just gonna
I
put
like
this
this
fact out
guy.
here. When it comes to the treaties, I mean, we don't even have to go outside of America. We can see that since the beginning of this nation, all the way damn near the present, that they violated the treaties with the natives, the Indians, whatever you want to call it. Those
Facts.
treaties have been violated and to this day are still being violated. So yes,
And what?
yeah,
And
And
there's
what?
a price.
Can we not do
And there's a
better?
price. Yeah,
no,
exactly.
he
The
asked,
answer
but he
isn't
no,
just
hold
let's
on.
continue to violate
He
them.
asked a question. I was responding directly to his question. Do we not uphold our treaties? And when I'm saying shit, no, we don't. Look at the Native Americans. No.
But that's
And
supposed
the
to be the
result.
goal.
Okay,
And
but
he also said that we're a nation
this
of
is the
laws
thing.
and
This
rules.
is the thing.
And
Miss
regulations.
Bones, you're debating
Hmm.
morally right now, and what I'm saying is that
No, I know.
I'm
I'm
not.
saying this is the way you present yourself. You present yourself
Okay, Miss
as a
Bones, can I
country
finish?
where,
Okay, can I finish though? What
yeah.
I'm saying is, for purposes of answering Steve's question, I just laid out the raw facts, raw data, emotionless. Like, hey, you said, are we a nation of treaties and do we uphold our treaties? You said, yes, we do uphold our treaties. I was putting the data that we don't. I didn't say we shouldn't. I'm just saying that we don't.
We don't uphold all of our treaties, but we do uphold a lot of them. There's definitely treaties that we have violated, but we
You
uphold
guys
a
had
lot of our
trust.
treaties.
It would be
Yeah.
great
Hmm.
if in a perfect world, every nation upheld all their treaties and that every
Almost.
person could be trusted, but that's not reality. That's not
Well, it's not.
reality. And now, and just like what Top Cat was saying earlier, now we're finding out who our friends really are and who
No, it's not
actually
Okay,
that.
gives a
name one.
crap.
Name one.
That's the opposite. That's yeah, who are our friends? Who are our
Name
friends
one.
then? Alpha.
Argentina.
Japan.
Australia.
Okay. Okay. No, no, no. Like Japan, definitely not. You just saw that. Argentina, what is Argentina going to do
You
for you?
said
And
you
they're
said
only,
name. You see, now we moving the
Yeah,
goalposts. You
but now,
said
but
name
Yeah,
one. I named
goalpost
one.
they
moving.
can't.
but they're wrong.
How are they going to help us
But
in
they're
the
not
conflict?
true.
But it's moving the
No, they're not.
goalposts. You said
They're
name
not
a
true.
friend.
No,
It is.
it's not true.
Argentina is
But
a
they are
friend.
friends.
How is
The
Argentina not a
leader of
friend now?
Argentina.
Malay,
Oh,
Trump literally got Malay
they are
reelected.
not.
Yeah, and
So
this
that's
year
where
They're
that's
not.
we
where our meat
literally
comes from.
signed a
It's our
new trade
country.
agreement with
Like, do you
Japan for over $550 billion for strategic industrial fund.
do you think Japan's
So I don't.
okay? She stood up to you guys.
Why
You
do
don't
you
remember?
why is there this notion that just everybody just like hate? I don't believe it. I think it's just
Nobody hates you guys, but people don't trust your
I
administration,
think
which
it's
makes
the
it hard
mass
to well.
hysteria that's controlled by the media.
It's
Y'all
not
just
hysteria.
slurping
It's
it
not.
No,
up
it's not.
like a
No, it's not.
7-Eleven Slurpee.
It's
The
facts.
world's
Facts.
watching, bro.
It's
The world's watching.
unpredictable.
Yeah, they want you to stare at your phone like a fucking little. Oh my god, look at this!
I
It's
usually go
We're
to
all
the
gonna be
States.
outrageous.
fine,
Like
bro.
I travel normally. I go to the States on a basis. I live very close to the border. I haven't gone. Like none of my friends, nobody. Like we are
That's
not.
because you have
It's
paranoia
unpredictable.
issues.
No, it's because I read the news and I know people are having their
Paranoia.
phones
They say
searched
it's
and
safer at
no, it's because
home.
I don't want.
You
I
just
mean, no, I'm fine with traveling, just not to. I don't want to travel there. Like I'm just
Yeah.
telling you how you guys are
using a
being
president as an
seen
excuse
on
not to
the.
travel somewhere is just.
I think that
Yeah, I guess.
if we flooded any country
want to go to
in
Florida.
the
You know
world,
you want to get your ass out of the cold and go to Miami. You know you want to.
I mean, if we
have
flooded
been to
any country in the
Miami.
world
I
with
have been
20
to
million
Miami,
people,
but
man,
no, I.
you're not any
So
country would start kicking people out if they had
Okay,
massive
no. Because
influxes of
no,
illegal
because we did
immigration.
it. You don't know because we actually did it too, and we overdid it, and like there were these schools that just like colleges and stuff like that were overrun, and then our own people were not getting the services properly. Like people really fought back. We went through the exact same thing. We were right there with you because generally that's how things go. Is you guys like and us? We travel almost together on shit. Sometimes we're a little bit behind. And that's what happened with us as well. And we are trying to correct it. We are not kicking
What,
people out that we
Canada?
invited in.
So you
Yes.
guys are
What
putting
country?
in so much
Oh,
effort
Canada.
to defend the third world. Are they giving you guys a paycheck. Like,
But I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean, but
He doesn't. He's being
what
Corey.
does that mean?
He's
I
being
don't
just
even
Corey.
know what
all the
the third
white
world
liberal,
means.
all the white liberal women are putting so much
But
damn.
you,
They got to be getting a
I
check
don't
for
know.
this.
For
Can I
what?
jump
For
in?
All the
who?
white, all the
Well,
white
they're
liberal
getting the
women.
virtue. They're
You
getting
don't
the
even
virtue
know who we're
justice
talking.
warrior check.
You're
You
talking to
don't
Corey.
realize,
He's talking shit.
like,
They're
oh yeah,
getting a
I mean,
check.
I
There's no
should
way they're
adjust.
spending this much effort without. I mean, I don't
I
know.
don't.
Corey,
What is the effort exactly? What is the effort
I
exactly?
see them
Because
on
I
the
don't think you
street.
realize that other countries.
They're putting in that work. They're carrying the boats and the
I
logs for the illegals,
what
bro.
what do you?
Yeah,
We don't. No, we're not
can
talking about illegals. We were talking
can I
about
intervene?
actually legal. Yes,
Can I
please.
intervene real quick? Okay, so Alpha, I want to get back to what you were asking before. So there, the problem wasn't a bunch of people illegally running across the border, running over the wall. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that we had asylum seekers coming here. And for example, we'll start with, I can just give you the best example of this is
I can
dealing
stop you
with.
there because you're already
Hang on,
massively obfuscating. You're
wait,
obfuscating massively.
Whoa,
You
whoa,
call them
whoa.
asylum
let
seekers
me
because of the
go.
bogus law that Biden
Let me just
instated to grant
let
them
me
asylum
bro. Let me finish.
unconstitutionally.
Let me finish, please. Just let me finish, bro. All
Bogus.
right.
It's a
One
Yeah,
So,
they
false
second.
use
frame,
whatever.
these
It's,
It's a
keywords
completely false
One
frame.
to instigate
can
your
I finish?
emotion.
Can I finish?
You're
Corey,
finishing
Corey,
a false frame. So
that's
go
fine.
ahead.
That's fine. Let me finish the false frame. For
Oh.
example, up the Somalian community up there, okay? Somalian community up in Minnesota or Minneapolis took a bunch of people to work at I forget, it was like one of the chicken factories up there, for example. They were like, we need employees, and they came up there and they all worked, okay? So a lot of people were doing their paperwork legally in the courts, all right? Whether you like it or not, it's a written law that they had approval for, and this administration is going through. They're going to the actual courthouses and arresting people. All right. So that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. If you're going to do it, it's done through Congress, and that's how it works. Congress makes does the paperwork up. Congress makes these rules and regulations, and we live by that.
Why
You
do you
have an
like? Why
elected.
are you
So
such a bootlicker? I don't.
we can get
Why
real for a
would you say
second.
that, Corey? That's not even
Corey,
making sense.
Corey,
Corey, just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean
no,
you have
Because
Corey,
to
doesn't-
uphold the
you
laws
look
that
up to
pass.
only Congress and you look up to everybody else to tell you what is and what isn't
Corey,
real and
No,
true,
no, no,
wipe
and
the orange
no,
what
no.
man
You
isn't
have
off
to
the
common
have
map.
some
sense and what
consistency.
is like. You just like
You
look up
can't
to
live in a
authority
banana
way too
republic. Like
much.
Corey's
Corey,
Beavis and Butthead.
Look,
Corey's just anti. I know. Corey's
One
just
day,
anti.
he's
Listen, if
Beavis,
you
the
want
next day
other
he's
countries,
Butthead.
but if
look
if
up.
you want to be a world leading country, if you want to
If
be
we let
like
it be up to Congress, it would take 1,000,000 years to get 20 million
Congress,
Then,
people out.
if we're going to be
oh,
real,
well,
Congress
okay,
no
Alpha,
longer functions.
no,
Congress
I
is no
Congress
realize
longer
that.
doesn't function.
functional
I'm
and
with
free
you
to
on that.
go.
But you have to
Then
look
why
at
do
the
you want
country
to
at their
listen to
word.
them?
Since when, Alpha? Since when has the Congress not functioned? Since when? Since Trump, or since before Trump?
Yes.
Well, so I would argue it's been a long time since our representative government has actually represented the people at large. It's been a long time, probably
But
before my lifetime. To be
okay,
totally
well,
honest with you,
I don't know how old you are,
What
but
house?
in
What?
I'm in my
Yeah.
early 30s.
all right, every single Congress passes laws and regulations, and those become law. All right, period. This is the only
And the
person
other
that's
one
not
is
in
I
the
think that
Congress.
you only support laws that Congress passes when they agree with your ideology. And the minute
no, no,
Congress
no,
passes a
no.
law you don't
Whoa, whoa,
like,
whoa.
you're like, oh no, this is wrong. We got to change it.
That's not
But
true.
whenever
That's not true.
they pass laws you guys do like, but it's bad for the country, and people suggest that
Why
we
are you
change the
saying
laws, you're
that?
like, oh no, we
Why are
like
you
these
saying
laws.
that?
So blah blah blah.
Steve, tell us what the Second Amendment means.
Here we go.
Keep going. I'm not
Oh,
going to. Corey doesn't even know what the
like
Second Amendment
He
is.
doesn't
We've
know
already.
what the Second Amendment
Yeah,
means. But
Corey.
you were
oh
Corey,
my
talking
you
about
God.
the
lost.
Corey
Constitution.
definitely
You
doesn't.
lost that argument, Corey. You
No,
lost. I
I
made you look like an
didn't.
idiot. Okay,
No,
Corey,
we
quote
are
the
the
Second Amendment.
people.
Corey,
We the
quote the Second
people of the
Amendment.
militia,
Quote it,
baby.
Corey.
Let's
Quote the
go.
Second Amendment. Corey, quote the Second
We
Amendment right now.
for the
Quote it.
It's
militia.
right
Here we
to
It
go.
bear
shall not be
arms.
infringed. Dude, I'm not gonna fucking like
You
quote
don't know
unquote
it.
for quote.
You
I
don't
I
don't
know
have
it.
to
mean,
quote
Get back
Steve,
to
unquote.
it's the
Alpha.
right to bear
Bullshit.
arms.
You don't know it. Get back to Alpha. Alpha, continue on. What did you say, Alpha
Nah,
man?
Bar for
nah.
bar.
Alpha, can I just say something? I
You
just
don't
want to know
know the
why you
Second
think, why
Amendment.
you, yeah. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
Go
Alpha,
ahead.
can I ask a question? I because for me, I'm not flip-flopping on anything. I just want you guys to uphold any, like, either way. There are some shitty things that Trump has done that I fully accept the next administration should abide by. Like, unless there are ways that you can mitigate, there are ways you can like change things, but they have to be done properly. If the next administration can come in and just undo everything, you guys will never be able to function with the rest of the world, because nobody will trust you, and your citizens won't trust you, and it will create a lot of division. There has to be some sort of consistency from administration to administration, and that's usually based on the rule of law and the fact that your Congress, it doesn't follow the presidency, like your Senate doesn't follow the presidency exactly, right? Your courts don't follow the presidency. That's supposed to give you guys consistency and stability. And if you don't have that, nobody's going to want to deal with you, and it's going to just cause civil unrest.
I'm
Like,
gonna say this.
Lady Bones.
I think that new
What I
borders are
think
being created, new alliances are being made, and I don't think that they honestly. I think that this is part of the plan. This is part of the plan,
I
in my
think the
opinion.
old world
I
order
don't
is
think
dead.
Trump has a plan.
The
I
old
think
world
Trump is
order is dead and gone.
I don't.
The
It's
World
not
War
just
II
Trump's plan.
post
I
world
don't think.
order is deteriorating.
Right, and it's not just Trump's plan. Like you have
no,
Chia
none of it
involved,
is.
you have Putin involved, you have Kim Jong Un involved,
The
you
problem,
have all of these people involved. This has been
But you guys
planned.
aren't making the
This has
plan.
been planned for over
Like,
100 years.
no, it has not, dude.
no.
No, plug. It has not. Only
I think
one
Trump
person is
is
a
just
100 year.
being pulled along.
Exactly. Only
I don't think
one
he's
person
part
is
of
a
the
100 year
plan. Yeah,
plan. Only the Chinese have a 100 year plan, and it's called
they got
the
a 1,000-year
100 year
plan.
plan. All right.
No,
We don't. We
Steve,
can't even get an
Fuck the
8 year plan
Chinese.
together. It doesn't
Steve,
matter. They have a 100 year
that's
plan.
untrue. Steve, do you know who really does run the world? Like, who
I don't
owns
know.
everything?
Tell me who you think runs the world and owns the world.
It's
I mean,
very clear
I
the
know.
Rothschilds. The Rothschilds are behind almost
I
everything.
I know. I know who's going along this. I know. Walk those.
No,
How much?
you don't understand. So, if you
I
have a
understand.
family
I've heard
that
this
owns
over and over
everything,
again.
what do you think they're going to do? They're going to uphold their values. It's not like we're just electing in random people and they're just going in there and do whatever
No,
they
there's
want.
a pipeline for sure. There's a pipeline,
What
Chosen
but
is the net?
Trump's not part of it. Trump's not part of it.
laws.
What
They're
what is
specifically
the net
chosen
value of
to
the
do
What
everything
is
that
the net
these
value?
shadowy organizations want them to do.
What is the net value of the Rothschilds family? We know. What is the net value of the Rothschilds family?
You're going off the face value. It's what they don't
What are
show
you going off of?
publicly. Honestly, I'm
For-
going after what I kind of believe to be true, which
yes,
is they own America. They own the world. You look at what they own and what their families own, and you go back to their history. They were behind both world wars. They were behind the funny mustache man going to power. They funded him. They funded that little place the size of New Jersey.
I understand the whole story. Believe me, I've heard it over and over again, and there's a lot of truth to what you say. And I can even name instances, yes. But like Plug is saying, and there's a point to what he is saying. There really is kind of a new world order. For example, the Rothschild family, the Soros families, those guys were definitely around and definitely have a lot of money. But there's a new thing, and this is what Trump is trying to kind of make happen. And he's had this whole tech bro oligarchy thing is what's going on. For example, in Russia, the Rothschilds don't run shit in Russia. It's being run
Yes,
by
they
the
do.
Kremlin. In
No,
Russia?
what?
Tell
No,
me that.
no.
Tell me that. It's being run by the KGB, who never left power, who all run under Putin. Like, who do you think he's giving? Take a look at who he just gave Crimea to. Okay, one oligarch. Their entire system is based on these oligarchs, and it's what he's trying to set up is this new world order that Plug is kind of alluding to. But again, if you look in the book, Foundation of Geopolitics, this is exactly what it's saying, and they want to break the world up, and they want to do it like this. Like, do you think the Rothschilds own China?
No,
I don't
China's
know.
owned by China. It's really just the European countries and America that the Rothschilds own.
Okay, so do you think the Rothschilds? Do you think the Rothschilds own Elon
Where in
Musk?
Europe?
I
Do you think
know
the
that.
Rothschilds own
We're
Elon?
in America
Do the Rothschilds
and
own Elon Musk?
Europe.
Do the Rothschilds own Elon Musk?
Yes, because
Okay.
he owns multiple companies that the Rothschilds have invested in. BlackRock owns a stake. Vanguard owns a stake. You know who owns BlackRock and Vanguard? or portions of them.
But the majority portion of them, or just a small little portion of them? Like, who's the majority shareholder? And I know the guy, but who's the majority shareholder in BlackRock? Is he a Rothschild?
He's related to them.
He is? I didn't know that he was related to them. That's news to me. I'll look that up again. But no, I didn't know he was related to them. Is Jeff Bezos owned by the Rothschilds?
Let's see. So Jeff
No.
Bezos has ASW,
No.
right? ASW is running what? The
Worldwide.
entire, let's say,
Internet.
American infrastructure. So, in a sense, yes, because he is operating off of Rothschild technology. Everything that you own, Amazon.
He's not the main. I'll look it later on again, but I'm pretty sure he was. That's why again, maybe you're right, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm was about Amazon to work full time on Blue Origin. That's his baby. What about Virgin Galactic? Do they own Virgin Galactic?
Yeah.
They do? Okay, I'll look that up too, because I was unaware that Sir whatever his name, Richard, whatever, that they owned him, and he is, yeah, that he owns Virgin Galactic. So the thing is, I grant you, in the 1800s, the Rothschilds were owning everything. They were men of industry, okay, and they chose certain industries, and they helped with schools and that kind of stuff. And they got old, and they turned it over to their kids. And you know what their kids are? Idiots. Their kids.
And lazy.
They're not idiots. These guys are very intelligent. That's the problem.
Okay,
you
but like
guys
tech is taking over.
people's intelligence.
But
What
all the
about
tech
Rupert Murdoch?
bros are have way more wealth. The Rothschilds are like, they've had their moments. They didn't break anything.
No, so that's the problem. These
They
guys
didn't
have
supersede
old
it.
money. Old money owns everything. Old money still has influence. It doesn't matter if they're a trillionaire or if they're a billionaire. As long as they have some type of stake in the American, how the American was made, they own
There's so many millionaires and billionaires now. Like,
All you need is
Yeah.
spiritual wealth, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a whole
No, that's actually very
we have
true.
so many billionaires in America right now. The Rothschilds have been,
no, but can
thousands
we
of
like have a
billionaires.
moment for spiritual wealth? Do you want to lead a prayer or something, Corey?
No,
It sounds like you do.
I'm just vibing. I'm just saying you don't need all this fancy shit. You don't need all this money to enjoy your life. Like you
Sir,
can find.
Oh, honey, way to sum it up for us.
Sir, can I turn you on to something?
I'm
real
just
quick?
saying. I'm just saying it's not healthy to focus on all these billionaires all the time.
Sir, when you get a
I
chance,
couldn't
look
agree
up,
more.
sir, when you get a chance, look up Mega Group, okay? MEGA Group. All right. And the Mega Group is linked to Jeffrey Epstein, but this goes way deeper than that. The Mega Group is running a lot of things. Now, if you do your research and tell me, are they linked to the Mega Group? And if they're linked to the Mega Group, I'm gonna start listening to you a lot more of what you say. I'm gonna do a lot more redigging, because I've already did this. I
It
did this.
doesn't matter. I
with
can come back with as many facts as I want. You won't listen to me because
No,
you
I
have
will.
your
I'll
own
tell you.
ideas and ideologies of how the world works.
Let me explain to you.
Is
I
George
will
Soros a
definitely-
billionaire?
I will. Yeah, he has
Yeah.
$7 billion.
That
I will
dude is
definitely
evil.
listen to you, bro. I will listen to you 100%. If you give me new information, dude, I thrive on information. I will change my view if you give me the right information, for sure. Don't think I'm just gonna be like fucking up. If
Me
you're
too.
showing me something I haven't seen before, yeah, dude, you'll definitely win me over. But just show
You
me that.
say
Like,
that,
look at,
Steve, but you're a hardcore ideologue, buddy. Like,
well,
just
Yeah, like you said.
I'm a hardcore data guy because we live in the age of information, guys. And if you're
I'm a data guy. That's
down.
crazy.
I can give you all the data possible, but you'll flip it around into a way
I can promise you
you
that's
won't
not true.
believe
He actually has changed
everything I
his
said.
opinion on things. You have to give him
Yeah.
proof, though. You can't go on your word. If you give him
Yeah.
proof, he will change his mind. I've seen it happen in person. Okay, like
Oh wait, 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 wait! You can't go
personally.
on your word. You can't go on your word. You have to have proof. Interesting. Interesting.
Well, it's like this. You can't
Yeah,
tell me
I don't know you.
I don't go for trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
I'm
No,
not
dude, I don't
doing
do
that
that.
trust me, bro stuff. You're the
I
only one
never
doing
said
that
you would.
because
No,
you know
I'm not
I'm
saying you
right.
would, bro. Bro, I'm not saying you would. I'm just saying, do me a favor, just look at the mega group. Dude, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Look at the mega group. If you can if you show me that they're linked to them, dude, you're gonna fuck my brain up. Okay? That's what I need, because the mega group is very like Ronald Lauder, the guy that wants Greenland, he's part of the mega group. Steven Spielberg is part of the mega group. All right. If you guys know about this movie called Disclosure that's coming out, do you guys know about Disclosure?
Yes, yes, yes. I've already the UFO one. Was it that?
Yeah,
Is it that one?
it's gonna fuck everybody up. It's like the Matrix. Okay, it's changing everything. It is. It's gonna fuck everybody up.
Steve, you're
You guys
in the
can't-
matrix, bro.
I know
Yeah,
it.
unplug, Steve. Steve, unplugged.
No, sir. Hey, sir. Seriously, I'm gonna text you when we're done. Or text me, please, bro. I'm like bullshitting you, right? Show me information. Show me valid information. I will 100% take a look at it. And if it's accurate, it's accurate. Dude. I mean, facts are facts. I can't argue. I don't argue with real data. Can't argue with it. And then I gotta take a better look at maybe you're right. Maybe these motherfuckers still do control. Oh, my question was Rupert Murdoch. Does Rupert Murdoch? Because Rupert Murdoch. Have you watched the documentary with him and his kids? Like his empire is gonna be gone, dude. And that's my point. That's the
And his
Rothschilds.
kids are
Their
fighting.
kids,
Yeah.
yeah, their kids can't carry on. These guys were legends, dude, and they did things that couldn't be done at a
Well,
perfect time.
Fox News is an establishment media conglomerate. It's not going to die, even if they do. It's
Yeah,
but
already
it doesn't have the
basically an
power.
arm of the government.
It doesn't
way
have
Basically,
the
a
power.
propaganda arm.
It's way more than Fox News,
It's
dude.
been neutered.
Yeah, it's way more than Fox News. Like Rupert Murdoch is, if you believe in the Illuminati, he's fucking one of them. Rupert Murdoch, and there's a documentary on HBO or Netflix. Check it out. That's the story about Rupert Murdoch. You should take a hard look at it and see what's going on with him and his kids. Like that's Fox News is nothing.
Sir,
Fox News is a side job. What he did in England is it fucked England up, and they'll never
With
recover.
the royal family. Did you watch that one with
No,
the royal family?
You guys are
no, I didn't.
believing documentaries that are put out to the public. They will never tell you anything real inside these documentaries. That's the
Okay,
problem.
that's fine. But hold on, like, so where do you suggest we find our information then? Is it like just vibes? Because I don't know
No,
if we're not.
no, you don't just go by
But so
vibes,
just
and
besides,
you don't go by vibes and sunshines, and you don't go ask the gopher that pops up out of the ground once in a while.
okay,
You
so
go
tell us,
look
where do we
and
go? You
ask
said not
people. You go
documentaries.
by people who have been exiled by those people, and then once you find those people, you question them. You find people who have been deliberately
Anecdote. I'll back
silent.
you on the anecdotes, but like a bunch of like reporters generally get a bunch of anecdotal evidence and like can give you a little bit more weighty information than like a one-on-one conversation. I don't know how you're expecting us to get that. Like Bellingcat is a great source for information. Like where are you getting your information? I'm open to like getting other sources if you have recommended sources, but going and like one-on-one chatting it up,
I
not
don't have
feasible.
recommended sources. The problem is all media has been
Then you
bought
can't
out
judge
and it's all
ours.
owned. What you do is you go ahead and you look at multiple different sources. You go after
You don't
independent
think we do
sources.
that?
You look at their background and you see who owns them, what are their previous projects. You don't go after mainstream media. Mainstream media has been bought out, been sold, and she's trying to destroy your mind and make you into a shield.
You're assuming that that's what we do. Like I don't know
because it is.
why.
That's
where
why
our
everybody's
ideologies
turning
come
on
from.
Trump right now.
Or
That's
what?
because the damn media. That's that damn. It's that damn phone.
That's the whole story of Rupert Murdoch that I'm talking about, bro. That's what they're talking about on the documentary. He went and bought a rag down in England that was kind of falling off. He bought it and he turned it in his direction to the right. And he got people talking, got people going, and that's what he did. And then he came to the United States. I don't know if you know this, back in like early 2005 and 6, like Fox News was banned in Europe. I know because I was over there and they didn't have it on the air. And that's how it should have stayed because they knew who Rupert Murdoch was, and they're like, we don't want that
So you,
garbage over
you want to
here.
control and censor information you don't agree with. I knew it.
You
Commie.
I miss the
Commie.
days before
Oh,
Ronald
God.
Reagan. I miss
Commie.
it, bro. You like Putin, so don't ever talk about commie. You suck at the biggest commie. He's KGB
Commie.
agent, dummy. So
you,
my
you want to censor information you don't agree
Bro,
with, and you like
so
what?
what I was gonna say was that Fox News is 100% misinformation, and that's
Yes.
what
And
that's what they're
CNN and
calling it.
MSNBC is good information.
No, I think CNN
Nobody said
sucks.
that.
CNN 50%. Like you can't trust CNN. You can't trust MSNBC now. CBS is gone. But Barry Wise, like by
Very
the
wise.
way, the interview, the thing today
If I have to turn
debate.
on any of them, I'm turning on Fox.
Of course you are, because that's the cuck you are. So anyway, but getting back to
Whoa,
the
you're a dick.
Alright.
oh no,
Alright.
he's unique. He's all about
Should
the
I
Trump
should I
nut.
be allowed to see it though? Should I have the freedom to see it, or if you could, would
Yeah,
you ban
the
me from
question
seeing
is
it?
should you be allowed to throw that
I have
information
no-
out into the ether and let people make their own decision, right?
Absolutely, but how much weight should it get, and how many eyes should it get, and how much
That's
Well, that'll be determined by its validity. Its validity
No,
will
that's not
reinforce
true.
it.
That's not
let
true.
God take care of
It's
that.
not fair.
Not
Facts
at
have to be facts. We have to support.
Well,
like,
there's a
there has to be
reason that
source.
nobody
Who's
trusts
to say-
mainstream
who's
media.
to say
The reason
what's
that no
a
one
fact and
trusts mainstream media.
who's to say what is the right thing and what
Facts.
who decides these things? Evil
Fox
lizard
says
people
that they are
decide
not
these
facts.
things.
You
know
don't
what?
have
Why don't we
alternative
let them
facts.
speak? Why don't we let them speak for themselves? Fox does not call themselves a source of facts. They are entertainment.
They say
Okay,
that.
so
they're
so
like
don't
the
put words in
Onion.
their mouth.
So
In
they're
a
like
sense,
the Onion.
yeah, you're right.
So should
In
the
a sense,
Onion get banned then?
well, no, the
Nobody's
Onion.
saying banned. No one's
Look,
saying
there's
banned.
a
No,
there's a
I'm
reason
saying
that
that
mainstream
people
a lot
media.
of good
hide them.
I saw a lot of good informative stuff on Fox. I don't know what you
But
guys are talking.
the Onion lets you
But
know that
that's
it's
fine. But
plausible.
Look, there's a
yes,
reason
don't
mainstream
they have
media
to
is dying,
disclose?
right? The reason it's dying is because people have lost trust in it. The reason people have
Exactly.
lost trust in it is because they got busted lying a bunch of times, right?
But,
So regardless of what
Right.
information you dump into the ether, people are going to wait and see. And once it's determined that what you said was bullshit, you're going to lose
But you're
trust. And that's
acting
just what it
like
is.
we're comparing apples and apples, and that's not the case. Like, you can't compare Fox, even though it's got news in it. Like, you can't compare like a complete farcical presenting it as a news, like whatever that freaking thing is. It's like a propaganda station. Essentially,
It
it's like
is
the
propaganda
Russian.
station.
But it is. So you can't compare that to what, like, for example, like
Not
the
all of
AP
it
is
was
doing.
propaganda. Some of it was real.
We
All
have to have some
mainstream
sort of,
media
like,
news is propaganda nonsense that is an arm of the government. It's
no,
obvious.
it's not
Well,
all
when they're
propaganda.
raising
It's
the
not all
concerns on
propaganda.
issues
You're
I care
confusing
about.
bias with propaganda. You're
CNN doesn't talk
confusing.
about
No.
shit that I care
Okay.
about.
So then tell me, why does one news station contradict another news station? And how come a other news station is just saying something completely wrong and fabricated? All mainstream media has been bought out and they're just pumping out whatever
Correct.
they want to. They just say whatever they feel
They're
like.
pumping out
It's
whatever
all
they're
been
told
compromised.
to by the people
Okay,
who are flipping the switches.
So that
So
there's
what's
two
your solution, guys? Because yeah, go ahead.
there's two strains of that. Okay, so what you just said, like, if you guys ever seen the advertisement or the YouTube video for Claire Media Group, where they're all saying the exact same thing over and over again, you guys ever seen that?
Yeah, the government news disclosure that they send out
it's
all
not,
the commands.
No.
I'm saying where the government tells all the news media what to say, and then there's clips of all
No,
of the people saying
that's
the same
sending out
thing
like
at
a.
once.
You mean when they send out a wire? Like, that's different.
No, what I'm talking about is there's a clip that's going around. You can look up Claire Media Group, and because Claire Media Group bought up all these channels. They're a right-wing group. They bought up all these channels, okay? And they give the exact same scripts to all their stations all across.
They do that
across the
every,
country.
like,
That's what I
holiday
meant,
too.
right? What I'm
Yeah,
saying is the
it's
script comes from the
their script.
That's
government.
syndication.
No,
That's
it doesn't. It
syndication.
comes
No, it's not the government.
No, but I
from them.
disagree.
It comes from,
I disagree.
no.
I believe that it all comes from upstairs. Okay,
Okay,
all
so
of
let
it.
me. No, let me
From
explain
George
why.
Soros.
No, it's not. It's actually. So
If
again,
it's MSNBC, it probably does come from George Soros.
so if it's on Fox, it comes from Rupert Murdoch. Okay,
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
the one, and he's one started doing this. He doesn't work for the government; he works for himself. All right, he manipulates the government. And he wants to bend it in a certain direction. Like, but all this happened under Obama. This wasn't like, and there's like, hey, today on the news we did this and this and this, and they show you like 4 screens, 5 screens, 10 screens, 20 screens, and they're saying the exact same mimic versions because Claire Media is
Media
owned
conglomerates.
media
Yeah,
conglomerate, and they give
and
their
that's what I
guys the
meant
exact
initially, right?
same scripts. Okay,
That's what I
so
meant initially when I said that
I'm
the government was sending out the notice to all the news organizations as to what they're
But
supposed
it's
to
not the
say, right?
government.
not the government,
So
It's not the
what
government.
I believe it makes a lot more sense that it would be, right?
that
But
way.
Because
it's
you
not
think
Okay,
about
but
it,
all
they
the
but
were
but it's
individual
using
news
the alpha.
with their own ideas that somehow seem to mimic everyone else's ideas. If they're
No,
not all bought out and owned by a government entity or one entity that's pumping out a
it's a
script,
private company.
it
It's a
doesn't make
private
sense
company.
then.
But
so
it
If you
does
think the
because it's a
government
private
doesn't have
company.
any control over the private entities inside their territory, then you're confused about how government works.
well, can I
Yeah.
say one thing? So yes, you're right. Now, for certain things they do, but this is not what the Clear Media thing's about. Just pull up and look at it. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just some simple stuff. But yeah, you do during certain times, the government steps in, like Hillary
Like
Clinton was talking about
COVID.
this, and they have a certain thing that they want you, like a certain line that they want you to push. And actually, a better example would be during the Iraq War. Okay, during the Iraq War,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't want any opposition, and so the Bush administration stepped forward and they go, "This is what they call the official story." All right, and some reporters talked about this, that they would be given the official story, and that's the story that they all had to put out. All right, and
See, so you're
that you're
proving
right.
my point. The government has a
You are
direct
proving the
line
point.
to these news organizations. You're proving my point to a T.
Yeah.
If the government can tell them to say this line and give them the official news, which is most likely to be false if we
My
have
phone died.
anything to go by with the Trump administration, what they've been saying Iran, then you're proving my point to a T. The government has
Okay.
control over what the media is allowed to say.
You said the exact opposite. You said this channel says one thing, this channel says the other thing. That's what you said. And I was pushing back on that and saying that Claire Media controls all of their being, all the people. Fox News, Rupert Murdoch controls all that. But then there's other institutions. There's like Al Jazeera News. Okay, Al Jazeera News is controlled by
Al
Qatar.
Jazeera
There's
is Al Jazeera is
they
really a propaganda machine for Qatar.
they work for the Qatari government. Yes. There's also, for example, China has their own station. Okay, RT is 100% controlled
Yeah.
opposition. There's BBC. The BBC is in England. All right, and the BBC has now certain institutions have a
BBC.
little bit more. Yeah, there's certain have a little more leeway. But the thing is, for the most part, when it's state controlled television, you are limited to what you can say, and if you don't like it, you can leave. Just like I forget what the lady's name was, Abby Martin.
It's
She
like that
didn't.
on every mainstream channel in America. If
But
you say
So
anything that goes against the narrative of what's going on in that booth, you're out. They will cut your live feed. You do not get to say
cut your
whatever
live
you
feed,
want. You
they see
have
it
to
all the
say what they.
time. Exactly, and so that's why we have independent journalists now. Especially with
Mm-hmm.
the internet, independent journalists can say whatever the fuck they want to say, and they
No,
break
they
the
can't
narrative.
because they get shadow banned. If they don't get shadow banned,
They
then
get
they go ahead and get
blacklisted.
banned off the
They get
platform. It
Next
doesn't
sur-
debanked.
matter.
next surly
What?
to
You don't
go.
even have a
Okay.
checking account.
Surly.
They will take all your money.
Okay.
They will literally foreclose on your house.
Yeah,
So,
they'll
And if you have
but
debate you.
sensitive information, they could kill you just because.
so by your
Okay,
guys'
hold on.
standards, there is absolutely nowhere to get any information that is trustworthy.
Yeah,
No,
basically,
because it's all been paid for. Now we have
So
to
what
then
are
choose.
we
how
You
do
have
you
to
even
get
talking about?
combine
information?
ideas, and you have to combine news to figure out what's real and
That's
what's
what we
not.
all
You
do.
have to
But like,
discern and disseminate for yourself using logic and forethought and deep
which
understanding
I
to try to
mean,
figure out your best
okay,
case scenario.
Yeah, you have to
okay,
How
logic
about
and
this?
reason your way through everything.
How about this? There's a thing called open source, okay? So the government, whether they like it or not, especially our government, they have to release certain information. It's called open source. And you can go
Yeah,
take a
it's
look
called
at that and you can
CENTCOM.
what?
Yeah, it's called CENTCOM. Even then, they're controlled.
okay.
Go ahead, Bones.
We got a new
No,
person.
no. I was just gonna. I was gonna
No.
say that there are, like, for me, like I listen to your guys's. I listen to every court case, the oral arguments. I listen to a lot of Congress. Like it. So I read a lot of cases. I read a lot of bills. So that's like the most, I guess, like the truthful of the government at work. You don't necessarily get the reason why things are happening, but you get the truth of what's happening as opposed to the spin. And that's, other than that, it's like a conglomeration of a bunch of other things. And there are people that were doing a lot of FOIA requests because there used to be record keeping. And that is like ending under Trump, which is going to be a sea change in the way that people get information about, like, actual factual information about the government that you guys have depended on for releasing like really important things over the course of your entire since you guys were a country, and that's going away. So
And also,
if
FOIA
you guys
requests
care
don't
about,
work exactly how you think they work. You could put a FOIA request, doesn't mean you're going to get the information. They will still
I
hide it
realize
from
that.
you.
I realize that, but usually over time. But also, there's government records, that there's archives, there's things that get released after a certain amount of time. I'm just mentioning that all of that, if you guys care about facts, that is something that you guys should care about, because right now Trump is trying to eliminate all of that. He's trying to take government record keeping away from you guys.
Yeah. You can get you can get information if you want to. Like all the Epstein files stuff's going to come out eventually. But you know, you're right. They do try. They do try to suppress it. Yeah, it will.
You
But
guys believe
Anything sensitive in the Epstein files was destroyed immediately by the CIA, and anybody thinks any different is crazy.
You don't think that,
you guys
well, you don't
believe
think
that
that
you guys
his
believe
brother,
that Trump gave Bill Clinton. If you guys believe that, you guys are like just like sheep.
what gave
If you guys if you
you-
believe every single thing in those emails that they just
what
shoved
are
in
you
your
talking
face, I
about?
think you're a sheep. Well, all those
again,
shit that they
he's covering
released,
for Donald
they
Trump.
said that
He's covering
Trump gave Bill Clinton head. I don't believe that. That's bullshit.
Oh God, dude, like no one's talking about that.
There's
hurt his
no
feelings
way
the most.
now.
But I
When he
do
read
think
that
that
one, he was almost
Epstein's
in tears.
brother has a lot. Epstein's brother has a lot of shit, and he knows that the fact that he's got all that is probably the only reason why he's alive right now, and it's disseminated to multiple places, and
A
it's
lot of these,
basically
it
going to
just
go off like a truth bomb.
look like some
Well, the whole thing
scripted
is
ass
that
emails and some scripted ass shit to me that it
the
just made
reality is
it's made
Epstein is being
it's
used as a
only
scapegoat.
it's only made so everybody gossips to the, oh my god, Trump kicked Bill Clinton head, oh my god, and
Nobody
Well, at
everybody
this
cared about
point,
that. Literally, nobody
anything
cared
who
about
did
that.
anything bad is getting away with it. Anything who did anything bad is getting away with it. Epstein is the
That's
patsy.
unbelievable.
He's the guy everybody's
Epstein's
looking
still
at.
alive.
They're going to throw everything on him, right? And he's dead. And they're just going to
Epstein's
bury him.
still alive. There's one thing that can actually tie it to him being alive. The files say that in his autopsy he had a prostate, but you go through Epstein's files and his surgical records, they claim that he had prostate cancer and has prostate removed. So either the government fabricated a autopsy report and the dude's still alive, or somehow he had a prostate transplant.
It's Palm
Also,
Beach
he
Palm
had
Beach
a
Pete.
lot of
You
flushed
already
face.
know.
Yeah, Palm Beach.
Yeah, but the entire point
He
is
had flushed
you're
face
missing the
in all
point.
the images, and
It wouldn't make it would make no logical sense to leave him alive. Like from a strategical point of view, it would make no
Exactly.
sense at all
He's
to
quite
leave him
dead.
alive.
He's quite dead. Hey, so I want to say one thing about this. So, Alpha and Bob, you can look this up. There's an investigation called by a guy named Senator Wyden, okay, Senate Finance Committee, and it's been going on since 2022. And the reason why was when the war broke out, we started sanctioning all these Russian banks. They sanctioned this one bank, and they find there's accounts from Jeffrey Epstein. And they're like, holy shit, this is from Jeffrey Epstein. And so they started looking into that account. And one account alone, they started focusing on just that one account. $800 million transferred in it, and a bunch of names to include Leon Black, and Donald Trump may be on that list. He wouldn't say, but there's a bunch of people on the
no,
list.
he was for sure. He
Yeah,
was for sure because
he,
he was doing the sales of his apartment, his Trump apartments. Way back in the day, he dealt with that Russian company, and it was just like basically to
so
launder money.
what it means is that Donald Trump and Epstein were laundering money together. That's a crime right there that Trump's gotten away with. Okay, all these guys are going to go to jail, and this case is still going on. They're trying to stop it, but once this administration is gone, because it's a very hard case to finish. It takes a lot of time to get this right, because they can't go to trial and then they have one little thing wrong. These guys walk. So people are going to go to jail. That case has been going on, and just pull up for yourself. It's still ongoing. Trump is just blocked.
Trump's not going to jail,
No
buddy.
one's going to jail. That's the entire problem. You think that the government works for its people. It doesn't. It makes rules and regulations to actively
Correct.
fight against its people. If you want to look at just like, if you claim that the government's following its rules and regulations, insider trading. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She's somehow outperforming the S&P 500
Look at
by like
Minnesota.
Oh my
5
God, that's
times.
child's play, though. Come on.
That's
That's
child's
not
play.
okay. Fine then. How
That's
about
child's
Barron
play.
Trump?
Look up.
That's
How about
Look
child's
up
Barron
the.
Trump and his poly market
Yeah.
bets? How about
Look
Eric
up.
Trump and his
That's
drone
what we should
company?
be talking about. That's actually what we should be talking about, because that's different. That's a whole different level. That's not just like I'm making an extra like $500,000 like
It's not
on
half a million
stocks.
dollars. It's $23
No, I'm saying
million.
no. I'm saying Pelosi. I'm saying before the
Yeah, I
old
wish I
way.
had
The
$1
old way
million.
was they were trying to kind of pad their income a little bit, right? That's different than what's happening now. You can't even compare it. Like this, we're talking a full-on grift of the American people. Like it's a wealth transfer to Trump and his family specifically, and it's
And like
disgusting to the tune of billions of dollars.
it's billions, if not millions. And what it is it's all betting on Trump being able to manipulate the markets. I know this
Which
just
he
because
can.
I have a large stock portfolio. And every single time Trump says anything about the oil markets dip. And guess who puts
Yeah, and
in
he does it every
a
weekend.
Guess who puts in a oil future? Trump does, and his Trump or his family does. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
Trump says something else and the oil futures just skyrocket. They're making millions right in front of our faces, and they're completely denying it.
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
Well, there are a lot
They're
of
not
people
even
following
really
those
denying
trades
it.
and also dumping in, just following up, right? And people have been
Yeah.
following Nancy's trades like that for
Right.
years, just doing
I
whatever
Yeah,
she
do.
but
You guys keep saying
Yeah.
Nancy.
yeah.
There's a guy named Kevin Hearn. Okay, Kevin Hearn out of Oklahoma. Okay, if you look on the list, who made the most? Nancy Pelosi is like 11th. Kevin
Mhm.
Hearn is number 1 for insider trading. All right. So there's a list of people. There's 11 Republican men on top of the list before it comes down to the first
Yeah.
female, which is a Republican, and Nancy Pelosi is
But
like number
however,
11.
the amount that you're
So
making on stock trading, it like can never even come close to what you're getting on like Polymarket and shit, right? So
It does actually.
it,
You can. What it is you're not buying small oil trades. You're buying massive ETFs and you're buying single corps. What you do is you do day trading. You figure out when
no,
this market's going to go high and low,
but
or you
but you
have
can
someone
see what they've
inside the
done. You can
company.
see
You
what
do
they've
day
done.
trading or
No,
insider
yeah,
trading.
what do you?
and
That's not
go ahead.
happening. Go ahead.
Well, I'm telling you how it works.
You
I'm
no,
currently inside the
no,
stock market as well.
but that's not how they're doing. That's not how Congress
No, because
is.
they're controlling the
Congress is,
market.
No, they're using the
dude.
tariffs mostly. It's
Well,
really
yeah, they're using the
There's
tariffs too, but
one
mainly
thing.
they're controlling the market by putting out the news.
All this is new. No, hang on. All this is new with Trump and these guys loving all this stuff doing that. But for example, Dianne Feinstein and 3 other Republicans when COVID hit, okay? So they didn't make COVID's coming down the pipeline. They get an intel brief on it, and they're like, "This is going to be bad. This is going to hit the U.S. hard. We're going to have this many deaths and casualties. All this happening," and they go and start dumping stocks. All right, that's insider trading. They're getting an intelligence report in fucking January that no one's even seen yet, and they're trading stocks in it, and nothing happened to any of them. All right, like
It's
I'm from
awful,
San
but what
Francisco.
happened really, grand scheme? Like what they saved themselves from losing like what, $1 million, couple $1 million compared to what's happening now? I mean,
Well, nothing compares to now. Like this is the biggest grift ever. Like
so
just the
crazy.
meme count alone
Yeah.
is $2.5 billion Trump has made, and then the Saudis had to buy
The
some.
pay for play, the
Yeah,
pardons,
he let the
yeah,
guy
like 14
out.
billion or something.
The
I
Binance
think
guy, he let him out of jail.
I don't think anyone can say that Trump has not utilized this presidency in particular to ingratiate himself with insane wealth. I don't think anyone can really argue.
He's made
Well,
over $3.6 billion.
Corey will say it.
He's doubled his net worth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, now
I don't
add
think
in
anyone can really
Jared
argue.
Kushner and
That's a violation of the emolument clause.
yeah.
Yeah, he's broken the law. Like, and the thing about it, my thing is, I'm not the next person that I'm voting for is as a Democrat. If you're on prosecuting Trump, fuck off. I'm not even considering you. That has to be top. I want Medicare for all, tuition-free college working on. but definitely prosecuting these guys, and not for just him being a bad guy that I can care less about or yelling at a girl. I want him to be prosecuted for crimes that he's actually committing.
I think you
Right?
should get free college if you earn it, but not
I
just
mean,
everybody
how
get
much
free
more in
college.
taxes do you want to have to pay in order for everybody to have crappy healthcare and
You,
low
you,
caliber
you,
college?
Well, if you look at
A
my
lot,
Donnie's saying it's awesome. Like
40%.
I think right now the fact that your premiums are doubling, so a little more in taxes, so that you don't have this problem, I think is a great fix. I don't think
What
any
is
parent
what is
Taxes
a
are
little
not the
more? What is a
taxes are
little
not
more?
the
or
Like
fix.
hold on.
30%?
Hold on. Why do you need to? Why do you think it's going to be a big
I
increase in
don't
taxes?
care
Like
about.
right
I don't
now,
want to pay for other people's college though. Like I don't give a fuck about doing that. Though. Like I don't want
Yeah.
any part. Like
Taxes are not going to be the fix. What needs to happen
yeah,
is we need to stop funding other countries and we also need to stop funding other wars and other proxy wars. We need to focus
exactly.
on
There's enough
America.
money.
We need to get rid of
There's
this
enough money.
corruption.
Hey, I think you should go. You should get free college if you earn it. Handing out free college to anybody that's like, I want free college, is a bad idea. They're just gonna waste
Why?
it.
Yeah,
Because
I
It would
got people
probably,
you
you want to know why? Because it would probably cost like $4 trillion. That's why.
No, I'm
So
just. I was just
why don't we
curious.
come up
What?
with ideas or someone suggest a plan for how that's supposed to be possible? Because it's
I
just
have an
not.
idea. Well, no, like so the free college thing. I mean, there's plenty of tests around the world. You guys can like
college is a
waddle.
scam. I learned that from Charlie Kirk.
Well,
I thought you
college
were
is
just
not a
saying. I thought
scam
you were
if you
just
know
saying
what
that
you
you
want to
wanted.
go for.
If you want to
engineering
go to
degree.
be a doctor, if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or something that really needs it, then sure.
Them
But like, how many
fields.
people really want to
There
do
should
that?
be lots of trade colleges and trade schools and like
I think trade
certificate
schools.
things
Trump was
and
If
supposed
you
whatever.
to
want
be working on that.
a
The trade
degree in
school.
like,
Right. Maybe he's not going to though, because
um,
he just tells people things so that they vote for him. Then he says something to fuck off.
Yeah.
Trump's not going to do anything for people. I think you're missing that. Well, you get the point.
people are
Trump
in
doesn't give a
debt for the
fuck about the
dumbest
middle class.
degrees. People are in
Well,
debt.
what about
The
medical
fake
debt, Corey?
degrees.
Corey, what
Yeah,
about
like I
medical
think
debt?
the medical thing is important because Trump
Just
made a
go
lot
to
of
the
mistakes and
go
he's
to
not
the
keeping them.
ER. Just go to the
Right
ER.
now,
Get
any
what you need.
American can go
Get what
to an
you need
emergency
done,
room and
and
get
then just
free
don't pay
care.
it.
And you
Okay,
can
okay.
throw that
So
bill in
hold
the
on.
garbage.
Alpha.
Throw that
So
bill in the
what
garbage.
does
They're not gonna
that?
come for
What?
you.
Go ahead, Bones.
They don't come for you for
But
that.
Medical debt
but
is
here's the
classified
point.
differently.
Okay, but hold on. So you're saying that you don't know where the money's going to come from, but you think it's okay the way that it's going now when you have people going and using
I didn't say
emergency
that.
room
I didn't say
care
it was
as
okay the way it is now. To
no,
try to argue that there's not a health crisis in America is ridiculous. Of course, it's not okay the
no,
way
there
it is
is
now.
no, but you don't know where the money's going to come from. And I'm saying there's so much inefficiency. You guys pay so much more for your healthcare and you get less from it. You guys pay more than anyone else and your life expectancy is only
I'm
going
not
down.
hearing a plan for how
So
to get $4 trillion to come out of everybody's ass. I'm not
well,
hearing that. I'm hearing you saying,
what
oh,
I'm
there's
telling you.
inefficiencies. Oh, there's this. Oh, there's that. No. What's the plan? Is it A, B, C, or is it, oh, well, we'll
The
figure
plan
it out later? Like, that's not how that works.
I mean,
So
I don't know. I didn't really
one
have the
thing that we
chance to
could
say
do,
anything. So
the
Free
one thing that we
drugs.
could do is stop spending money on foreign wars. We could stop trying to fund different types of just we need to get out of foreign policies. We need to focus on America. We need to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. There's been multiple counts. Just look at California. So
Well,
those
we've
tiny
tried that,
homes.
man.
you need to
I mean,
get
you
I
rid of
know,
can't,
the
but what needs to
middlemen.
happen is there needs to be a serious effort.
is
But
there
what-
any
You need to get
real
rid of the
way to
middlemen.
rid
You guys,
corruption from the system that's going to
I
steal
got a
and take
solution
money?
for healthcare.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I
there's
got a
like real
solution
no
for
way of
healthcare.
ridding corruption. It's a fairy tale dream. It's not gonna happen. It's
I
never
got a
gonna
solution
happen.
for healthcare.
But
If you
you can do better.
This is Corey.
You can
This
do
is
better.
Corey's. Let's hear
No,
Corey's
I got a
healthcare.
solution. If you care about your health, eat healthy and go to the gym.
Corey, can I ask
Okay,
you a question?
that's not how it works, honey.
Yes,
It
it
really
is.
is how it works, though. It really is, though. I
No,
mean,
it's
Corey, can I,
really
you see
not.
the
It's
happiest,
actually not.
happiest,
Yes,
Corey,
there is.
healthiest
Okay,
people
Lady Bones.
that
Corey.
don't ever
There's
go.
too
They
many
don't
Yeah,
ever
fat
have to go to
fucks
the
running around
what we need to
America
do is
eating
work on
Snickers
affordability.
and candy.
Hang on, Corey. Can I ask you a question? Corey.
What?
Okay. Do you remember that lady that went to the DoorDash lady that went to visit Trump at the White House, and she
Mhm.
Yeah, I
gave him
know
his
that's
McDonald's?
staged. I'd get that. Like, you don't think I
Okay.
know that
So,
staged?
well, that wasn't my point. Did you hear what she said to Trump? Like
Her
why she's
story
working
was real,
DoorDash?
though.
Yeah, her story is
I
very
didn't
No,
real.
her
even
So,
story
listen to
was
it.
fake.
No,
I didn't
no,
even
dude, the
listen
story's
to
not
it.
fake. Okay, so she went that. So she says her husband has like stage 2 or one of the stage cancers, okay, and he had to get a bunch of work done, and they had to take all the money out of savings to help him with his medical bills, okay, and that is the plight for millions of Americans in this country.
You know what happened with socialized healthcare? He would have died. He would have never got care, and he would have died.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
No,
That's a
so
lie.
what
You have worse
about-
health outcomes.
He would have been in line until his
You know
death
why
day.
we have worse
That's
health
a
outcomes? Because our
lie.
food is absolute shit. We have no real good food or substance. Everything
People
is
that want to
I'm not
be
arguing-
healthy
I'm
are
not arguing
healthy, and
that.
people that don't want to be healthy aren't. Like
Corey.
you are what you want to. No, it's fucking facts.
So
Well, it's a little
You
more
are what you want to
complicated than
put your
that, I
time
think.
into.
You're basically saying fuck her and
I
let her
mean, let's
husband
not
die.
get all Scientology on it. Like you just visualize your health and you are healthy. Like, you know, stuff happens, right? You get cancer, you break your leg. You know,
Being
things
healthy
happen.
costs money, by the way.
That's rare for the most
Considering
part.
stress.
For the most part, for people that
No,
completely
Corey,
are not
that's
healthy.
not rare.
No, that's
the
like a
norm,
young,
bro.
it's like a young, healthy person take for the most part, because
Yeah,
everybody
she-
ends
I'm
up,
not even.
everybody
I'm
ends
not
up being
even.
healthcare.
No. I'm not even that healthy. Like I fucking like smoke and
Those-
like do, but like I eat
and you're very
Popeyes.
young still.
But
We'll
if
see
I
where
want,
you're at in the 15 years.
that's my fault. I can't blame that on anybody else but me. If I want to be healthier, then I gotta go get my ass to the gym
We'll
and
talk
eat
to
more
you in
steak.
15 years.
Yeah, but like, what if you get hit by a car, right?
Can you
And you're like a
afford?
paraplegic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Or
If I
it's
can
like
you
this.
afford to
then I
get
go
like
to the
the healthy
emergency
food?
room.
No one should have to live
Well,
in medical
look,
debt. And I
because
think
you
that's
can't
one thing
go to
to
the
reiterate.
emergency room, at least that's an option, but that's still
Yeah,
not
but
a
it's so
viable
expensive.
long-term
And
plan.
No, you
Well, you
can't.
don't have to pay it, but
Yeah, you do.
regardless,
But
that
somebody,
debt,
what do you
no, you
mean?
don't.
Yeah,
The
you do.
hospital,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hospital
you
can
do
write
pay
it
it.
all off, and they will. You
No,
can take that bill and
no.
toss it in the
Oh,
garbage.
No,
okay, so
For
you think
example,
it's
for
free?
example, let me give you an
That's
example.
crazy.
I
That's
have
free
3
healthcare.
children. I have 3 children. Okay, I never paid a dime for any of their birthing procedures, any of their
That's
prenatal
cool because
care,
you know what?
none
Your
of it.
friends
And
just paid it for you.
we're talking about
Thank you.
$80,000.
Say thank you.
Okay, to have
That's
3
called
children.
socialism.
How'd
That's
you not pay it?
socialism. Your
I
friends
took
paid
the
for it.
bill and I threw it in the garbage, and then the hospital
And
wrote
it
it
got
off against the
paid.
government, like they do with anybody who walks in the ER, right? And so
So
that's
you're a
bad. That's
socialist.
bad. No, that's
That's free health.
bad.
That's
I
that's
did that.
socialism.
I did that, and it was
Okay,
bad. And it
socialism.
was bad
But
for the economy, and the fact that it is continuing to happen with millions of Americans across the country is bad, which is to your point. There's a health crisis, right? And it
And it
needs addressed,
works.
and there
You
needs
just
to be a
go to
solution,
it works
but
though.
it
The
does
solution.
work.
Works.
I'm just happy
Yes,
we're
Hey, it
to
all
works.
Julie's point, it
socialists.
works.
It works for
It
me.
Okay.
does
No, it doesn't
function
work
to a
because
degree.
It works for
It doesn't work
me.
well. It's
Yeah.
not
you're
a perfect
defrauding the country.
system, but you
You're
can still get
defrauding the
care in
country.
America.
I mean, if I
No,
get cancer, then it's
de-
my fault though. Like, I
but
can't.
you're defrauding the country, though.
It's not always
You're
your fault.
defrauding the
You
country.
are defrauding the country. Somebody's paying for it.
And
I didn't know we had so many socialists
Yes.
in the chat,
No,
but it's
I know
it's
someone's paying for it. The
all
hospital
right.
writes it off, and the government takes
No.
care of it with tax dollars, and that's bad,
And
right?
I guess what? So
Bad.
then we're going to settle the problem by saying you can do that from now on, and you can write it up because you're going to have Medicare for all. And that's exactly the same thing. Where you go there, it's tax dollars, but the
yeah,
government they take care of
exactly.
it. They pay the bill and they flush down the toilet. You just described Medicare for all. Congratulations, you're on our team. You
Okay.
didn't even know it.
No. I
Exactly.
described
No,
I
that's
described a
wrong.
bad situation, right? I described a bad situation that needs
Oh,
correction.
do you think?
I
Okay.
think it's fine.
Well, I think
No, it's bad.
you're on the right track though. But you can
You're on the
save
right
money
track.
by not going to
People that live in
not going to
Canada come here
emergency.
to get procedures, so it's like
No,
we
they
don't
don't,
have the
dude.
worst
No,
health care.
No, they
okay.
It's the
don't.
dumbest thing.
Well,
You do
it's not
have
about the
you do have
quality of
worse
healthcare.
healthcare.
It's about the coverage and the actual costs
No,
reflective to
The
what you get from
affordability
basic care.
But like I
crisis.
okay.
said, if you
So
want to, if you care about your health, then your mentality should be to like to be
okay,
health or
that's not science. That's not science. That's not
It
science.
is
you just
science.
say
It is
everybody. You
50%.
thought you
No,
think
nothing but
everybody's just
no.
gonna
trash
get
and
cancer
processed
and get
food.
ill. Is
You
what you
are
think.
what
Whoa,
you eat at
whoa,
the end of the day.
whoa. 50% of who you become is your genetics, and the
No,
rest
it's
is
not.
your habits and the way. Yes, it is. And the rest is the habits and the way that you live your life. So yes, you can have a lot of impact on how you end up, but you need to have a certain amount of money in order to be healthy. Stress is one of the biggest causes of mortality. Like, it's huge. How can you eliminate stress when you can't even pay the bills and you are working multiple jobs and like struggling?
If you want to get,
I don't think
but what
increasing
you're
taxes is going to
describing
help
is
with your stress.
affordability.
I didn't
if you
say
want
to
to eat
increase
healthy,
taxes,
it's not that
actually.
expensive.
First off, you're
Unless you
already
live.
I
dumping
just,
you're Alpha. You're already dumping it on the American taxpayer, so it
yeah.
doesn't matter. So it
It's
doesn't. I
not a
mean, you,
good thing, but I'm
what?
saying there should
I
be a
didn't say
solution. And
increase taxes. I didn't say increase taxes. I'm saying we
They
can.
just take
I
the
mean,
bill and they just throw it away and they're like, oh,
it's the
And by the
inevitable
way,
result that overall costs and
no,
taxes
Do you
go
know
up
how much the
regardless. Someone's got to pay for
administration
this
of
stuff.
your guys'
yeah,
where did
that's just,
Corey
yeah.
go? Where did he pay his bill?
you guys pay
Just
so
throw it
much.
away. Doesn't matter.
You guys pay
Anyway,
so much in administration and middlemen and kickbacks and everything like that, more than any other country.
I
There's
pay
you
no
guys work for
taxes.
everything. You guys
Like,
pay
I don't
more
know
for
what you're talking
everything
about. I
in your
don't pay
health.
any taxes. I make sure my net take home income is less than 10 grand a year. I don't pay federal taxes.
But,
I barely pay
but
state taxes.
that's called
I'm not
poverty,
talking
dude. Anything
about
under
you as
30,000 is
the
Yeah,
poverty.
individual
that is
person.
poverty for sure.
No,
Yeah.
it's
So
actually
I'm not.
done on
you
purpose.
shouldn't pay
That's
taxes.
I
a
But
swindle
I'm
my
not
sweat.
money in
talking.
legal
You live
loophole
on
Well, you
that
ways.
can you can
sweat.
you can be
So
intentionally
his
in
family
poverty to
system,
avoid paying a high
cool.
tax rate, but that's fine.
By the way, they just raised the
His
taxes on
family
10.
system, cool.
Yeah, they just raised the taxes on that. So you take a look at the new tax bracket. Trump raised taxes on people making less than 20,000 to double what your taxes were going to be. All right,
Yeah,
they
it
gave a
doesn't
break to
matter though. It
billionaires.
matters about
My
what you
point was
take home
only.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, but
No,
somebody
the
is paying
taxes
for it,
matter.
darling. So even if you were taking the system, somebody else is paying for you. My point
No
is
one's
that
paying for me.
there
You
is.
don't. Okay, so
Oh, sure.
I
So
make
you're.
over $100,000 a year. I make my $100,000 income become $10,000. Therefore, they cannot tax my
Yeah.
$10,000
So if you
due
go to the
to my way of
emergency room,
loopholing.
Are you an H-1B
honey,
visa here?
No, I am a United States citizen. I am also a
Okay.
German and Italian. So I am a
you're
full
only
legal
telling us.
United States citizen. I pay for everything I do. I just don't pay federal
No, you
taxes.
don't.
A
But
legal
so
loophole
if you
that
went to the
everyone can do.
emergency, but if everybody did it, then the system would change. You're manufacturing money right now in your head if you think that you can go to the emergency room and like what happens? Who pays?
I don't go to the emergency room. That's the entire problem.
Because you're young.
It is the problem.
I don't go to the emergency room either, but because I'm not sick, and even though mine is free, I'm not just emergency room, but my doctor and everything is free, and I don't because I'm healthy. But
It's not really free.
if you do,
It's free. It's free at the point of use.
I thought that we all were like on board with how it works. So what I'm saying is,
I'm still paying a home payment and
you're not
insurance
sick
and
yet.
car insurance
You're young.
and stuff like that.
Doesn't matter.
I just don't
Doesn't matter.
pay
You're young.
the income
What
tax.
happens? What happens when you need to go to use the healthcare system? What happens then? Who pays?
I do because I don't have health insurance. I just go in there and write a check and pay for my health insurance. What happens?
See. How old are you right now? Can I ask how old you are, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
She says what your age range, like 20, 30, 40?
Oh, I'm 26.
Exactly. Okay. I mean,
Hell yeah.
I don't expect you to have a big health burden right now.
I'm more financially stable than you are. I actually have risk for heart disease. So no, I actually.
You have risk for heart disease?
Do have risk for heart disease. My entire family is riddled with cancer. So inevitably I'm going to get cancer. But either way, I'm still paying for my health. I just don't have health insurance. And I
Are you
do
getting
go
checkups daily,
pay
weekly?
when I have
You self-insure. You self-insure for your health.
Yeah, it's self-insure. I go in there and I go ahead and talk them down price because they're upcharging bandages. I've walked into an emergency room a couple of times with a friend, and they were trying to charge my friend over $1,000 for one bandage that costs less than a cent. So no, it's all fake.
Okay, yeah, I'm on board with you that you guys are being overcharged. I'm with you on the being overcharged, but we shouldn't put that burden on the sick to haggle with their provider. Also, you haven't had to pay the brunt of your medical costs yet. You haven't even seen it yet, right?
Yeah, and that's fine.
So
but guess what? That's what
you will,
savings is for.
and it will bankrupt you. You cannot
No, it won't.
save. You cannot live and save enough to cover your cancer treatments. You
Yes, you
can't. Like,
can. One thing what you
well, then
have to
why
do,
is
you
it
have to get
why is it
solid
the number one
assets.
source of bankruptcy in your country?
You have to get solid assets, and that's what's going to pay for your cancer treatment. You get homes, you get rental
Cancer
properties.
treatments?
Here's
Yeah,
the
you sell
problem.
my
Here's
house.
the problem.
Dire.
Look,
That
if
sounds
everybody who
awful.
needed health care had to buy assets and go through all that, a vast majority of people would never ever be able to afford health care. So that's not a
Yeah, that's
viable,
just
like,
the predicament
mass
I'm in.
solution.
Also,
Maybe
you're
go to
gonna be
the
sick.
ER.
But who pays for it, you guys? Oh my gosh.
Who
It's a
pays for my health?
loophole.
I
They just
do.
they just throw away the
But you
bill and they
haven't
forget
had a
about
test
it. You
yet.
know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I
at the
think
end
It's
of
that
the
you
like
guys
day,
make a
we're
lot
just
of
we're just
savings.
constantly deflating the dollar anyway, and they're just printing more and more digital currency, and
money's
they
not
just
Why is
real.
they
It's
that
pull
just
all
a
this
money out of their
figment.
ass.
blackmail
Money's
thing?
not real
Why
though.
is
It's just
it
a figment of our
okay?
imagination.
Okay. So true. Sure. Okay. I don't know why it is when questions get difficult, you guys go all black pill, and it's like nothing
Oh, here we
matters.
go again.
There's no solution.
Oh my God, here's a griper. No,
Because
we're not black
America's not
pill.
like
It is
they're not
straight up just
I said black
acknowledging the
pill.
question.
because this notion that
I said black.
America leaves you out to die isn't true. That's why.
You're German. You're
What?
German. You should not be talking about grapers, bro. You should not be talking
Okay.
about grapers, okay?
And
This you're talking
I
about is
said
the
black
eighth
pill as in
people.
pessimistic. I did not call you guys yours. I said you guys get all pessimistic and like there's no
No, we're
hope.
not.
I'm trying to like provide solutions. No, you guys do.
You're not
You say, well,
providing
fuck
any
it.
solutions. You're
The
trying just
only
to
the only
argue.
thing you've said is that, yeah, you haven't provided solutions. You mainly said, oh well, there's like a waste and there's like efficiency issues, which is just super vague. It doesn't provide any clarification. It doesn't account for $4 trillion costs. It's just
I
not a solution to the problem.
okay. So
Although
I
I
thought we
think there
agreed.
are
I thought
probably
we agreed that
solutions.
there's.
You gotta
thought we
lower
agreed
your
that
cortisol
overseas
levels.
wars.
Gotta go to the gym. Yeah.
The overseas wars are a lot of waste of money. I think we can all agree on that. I think that there's a lot of waste in the sense that everybody's getting a cut. If you guys took advertising out of your your whole medical system, that would be great because the companies need to make so much money because they need to spend so much money on advertising and kickbacks for your doctors, which doesn't exist in most of the like first world countries, right?
Well,
Take that money.
So
Bob,
so
don't get Carlos on the Percocet.
here's where you're a little wrong with that. They don't really spend that much in advertising because everyone needs it. I get a bunch of stuff in the mail about you need this
Do you know how much
insurance.
they
They
spend?
don't
Do you know how
spend
much they
that much
spend
in
as a percentage
advertising
of their?
to begin with.
Do you know how much they
Doesn't
spend?
Canada get a
Upwards of $1
lot of?
million
We don't allow ads. We don't allow
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
was about to say
don't you guys
America
still
is
put a
one of
lot of
only very
people on?
few countries that even
Yeah.
allows
Yeah, but does it
advertising
even
for
matter? Doesn't Canada put a
pharmaceutical
lot of
companies.
people on antidepressants and shit anyways?
They do, yeah.
Well,
So does it
sorry,
even
Yeah,
what?
matter?
Canada's very
You,
depressing.
I mean, doesn't Canada just put a bunch
okay.
of their autistic kids on
So
like a bunch of shit? So
I,
does it even matter if it's
we don't
advertised?
put what? Yes, of course it matters. If so, I'm trying to save money.
If people are still taking the same
So hold,
shit that they're
please.
taking here, then why does it matter?
Well,
Honestly, the ads really
either
turn
not.
me off.
We do have higher life expectancy and whatnot, but that's irrelevant. All I was trying to talk about was saving the money, and that money is being you guys are being charged for their advertising to you, and
I
I'm just saying
really
that
don't think that's going to amount to $4 trillion. That would
I,
be like our
I
whole
it was
budget doubled over,
Yeah,
right? Like that's a
I
tremendous amount of money we're talking about here.
it's because
I
everyone's pocketing
just
at the
named
top. Everyone's making
exactly
money at the top. What they're
exactly.
doing is they're
That's what I
scalping
said.
their customers. So what they're doing is they're
Yeah,
scalping
and the
their
kickbacks
customers,
for the
which
doctors.
is the American taxpayer and the American health insurance holder, and they're paying their doctors to push certain medications that don't cost $1,000 per pill. All it is just people overcharging, overpricing, and seeing how much money they can get from one person. It's because if you're sick, you need that heart medicine, you need that cancer pill. So at the end of the day, it's just what the capitalism promotes is how much
So
money can you get off of one person.
so just like on the advertising, it's around 20-25% of the cost of like pharmaceutical expenditure. So like
That's nothing.
it adds up.
Okay, in a
Really?
multi-million-dollar business, that is absolutely
25%?
nothing. That is like a half a
25%?
quarter. 25% nothing.
251 bill hold please. $251 billion in 2022 alone. You don't think that money could maybe be better used?
That's less.
other
That's
bags?
less than 10% of what we need.
Okay, great. Because I just named literally one easy fix, and we already got to 10%.
I don't
Amazing.
even think that would be an easy fix. Thinking about what it would
Eliminating
take to
advertising,
implement what you're talking about would be a pretty intense ordeal, and it would be worth
oh,
maybe 8 to 9%
you know what? We
of
can do
what
hard
we'd
things.
need.
We can do hard things. We can do hard things. Right?
No, because what happens is
I
there's
think
a bunch
if
of
you're gonna
government
say,
that
I think if
comes in.
you're gonna say we can do hard things, then why not just tell people to save money, like what Sir Bob is saying? Because that's the real hard thing. The real hard thing is to save your money and self-insure.
It is
And
absolutely
then go to the gym.
impossible. It is impossible to save for the unknown. Number one.
We can do hard things. We can do hard things.
But no,
Yeah,
but
we can
that's
do hard
unknown.
things.
It's
No,
not
it's not.
hard.
That's
It's
the
unknown.
logic you just
It's
used.
unknown. No,
Yeah.
it's unknown. You cannot save
Okay.
up for an amount that you do not know. Number
It
two,
doesn't
you
matter
guys,
though. If you have
guarantee the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do you not? How?
So
No, we
are you
don't.
basically saying that there's no way, unless you know exactly what's going to happen in the future, that you could ever save for any possible contingency? Because you're never going to know what's going to happen tomorrow. You could get in a car accident and be like 30 grand in debt all of a sudden.
Exactly.
You're basically
So that's why we have
you're basically
So you
saying
can't
that if
insure an entire
why we have
population of
insurance.
350 million people for anything that could happen ever. That's
Okay, so
insane.
You can insure your population. Yes, you can. And if you can't, then you're doing it wrong.
Does Canada
you're
not have
basically
homeless people or
saying-
something? Does Canada not have like any homeless people or what?
I don't understand. What's the, what
I
like
mean,
what is
are you able to insure everybody
there's
in
homeless
Canada?
people everywhere. There's homeless people everywhere. So get to your point.
Well, are you able to in Canada? Are you able to insure everybody? I was just wondering.
Are we able to? Yeah. Do we insure? Yes, we do. Yes.
Then how are
Okay,
there homeless
so-
people on the street?
So, Lady Bones, I want to go back on what you said about how saving is nothing unless you know exactly how much it costs. But
I
the problem with that,
didn't say it was nothing. I didn't say it was nothing. I said
okay.
it. Okay. Like, how do
Yeah,
you
go on.
how can you expect people to save for something that they don't know? Also, I didn't
It
even get to
doesn't
the
matter.
point because you guys cut me off. But
That
the
doesn't
fact
matter
that
though.
there are
Lady
people
Bones,
that
Lady Bones. It doesn't
Go ahead.
matter.
It does.
If you have savings, you have savings. It's a padding
No.
to help cut down on
I
the
would
bills. If you don't have anything
Well, then
savings, what are you doing? Are
why
you
is
flying blind?
bankruptcy from medical bills why is medical bills the number one cause of bankruptcy in the USA? Why is that? Why is your life expectancy going down? Why are you the most obese country in the world? You're doing something wrong.
Okay,
Just
so
live in
you're
your
answering your
car.
own
Cut your
questions.
bills.
Our food is shit. We don't have any kind of livable wages. And the jobs that are available do not pay anything close to being able to afford an actual life. There has to be at least anywhere from 3 to 4 roommates in one apartment to pay for the average $2,000 rental fee that comes along with renting. Our wages need to go up. We need to have a little bit more jobs. We need to stop outsourcing. That's the entire problem that we're facing. And it doesn't get
So you're
solved.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't think that Canada is the perfect representation of a healthcare system that works for its people, nor
I'm
for
not
its government, or its
I'm
economy.
not entirely sure where I said that, but if you interpreted that from something I said, I'll retract that. Like I never said that we are the perfect solution. I wasn't actually even referencing our system very much at all. But I do acknowledge that we have
Go ahead.
we have work to do. We're not perfect, but I will tell you that nobody here goes bankrupt because they get sick.
Yep.
And that everybody that has a medically necessary, like there's no people on waiting lists for life and death situation. We have a triage system, and yes, that does mean that if you need a knee replacement or a hip replacement or something, yes, you might have to wait behind the people that have life threatening things, and that is super inconvenient, and that sucks. But at the same time, it's much better than
Paying all that tax
asking.
and just wait behind everybody though.
We don't pay all that much more taxes, by the way. Like,
I look
you
at
guys are
I'm
under the
like,
solution.
Well, the whole thing is
Can I-
that
can I
probably
explain-
more than 12% of your GDP just goes to cover those health costs.
Can I
of the
explain one
whole
thing real
country.
quick?
You guys
Well,
don't.
let me say,
Go ahead.
let me say one
please.
thing. Okay. I'll use England for example because I got an argument with some lady the other night about this. All right, in England they have the same thing. They have a system where
And I
you know Medicare
sorry.
for all. Now the thing is, she was like, well, over here in Netherlands, it was Eve. In the Netherlands, we pay for Medicare. Guess what? In England, I went and my friend got injured. We took him to a hospital. They took right. They took care of him. And some of the military guys said, hey, you could take him down to that hospital there. That costs money, but this is free. So there's free service there. But if you want to spend your own money, you're more than welcome to in the United States or in Canada too. You can happily spend money for a private doctor all day long. That's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is that it's free for the average person, okay? It's free at the point of service for the average person. They pay in taxes, and that's the point.
Yeah.
I would love it to
The
have it so
things
that
that your country. Yeah.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
would love it so that it's free for the point of service here in the United States. But if you want to pay for medical service, bro, go right ahead. You can
Okay,
pay
so
for it.
the problem is, what are those other countries doing? They're not funding foreign wars. They're not funding other countries.
But
That's the problem.
that's nothing to do with it. That's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
Let me
it
let me tell you
does.
why.
Yes, it does. It does have
No,
so much
because
to do with it.
no. Do you think Donald
Do you
Trump is
know
going to
how much
stop?
we give?
But it doesn't matter because they're different budgets, okay? And now Donald Trump's trying to say that Donald Trump is he's making this war just so that he doesn't have to provide health care. What did he just say? Oh, we can't give food for kids. We can't do this because we have a war. All right. So yeah, you do have a point, but there's certain wars that we don't have to fight. And as
Well,
long as we don't push
I'm not talking about the Iran war. I'm talking about all the weapons that we give to Ukraine, all the
we'll talk
funding
about
aid
Ukraine.
packages that we give to everyone else.
Those
That we're
How much
weapons
money
finding.
would we
crap.
get if we cut food
The
stamps?
Ukrainian.
Let's
You
talk about
guys.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
I want to say something about
Just
Ukraine,
saving
okay?
money. Yeah.
First off, if you just do 20 minutes of research, you can realize, oh, I got that wrong. What was happening in Ukraine is Congress authorizes a budget. So let's say $100 billion, okay? And that's what Congress authorizes, okay? That money goes to us, okay? It goes to our contractors. There's a website that tracks where the money goes. That's why it was linked, because I don't see the money because we give the money to our contractors. Our countries make the weapons. We give half that to the military. They take their old weapons and give it to Ukraine, and then they're old and used, and we charge the government full service for it. So
That's
Okay,
correct.
so what's
It's
going
a
on
make
is
money project
what's
for
going
sure.
on is that's wasteful spending though. We shouldn't be spending
It's
any
not
money on
wasteful
But
spending.
ideally, it should save
We're
you.
actually
Not
getting
wasteful.
crazy value for all that old
Yeah.
crap. Actually,
Yeah.
we're actually
Yeah.
fucking them over to a 10,000th
Exactly.
degree by giving them old
Exactly.
ancient World War II
Well,
weaponry that has not been
no,
maintenance and it's
not
not worth
World War
anything.
II.
Yeah.
Hang on, real quick. We gave them Bradleys because we're servicing Bradleys. We gave them Stinger missiles because we have a new packet. So we were giving them our stuff that we were using back in the 90s and early 2000s that we're discontinuing, and we gave them that right now. So we were giving them some pretty decent stuff. Russia has all of the equipment from every single Soviet Union bloc country that went to NATO. Because when I was in the military, that's when Poland were turned over to NATO, they gave all their stuff back to Russia. So that's Russia's finding old equipment, but Ukraine is getting some pretty decent stuff. Now that's half of it. The other half of the money comes from sanctioned banks of the Russians, okay? And I think we should take every fucking goddamn
They're
dime of
not
fucking
sanctioned
Russians.
anymore. We've
Because of who?
unsanctioned Russia.
Trump, say again, because he's a scumbag piece of shit and he works for the Russians. But under Biden, the banks were
He doesn't work
sanctioned.
for the
That's where the money
Russians.
came from. Oh, Trump is owned by the Russians. Trump is in their
No,
fucking
he
pocket,
works
bro.
for the tiny hats. Come on.
Oh, hang on, real quick. He works for both. Okay, Putin got him in office. First off, look at Paul Manafort. Okay, do you know who Paul Manafort was? Paul Manafort was Trump's campaign advisor. Okay, Paul Manafort worked directly for the Kremlin. It was called the Party of Regions. Directly, he made $11 million from them. There's no more direct connection than that. And then he goes, I'm not connected at all. Motherfucker, Paul Manafort works for the fucking Russians. So yeah, he did work for the Russians, and he took $100 million from Marion. He took $200 million from Marion Allison. $100 million. Yeah, Trump is bought. Trump goes to the highest bidder, bro.
I think we
Trump
could
is
be
an
good friends with the Russians. I think they'd be a good, powerful
bro.
ally.
Then
Be
go
honest.
to Russia, dude. Go to Russia, you communist loving piece of dog dung.
I'm the communist. You're the one that wants to take guns and you want to flood the country with
No,
illegals.
dude,
I'm the
you're the
commie.
one that went.
That has nothing
You're
to
the
do
one
with
that went.
communism.
You're the one
You're
that went to hang
commie.
with Putin. Putin is actually is
If we
still
were, if
KGB.
Russia was on our side and helped us in wars, we'd be unstoppable.
I would stab every Russian that came near us, dude. There's only one thing we do to Russia, bro. We put them in the ground. All right, Slav Ukraine. Fuck Russia. Fuck Putin. And
Why do you like
you're just
fucking people
you're
so
just a
much?
collaborator, bro. You're just a Russian collaborator. Stop it.
So
Oh,
we're
your whole
okay with
party's
war so long as
compromised.
it meets the narrative we're aiming for, basically. We're gonna
What?
obliterate the
think that's what
Russians now
Steve is going
because Russia
for.
bad.
I
Yeah,
think that's what
Russia's
Steve's
real
going
fucking bad.
for.
We should have gone back in 2000
He
when the U.S.
hates white. He hates white people. and
So
he won't
so we're
even say
pro
what
World War
he
III
is.
now is what we're doing.
Oh no, we're
Hey,
not pro World War
Steve.
III.
Hey, Steve.
What do you think we're in right now? We're in
What
World
are you
War
talking
III.
about with the
We're
white?
in World War III. What are you talking about? What do you think Trump just put us
Steve
into? We're in
always
World War
cries
III.
white supremacy, Russia, Russia, Russia.
What? Sorry. What's the white?
Hey, Steve, does
Like,
Iran
please
have a nuke?
explain.
Well,
No,
because he
they don't.
calls me,
Yeah.
Iran would never get a nuke.
Islamophobic, but
Iran has
then he
no
spouts white supremacy.
Iran has no intent. Iran had no intention of getting a nuke. Their last leader, the Khomeini, already says it is a fatwa. It's against Islam to get a nuke. You know who wanted the nuke? Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Okay, and he never
Yeah,
actually
his
said it out
nephew
loud.
or son.
Yeah,
It's like
no, well, not he was
It's
the
not
president.
about nukes.
It never
No,
Nobody's
was.
going
it
to
never
use
was about
nuclear
nukes. It's about
weapons.
oil.
Yeah, obviously it's about the resources, and
It's
they've
about
been honest about it. Trump has even come out and been
no.
like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, it's over
it's
the oil.
about
Same thing with
BB.
Venezuela.
It's
It's
about
about
BB.
it's about the greater Israel project. That's what it's about. It's
Yes.
about the greater Israel project. Okay, so look that up, and that's what this whole thing is about. And BB's been trying to get us in the war since the 1990s. It's the same old song and dance. And
Yeah.
every
He tried to
no
get
president.
Biden.
Yeah, he tried to get everyone. No president fell for it. He started with George Bush. George Bush told him to fuck off. He started with Bill Clinton. Then he tried to because he says we're going to release a thing about Monica Lewinsky, and that's why Bill Clinton came forward with the Monica Lewinsky thing, because he was being threatened and blackmailed by them. He tried it on George W. Bush, and George W. Bush fell for the Iraq War, so he was happy with that. But they always want to go in Iran.
I really
And so-
don't think we would have started this engagement if they had not started mowing their own people down and given Trump a
Yeah.
pretext to
Oh
move
yeah,
in.
right.
Bro.
I mean, hey,
Are
well,
you
35,000 dead people
Bro.
and like body
Bro.
bags
You
piled up
think
to the
Trump
top of
cares?
the fucking
You
building.
think
How
Trump
many?
cares?
How
No,
many?
I'm not saying he cares. I'm saying he was able to use that
No.
as a fucking excuse.
No.
They gave him
Here
the
you go.
perfect opportunity to
Excuse
claim he
do
had
what
the
he
moral
wanted
argument.
to do. He
In
didn't
2000,
he didn't actually use it. We thought he was going to. He didn't actually use that excuse. And
Yeah.
again, you're admitting it's an excuse.
Everything
I'm not
Trump is a
saying that
lie.
it was
It's a
valid.
lie.
I'm not saying
It's
he
not.
really gave a crap. I'm just saying
No, he doesn't.
it gave him the perfect window to make the jump.
Okay,
And right now,
2000
BB is pushing super hard, especially with the Palestine situation going on. Israel's going crazy, so they're just going to bomb everything.
First off, can you confirm the number of dead in Israel and in Iran? Are
Nobody
there
can
any
do that. That's a
Exactly.
ridiculous
So
question.
no, it's not a ridiculous question because that's my whole point. Trump
It's as
says
many
it.
people. They probably slaughtered as many people as died in the entire Palestine conflict, based on numbers.
No.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
No one's seen those numbers, and that all that comes
Oh.
from is from Donald Trump.
Tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people were slaughtered. And the fact that you're trying to argue, for the numbers and about how many people died, whenever we're talking about innocent, peaceful protesters being gunned down in the streets like animals, right? Who
Okay, do you
cares?
remember-
How many thousands is enough?
Wait. Do you remember the 2009? Wait, do you remember the 2009 protests in Iran? Do you remember that?
Of course.
Or not? If you don't, you don't remember. I'll go on. Okay, so there was a 2009 protest in Iran, which was horrifying. People were being killed up left and right. All right, and but again, it's really not our country. So that happened then,
I'm not.
and we put sanctions on. We did this other stuff. All right, but what we don't do is we don't go and kill more people because they're killing people. Imagine if all of a sudden they start bombing the United States because of how we're treating immigrants. And
Well, sure. No. I'm not
they're
advocating. I'm not
raping
advocating for what we're doing over there. I'm not trying to say it's a good thing.
It's
So
what
if
more.
that's what it came
it's a
across
lie.
as,
It
then
has
let me just
nothing to
fix
do.
that.
Steve is all
nothing.
about the Muslims. He loves Mamdani.
It is
What are
nothing
you
to do.
talking about? What does Muslims have to do?
Nothing.
Jesus.
He just likes to get he likes to get on certain
It's an
subjects.
identity
But
politics.
Mandani and Iran, like
you make excuses for all these fucking stupid Muslim countries. Like, who gives a shit?
I
no,
know you
he's
don't because
saying we should
you're
stay out of
Islamophobe.
there.
You're an Islamophobe.
I'm an Islamophobe, but you're fucking
Islamophobia
biophobic.
is a made-up word. Oh my
Of course it is.
gosh.
Just like racism is,
All
just
words are
like
made up. All words are
anti-Semitic
made
is,
up.
all words are made. Exactly, all words are made up.
Like
But
Well,
literally,
then that means you're a
all words
hypocrite.
are made up.
it's a
There's no
description of
such
your
thing
action.
as Islamophobia. How
You
about
said
that?
fuck you said fuck
100%.
the Russians and
There
fuck
is.
white people.
Are you
You
So I
wouldn't
mean,
use the
phobia?
word
you're racist.
Fear
You're
phobia.
of
racist too by
You would not.
like it's
Phobia is an irrational fear that you cannot control at all. Right? That's
Exactly.
not what's
actually
going on.
actually that's not
People are
that's not it.
skeptical.
Actually,
People are concerned and mischaracterizing people's concern
It's a
as a
rational
phobia to try
fear.
to demonize people's real concerns is ridiculous. It doesn't work.
Your real concerns are irrational fears. That's the whole point.
I could
And
It's a
I
false
could care
narrative.
less what you call
It's
it.
a
I
false
could care less
narrative.
I
what
should
you
be
call
afraid
it.
This
of
is the
white
You want
same.
to
This
just
is the
call it
same
supremacy. I
thing.
should just be
racism. You
This is
want
the
to
afraid.
same
call
I
thing
it
should
that
be afraid
Israel
of white
does. Israel
supremacy.
does the same thing with anti-Semitism. They're like,
you
"Oh, you say
tell me
anything
what
against
words
us,
you
you're an
prefer.
anti-Semite. We're going to
You tell
demonize
me
you.
what word
We're
you
going to
prefer.
we're going to paint you with this label. We're going to call you this thing. We're going to label you with a phobia, and we're going to say you hate us." And that's the same thing the Jews do. It's the same thing the Muslims do. It's the same
But
They
thing.
want
It's
you. They
the,
want
nonsense.
you to turn a blind eye to it,
Zion,
and then just be afraid of
Zionism
the
is a
white
problem.
supremacy.
Zionism is a problem. Okay, I am an anti-Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay,
but I'm definitely
extreme Islam is also a problem. Okay,
What?
but hang on, but
Oh Lord.
I despise anti-Semitism. Period. There's no place for like Nutra Carta in America are actual good Jewish people. Okay, and actually the Palestinians, they're Semite. So hatred of the Palestinians is actually anti-Semitism. Now, Ashkenazi Jews are from Europe, all right, and they're over there
Mm-hmm.
committing white supremacy, committing apartheid against people that were native to the land, that have been there for over 2,000 years. So that's a whole different scenario because what he's doing is he's saying that you're worrying about Mamdani and you're worrying about Iran. Mamdani's not even from Iran, and that's a form of
At the
anti-Semitism
point, you
right there.
just you
I
just
mean, I'm sorry,
defend the Muslims so much.
I think I think he brought it up as a reference to the fact he's Muslim more than Iranian.
Yeah, that's why he brought it up. So that's Islamophobia. Like he's afraid of Mamdani. He's afraid of every
You're not
Muslim.
afraid of what the Muslims always chant
I
they want to do.
I
Then
don't
whatever.
think
What?
it's
Go ahead.
That's
Islamophobia
not
to
a
just be
thing, by the way.
I don't think it's Islamophobia to be concerned about the way that some of these countries operate, the way they treat women, the way they operate their governments. It's
Okay, let's take a look at that.
I'm
it's
concerned about how
diametrically
your country
opposed to
treats
Western
women.
values in a lot of ways.
How
I'm
is
Absolutely,
concerned
no,
about
I
how your
agree.
country
I
treats
agree.
women.
let me
No, I
ask you.
agree, but just for the sake of the
Let's
topic,
fix home.
For the sake of the topic,
Let,
does ICE commit rapes in ICE detention centers? Yes or no?
I don't
yes.
fucking know.
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
know. They do.
I think that
We do
rapes
know. They
occur.
do.
I think that rapes occur and they're terrible, horrific crimes every
Okay.
time they occur, and
Is,
they happen often in all different kinds of environments.
is Israel committing rape as a war as a method of committing war in? I mean, there's a term
Controlling the
for it.
people and yeah.
Yeah. And so is
It's
Israel
gross.
committing rape against Palestinians in prisons? Yes or no?
It's
The answer is
like a
yes.
terror
This is
tactic, basically.
documented. Okay, it's documented. All right. So yeah. So, but we don't talk about that though. We're not committed that ICE commits rapes in our facilities here in the United States. We're not commit that Israel commits rapes in their facilities. Like but we're going to say, oh my God, it's all that different culture over there. That's the problem.
What about
No.
the hordes of rape gangs moving through Europe,
Okay,
just
so
kind of taking
but
over?
hold on.
I mean, we're going to talk about
hold
rape.
on. The overall question.
I mean, we're going to
The
talk about
overall
rapes.
question. No. We don't want to get into who's bad
We
or
can
who's
talk
worse.
about the religion that
I have a
actually
question. I
says
have a
that it's
question.
okay to rape people, right?
No.
We're going to talk
we
about
go
rape.
Hold
again.
on.
Tommy Robbins
We
has
can't get
come to
started
the
on
chat.
that.
Welcome,
Exactly.
Tommy Robinson.
So there's
I don't know who
two
that
parts
is. I
here.
don't know why you keep comparing me to him.
There,
When you look him up, you'll be
you should look him up.
I don't know.
There's two parts though, guys. One is you can disagree with how another country is running their shit. Other people disagree with how your country is running their
They
shit.
run it so bad
You
that
don't want to
terrorist
be
organizations run it.
but you don't want to be
They
invaded
run it.
either because people want to come and make you guys run your shit more civilized, right? Europe could come and be
Yeah,
like,
that's
you know
why we're
what?
trying to
Your
be more
black mortality
powerful.
rate is unacceptable.
Of our systems.
Yeah, I mean, it is down to that. It is down to the power factor.
Hold on.
It's down to us having
We
control
gotta
over
be more
major
powerful. We
waterways,
gotta hold
major
more
trade
power.
routes, and major
How
energy
about
flows through the planet.
But the point is, you guys need to stay in your lane and then
No, we gotta obtain the power, baby. USA, USA.
Destiny manifests.
Well, look. If the idea is to tell every superpower to stay in their lane, that ship has sailed. Okay, China for the last 50 years has been conquering and decimating and obliterating every culture and nation that's nearby their border, including Mongolia, Tibet. Let's just forget about all those Tibetan monks that set themselves on fire in protest as the CCP decided they were going to get to choose who the next Dalai Lama was.
Your answer is because someone else is doing it, we're going to
Necessity.
do it bigger,
It's
better.
necessity.
No, there isn't. This is not necessity. This is not necessity.
This is the challenge of nations across superpowers, okay? This isn't like we're some lower level nation that whatever. We're at the top of the list with the top three.
But China and Russia were actually neutered by the fact that the US and the European nations, like everybody had each other's back. You guys were essentially keeping them from taking over, and then now you guys are just another one of the bad guys, and you've neutered essentially Europe and the rest of the nations that were trying to keep the borders as they were. I'm not saying it was perfect.
What you're suggesting is that we just watch China and Russia continue to expand.
Lead by example. I'm suggesting you lead by example.
Right, which effectively means we're going to watch them conquer, we're going to watch them gain power, we're going to watch them take control while we sit here and stay in our land.
You guys. No. Taking over other countries is different. Like, yes, we should defend sovereign nations, but we shouldn't be invading sovereign nations. It's a very big difference.
It actually makes total logical sense.
Everyone's on board with Ukraine.
It makes total logical sense that inevitably all the smaller nations will either unify or become deteriorated and absorbed by a larger superpower. It's like long term, the next 100 to 50 years.
I thought you didn't want that. That's like
I'm
a lot
not
of
saying I do want that, but it is perfectly inevitable.
I think we should
it's
take
inevitable.
Mexico. Yeah.
It's inevitable, right?
It is inevitable that eventually it's all wash, you know. But that it's not going to be with you guys being the leader, which is what you are thinking. Why don't you?
That's the goal, is to try to change that, right? So that we are the ones that are the leader. Because nobody's going to trust China. They've been killing people. They've been killing people and obliterating people for decades. Russia's been killing people and obliterating people for decades.
You guys were
all anybody ever does is talk shit about America all the time, even though all we do is stay in our corner anyway. So how about we just stop giving a crap what foreigners think and we do what
China are only Russia and China right now are empowered by what Trump has done. They're empowered.
Well, I would say the market manipulations did not do China any favors. In fact, it totally buckled their economy and messed up all their stuff and put them on 6 months of back orders. The tariffs in particular bombed the crap out of China's economy for a short period.
Yeah.
I think they're fine.
No, they're not.
Think that
manufacturing costs have gone up.
China has its own problems right now. They're screwed in a lot of different ways. And they honestly already dealt with a lot of their commercial real estate crisis, which we're about to come up on, knocking down all these skyscrapers like they did years ago. And watching them do that was crazy.
Wait, you're only talking about the evergreen thing, and that was something very particular. And what happened to it was, because people get this all mixed up. Just take a look into it. The Chinese government is very strict, and they say you can't do this, and that's why that's why that happened. And people were it's a big deal. People were investing in and believing in this company, like it's kind of like away from communism into capitalism, and this company was screwing people. Chinese government says you're not going to do it. So that's why that happened. It didn't collapse the yen, and it didn't harm the Chinese government. The Chinese government cracked down on corruption. All right. So that's how it should be. I encourage that.
I think it's incredibly ironic to talk about the Chinese government cracking down on corruption. That's ironic. That is just.
But hold on. In this particular case, we're talking about.
That's so Steve.
Oh my lord! Can't you guys? You could open.
Stay focused for a second. Go ahead, Vance.
No, it's just like, can we not just because a country is quote unquote bad or the enemy, can we not just acknowledge that in this particular case, that's what they were doing? Doesn't mean that they're not corrupt. Just in this case, like we shouldn't have to qualify every goddamn thing that we say with, just so you know, there's good and bad to everything. We shouldn't have to qualify, okay? We're all adults here. We understand how the world works. In this case, that's what they were trying to do, was to combat the corruption that had led to the problem with the evergreen properties thing, right? Like, the point of the matter is the world was staying like more in their lanes before Trump came over and gave like Putin and she basically the like, now they're empowered, they're like ballsy, like literally this war should have been over with Russia and Ukraine ages ago. Why is it dragging on? Because of Trump.
Zelensky likes collecting the money. He's a dictator too.
Well, the real goal is
What?
to weaken Russia. The real goal is to weaken Russia and to fund a proxy war that's going to siphon funds off of their military-industrial complex and bodies off of their national population. So that's the real goal.
They
of the
lost an
Russian
entire generation of
The real
young
goal,
men.
the real goal is
That's
to
crazy.
ensure, because look at, if that was supposed to happen again, I'll send you a link. Look at this book, Foundation of Geopolitics. That war was supposed to happen in 3 days. All right. The guys that the lead commanders drove up there, they had uniforms pressed in their vehicles because they thought they were going to walk through Kyiv like be welcomed like heroes. And it didn't. It's drug out because that wasn't where they're going to stop. All right. They're pushing through Poland. They're pushing through Estonia, and they wanted Finland too. The only thing that messed them up was that the Ukrainians fought back, and Biden fucked up because Biden should have said, "Here, what do you need? We need actual intelligence, live intelligence." He didn't give it to him. Okay, we need Tomahawk missiles. He didn't give it to him. Biden dragged his fucking lazy feet, and then he lost the election and passed off to Trump. And Trump is in the pocket of Putin. Trump says, "Pull all funding for them." He did it immediately, like a good little bitch that he is.
Things would get better if Ukraine just surrendered. Honestly.
Well, I mean, if we just kept in our lane and did what Bones was saying, then probably Ukraine would already be gone.
Okay, well, guess what?
I think they pretty much have their sovereignty as a nation and their existence in general.
Is different.
Reunite the Soviet Union, right?
They had nukes. Do you know that Ukraine had nukes? They had nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say there's seven countries at least that have nukes, and like you guys just want to control who has them, but like it's all the
Muslims can't have nukes. That's the
Honestly, the nukes thing is just bullshit. Like the nukes aren't going to be used.
What do you mean it's bullshit?
Well, the nukes aren't going to be used. The only nukes that are No. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying just the idea of nukes being a real threat that people need to be concerned about is bullshit. Because the reality is nobody's ever going to use nuclear weapons unless they're tactical nukes in an open battlefield. That would be the only time.
Bro, let me explain
Given Trump the codes, he would have used them.
Hang on. Let me explain something to you, okay? In Kosovo, Vladimir Putin threatened to use nuclear war weapons if he didn't get half of Pristina airfield. I know for a guaranteed fact because I was fucking there, okay? And General Wesley Clark gave him half of Pristina airfield, which we took
So
the whole field.
Vladimir Putin has threatened to use nukes like probably 50 times. And it never happened, right?
Hang on. No, that was the first time he threatened to use it. And then we were like, what the fuck, sir? And he said, shut the fuck up. And then later on, we found out that the Russians had just changed their policy to using tactical nukes as a form of their extended warfare.
Yeah, well, tactical nukes they will use. I'll concede that. They will use tactical nukes.
Okay. At the time,
bombs and the stuff like what happened with Hiroshima and Nagasaki is never going to happen again.
They're going to suitcase nukes.
There were no tactical nukes because Ronald Reagan got rid of them, okay? Ronald Reagan's SALT Treaty got rid of tactical nukes, okay? He's talking about a strategic nuclear weapon that he was going to use over Kosovo, okay? Fast forward to the next year, 2000, the U.S. is thinking about intervening in the genocide in Chechnya. Vladimir Putin says, I'm going to use nukes if you intervene there, okay? 2008, Vladimir Putin says, if you intervene with Georgia, I'm going to use nuclear weapons there. 2014, he threatened Obama that I'm going to use nuclear weapons there.
And how many times did nukes get dropped? None.
Because we capitulated
0
to them, okay?
times.
And using the ultimate threat possible to get people to shut up.
But that's not supposed to be the case, okay? Nuclear weapons were designed as a deterrent, okay? It was called MAD, mutually assured destruction, okay? That's how we use it.
That's why they won't be used. MAD is the reason they won't be used.
The U.S. never has threatened to use
That
nukes
is
as a
cancelled.
first strike purpose. Okay, and as part of our combat operation portfolio, only person that does it is Putin. So it's a problem, and the only person that wants to do more than Putin is Trump.
Or Kim
Trump
Jong
wants
Il.
more than no.
North
Kim
Korea.
Jong Il has it for one purpose, so in case he gets attacked. Okay, he's
He
using it
has
for
threatened to
defensive
use nukes
purposes.
many times.
No,
Yeah.
that's what the
Oh,
media.
and
That's what
even
our media
Israel
tells
has
us,
tried
dude.
to use nukes against
So
Lebanon.
okay, so when it comes to
Yeah,
him, it's
yeah,
just what the
Israel,
media tells
Israel,
us.
I
When
know,
it comes to
Israel.
Putin, it's not what the media tells us.
Hang on. Play me a video. Send me a video if you can find it where it's translated that you're hearing him saying, "I'm going to use nuclear weapons." Okay, play me a
A
video.
video of the North
You
Korean
guys seen
dictator
that
saying
movie?
something.
You just said that he
Don't you
says it
remember
many times.
2016? Dude threatened
You
to
just said
launch
it.
nukes against us in 2016. How did you forget about that?
According to who? According to who? Donald Trump?
No, Kim Jong Un himself.
You just
Okay, well,
decide what facts
send
to
me
believe
the clip.
whenever you feel
Hey,
like it.
no. Send me the clip. If you send me the clip where he was like, "Hey, I'm bored today. I'm gonna use nukes on you
Everybody
guys."
knows
Or
that the
did
North
or did
Korean
Donald Trump?
dictator is a psycho who threatened to use nukes a bunch of times. Everyone
Yeah,
knows.
it sounds like Steve has selective memory syndrome.
Why did we go
He
after
just,
Iran instead of going
he
after
just
them?
needed to have
on.
another cigarette.
Iran's
He
nukes
just needs
can't reach the
to,
United
he needs to smoke.
Iran's nukes can't reach the United States.
You
Iran is
just
not
been
threatening us
ready.
whatsoever. So why don't we go after Kim Jong Un then? If
Well,
he's threatening us nukes, why
Because
would
he
Kim
we
Jong
mostly
Un
use
has
keeps
them?
to
nukes.
himself. He's not
He just needed.
expanding.
He just
That's the
needed
whole
a.
thing.
He just needed a cigarette to calm down. That's all
He's
he
not
The
needed.
problem
expanding.
is
Russia and
he has
China are
nukes.
expanding.
Steve, the problem is we don't go after people who have nukes. That's the entire problem. It would be crazy if
Tell your
one
president
nuclear
that.
country went after
And
another.
maybe that's the reason
We
why.
fight people who have nukes in proxy wars.
And maybe
That's
that's the
how we
reason
hit
With
why
them.
other
Iran.
proxy people.
And maybe that's the reason why Iran should have gotten a nuke, huh? Because if they got a nuke, guess what? We wouldn't go after them, would we?
Exactly.
Why are you so pro fucking Muslim, bro?
Why,
You
why
hear
are
this
you
fucking thing?
making it about that? Like you're it's very
Why do you want
really,
Iran to have
really
nukes?
He has
surface.
two
It's
faces.
very surface level.
You just
Yeah.
said he wants Iran
He's
to have
scared.
nukes.
He's
Why the
scared.
fuck would you want that? Fuck no.
Corey
So
is
scared.
two faces that he wears. He wears the face of Beavis on Mondays and the face of Butted on Tuesdays, and he just rotates back and forth.
You're
Beavis and
so
Butted.
quick to
And that's
Iran's defense. You're like, let them have nukes so we won't go after.
Okay, honey. Okay.
We're coming. We're taking the oil. We're not letting you have nukes. And that's the way it's gonna be. USA.
now. By the way, Donald Trump said.
I can't
Donald Trump
help but
said that-
agree with his sentiments.
Okay, well, Donald
I
Trump
know,
said
right?
that-
You
It's so
guys are.
convincing.
Donald Trump said in an interview.
No.
Donald Trump said in an interview with Barbara Walters that he wanted to take Iran's oil. All right, this is back when Barbara Walters was alive. All right,
You're
so
talking about
that's
that
how
interview
long.
from the 80s?
Watch the interview for yourself. This is how long
did.
Donald Trump's a one-trick pony, okay? A one fucking trick pony. This has been in his head since then. I'm
Dude,
gonna
you
steal
hate
oil from
Trump
Iran.
so much. I can't even believe how much you hate Trump. You were like,
Okay, yeah, I
most
don't understand how
anti-Trump
that's a
guy.
point. Is that a point?
You
Is that a
should
point?
you should hate George Soros as
You
much as
guys
you
are a
hate
bunch
Trump.
of
Trump
You
Holy crap.
never mentioned George
You guys are-
Soros. You
you
never
guys are a
mentioned
bunch
Guys,
Bill.
of
just so
dick
you
Never
riders.
know, that's
mentioned.
not an argument.
You never mentioned Bill Gates. You never mentioned any of the other
That
disgusting
Bill
people.
Gates isn't running your country right
No,
now.
Bill.
You guys
Yes,
have to
Bill
I'm
stop
just
it.
Okay,
saying.
Bill
It's
Gates
like
is running the country. You
Trump
don't
is the
realize that Bill
only.
Gates
Trump
owns
is the only
farmland.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
billionaire.
destabilize that.
Hey,
Corey, how
I
much?
was the one that said he owns all the farmland.
You have this
Corey, how
passionate
much?
hate for only one billionaire. It just doesn't make
Corey, how
sense
much?
to me.
Corey, how much money does George Soros have? If you
Dude,
don't know,
I don't keep a storage of every
shut
single
the fuck
number in
up,
my
Corey.
brain,
You don't
but
know
I
what the
know
fuck
it's
you're talking
multiple. I
about.
know it's multiple billion.
You're
I know
you're a fucking.
I know he's the orchestrator of chaos, and he's a very bad man.
Corey,
Tell me
you
what
you
he's
live
done. Tell me.
Corey, you live your
Tell me what
life
he's
blazing
done.
Trump. He doesn't tell you. Corey doesn't know shit. He just blazes Trump.
You don't know.
Daddy.
I
Look,
don't know shit.
Trump is a piece of shit, but you got to give him his flowers on some
Tell
things.
us the Second Amendment. Steve.
Okay, tell me one thing I can give him his flowers on, please.
Yeah, go for it, Alpha.
I'm curious.
Go for it. Give me something. Give me anything, Alpha.
He's gonna help cure the opioid epidemic with the mushroom therapy.
Okay, so hold on. So he's a long-term teetotaler, number one.
I don't want to fix
He's a
that
long-term
issue.
teetoler. And he just did that because he wanted to get Joe Rogan them back on side. Can we like?
No.
Hopefully he does do that. Hold
That's
on.
not the
Hopefully he does.
problem.
Hold please. Hold, please.
Look,
Hopefully he does do that. I'm with you on that, but he hasn't done it yet. Can we come up
I
with
hope
something
he
that he's
doesn't. I don't
actually
want
done?
him to do that.
Hang on,
look,
real quick.
anything anybody
Can I ask a question?
tells either Steve or Bones that Trump did right, they're just going to argue and say no.
No,
no.
hang.
I'm just waiting for it.
Anything
Under
that you
any
can point out
circumstance, you
that's
guys will
not
argue with
I just
any
not
one.
flowers given to Trump is just
You could have
cancer.
told me 5 things by now.
No, you can't. Hang on. Let me ask a question real quick here, okay? So you said the mushroom thing, okay? First off, that's part of harm reduction. Trump doesn't even know what harm reduction is. He's
Yeah,
never said the words that never come out of his
Percocet's
mouth once.
better. Why would you
Anyway,
want
So
and
now you're trying to minimize what it does. It
no,
it hasn't
basically
happened
cures
yet.
the opioid pandemic. You're trying to
Fine.
minimize
I'm
what it
pro.
does.
I'm pro. I'm
do
pro.
you,
I'm
do
pro
you know what,
psychedelics. Okay, I'm
do you
on
know
your
what
side
harm
with that,
reduction
but it
is?
hasn't happened
Do,
yet.
do you know what harm
We're
reduction
working
is?
on
You know
it.
what harm reduction. Hey, hang on. Hey, sir, you know what harm reduction is, right?
Yes, and it's not harm reduction. It's a straight up cure.
Okay, well, hear me out.
Not
Hear me out.
really.
That's speculation.
The way that you deal. Okay, listen. No,
It
what he's
doesn't.
saying has some validity.
Drugs don't fucking cure you. You get high and you come down and you feel the
No,
same.
no.
It's different for everyone.
Sir, have you heard of ibogaine?
I've taken mushrooms. I've
Yeah,
smoked
it's similar to
DMT.
ayahuasca.
I've done
Yeah.
DMT.
No,
I've done mushrooms. I've done
Ibogaine is
all of it.
different from
And you
ayahuasca.
come back
Come
down to
on,
earth.
learn your
No,
drugs.
no. Hear me out. Listen. Seriously, ibogaine is something that you can use if you're on heroin or cigarettes. If you do a treatment of ibogaine, you will it reboots all of your the connections in your brain. I forget what it's called right now, but you'll clean your brain up, all the receptors in your brain, and you'll wake
I
up.
think if you want to quit the addiction, you have to go through all the pain. I think
Corey,
if you want to
let me
skip
finish.
the pain with ibogaine and psychedelics,
Corey, just let me
you
finish,
have to
please,
go
real
through
quick.
pain. That's just what I believe. If you want to quit something, you got to go through the pain.
Corey, can I finish this real quick? That's
Uh,
not about it. When you do ibogaine, it's like an ayahuasca trip. Like you have to do it at a center.
I've
You're
done
on it for
all
3
of it,
days.
and I still like Percocet more. Like that
But
made me.
let me finish. So what happens at the end of the trip is your receptors are clean, okay, and you're off it, all right. But it doesn't mean that you're not gonna walk back in the same environment and start using again. Okay, so ibogaine is a form of clearing people up. It's the form, but harm reduction is something different. People are dying from overdoses. All right, so there's 2 overdoses. There's fentanyl overdose and there's heroin overdose.
No, it's freaking somebody. When I worked with this kid, he was like, "I'm gonna quit smoking cigarettes. I'm gonna take mushrooms," and then he took mushrooms and he's like, "I quit cigarettes," and then I caught him smoking a cigarette. So I just think people saying psychedelics and all this shit helps them quit harder. They're full of shit.
No,
But like, it's provably effective.
I'll fucking people be like, "I use mushrooms, bro, and I quit smoking," and then I'll catch them smoking a cigarette.
Well, look, whether or not there's a
There's
direct
different.
link to
If you have a
cigarettes,
nicotine addiction, it's okay. These are
look,
all different things.
it's provable that when you have a psychedelic experience, that people come out of the other end of that changed oftentimes, and their habits can change, their
It's
thought
more
process
than
can change long term. I mean, it can be all
If
kinds
you're
of things.
deep into a cigarette,
problem.
you're still gonna be addicted to cigarettes. I don't think.
Well, hang on. I
Okay,
want to go
there's
back to
a
what
habit
Alpha said.
addiction that is nicotine, but none of this is relevant to the. Yeah, go back.
Isn't
to
ibogaine a psychedelic?
No, it's not. But yeah, you go on a psychedelic trip, but that's not the point. It's one of the things that will actually get relieve your addiction. But like Corey's saying, his buddy
I
did some
think you
mushrooms.
gotta go through the pain. That's part of breaking the addiction.
Corey,
You
just
gotta
let
go
me.
through
Corey,
the pain.
Corey, let me
that's actually
goddamn
not
finish,
on a
please, Corey.
physiological level.
Goddamn. Let me just finish this. I'm gonna go to bed here in a minute. You drive me crazy, fucking Corey. But the thing is, if you don't break the habit, like Alpha's saying, you're going to get the addiction again. So if you're hanging out with the same buddies who smoke, you go into the bar on Friday night, and even though you use the mushrooms, you're off it, you didn't been there for a month. If you go back to that bar, you're probably gonna start smoking again. So it's more than just change. Just the mushrooms do work. You're absolutely right, sir.
There's a
But
physiological aspect, and then there's
yes,
the habitual.
the ability to have
It's a multi-pronged approach.
But you have to change your habits. That's the entire point of breaking
Yeah,
addiction.
I think we're
You have
all
to change your
agreeing. I think we're
habits.
all
But
agreeing.
guess what? Ibogaine works.
Where Ibogaine works
We're
100%.
all agreeing. We're all agreeing.
Anything to quit anything.
But
We're all agreeing. The point is that
not,
Trump hasn't done it yet. I
No,
just wanted one example of something he's done.
Yeah, and beyond that,
that is the one example. That's the best example I actually had for you.
Okay, let me explain something. That's not going to stop fentanyl overdoses, okay? That's not going to stop fentanyl overdoses.
Tool. It's not meant to
But
be
he
a
hasn't
stopper.
done
It's a
anything.
tool
He
for people
signed a
who
piece
want
of
to
He
paper.
hasn't
switch.
even done.
He signed
Yeah,
a
he
piece
just
of
signed an
paper
executive
committing
order.
to study it. To study
That's
it.
it.
He's done nothing. I just want one example. I hope that works out. But can you give me one example of something he has done?
I don't know. I didn't vote for the guy.
I
I
mean,
don't
Well, it
vote
doesn't
look,
matter.
for
You're,
him.
you're defending him.
an example of what he's done would be a
To get his flowers.
subjective thing
Like
based upon the
promises
person.
made, promises kept.
Well,
Let's
okay, but again, that's a
Output.
subjective
So,
thing based upon
No,
the
it's not
person,
subjective.
right?
Promises made, promises kept. You can see his
Okay,
promises.
I understand, but the framing that you're going to build around anything that's said is going to be
Just
negative,
well,
regardless.
let's
Like
see how it
if
goes.
I
Let's see how it
say,
goes.
let's
can I give an
look,
example? I'm going
let's
to end the
say
Iraq
we
war on the first
okay.
day. Or
Let's say we
war.
go back to the immigration topic because we discussed that a little bit earlier. That's a good way to discuss it. A lot of people talk about, because of you guys mentioned there was some other event that went down there that caused
Holy
immigration to
shit.
stop for different means, right? So it doesn't make a difference. If I sit here and say, oh well, when Trump took office, he signed a bunch of executive orders, and then the immigration flow stopped, and then the ICE raid started happening, and that subjectively depends upon my idea that those are good things. So if you think those are bad
No.
things, you're not
So
going to
hold
say
on.
that's
No.
something Trump did.
I'm not talking about subjective things, but I'm going to say that actually, when it comes to immigration, he made a lot of promises about how he was going to get rid of people. And I would say, yeah, like in that respect, that's probably the only thing that I would say that
Well,
he has
he
kept.
also managed to find some sort of documented resolution to the Palestine situation, right?
What?
Yeah,
No, he
well,
didn't.
some
Hold
form
on.
of
Somebody
stability,
call.
some form of stability has reached
Can you tell the
Palestine now, at
Palestinians?
least
Can you
compared to
tell the
before.
Palestinians because they're not
No,
aware
dude.
of it?
No,
Because
dude.
day to day,
No.
their life tells otherwise.
How many
He is
hostages
not.
did Donald Trump
That's what
bring
I'm
back?
saying is regardless of what somebody says to give Trump flowers to you two individuals in particular, which is fine. It's your
No.
right to
It has
feel
to be
that way.
real, dude.
I
You
would
can't
love
give
to
these
hear.
fake things.
I want
Yeah.
to hear. If I'm missing out on something, please show me because I would
But
like to know if the
here's the thing:
Palestinians
is
are
what
okay.
you're doing now. What you're doing now is you're framing it so that I have to like support Trump, which I
No,
don't.
you
Right?
have to.
I
No, you
don't
have to support
support
your
Trump.
argument.
I don't
You have to
support
support your
Trump.
argument.
You have to support
Just
your
your
argument.
argument.
Exactly.
My
It's called
argument
debate club.
is that no matter what anybody says, you guys aren't going to buy into it
That's
anyway.
no. Okay, the argument was
Not
supposed to
bullshit.
be
Hell
That's
this
no.
my
is what
argument.
Trump did.
Yeah, your argument. No, that was your argument.
Okay, no matter what I say
Give Trump
Trump did, you're going to
flowers.
say no, that's not what he did. That's what I'm telling
But I literally just conceded to you the biggest thing. Did I not? Have I not proven
you.
myself that I will concede to you if I think like if you are right and you can prove something? I just told you the
Did
immigration thing.
you not vote for anybody then? You just like
She's in
if you
Canada,
voted,
dude.
What?
Fuck.
What are
Who,
you
me in
talking about,
particular?
Corey?
yeah.
Corey.
I voted against Kamala because
Would
I
you
didn't
vote? Did you
want.
vote like third party or what?
You voted for Trump, so that's it. I mean, you voted for Trump. Period.
I
Did you
didn't.
vote for
You
I didn't
said you
actually
didn't
want.
vote for
I
Trump.
didn't actually
Did you
want
vote for Jill
to, but I
Stein?
did because I felt like
Did
I
you vote for?
had to. Yeah.
Did you vote for
Oh,
Jill
you said
Stein?
I
Or
thought you
did
said you
vote for?
did.
Did you vote for the
I
Libertarian Party
voted for
candidate? There's a
No,
Libertarian candidate.
I voted for Trump because I felt I
Okay,
had
there you
to,
go.
not because I
That's my
wanted
whole
to.
point. You're,
Yeah.
bro.
I
I
still
didn't ever
would
support.
if it
I
was
never
Trump
supported
if it was
Trump. And
Trump versus
I never
You
Kamala.
wanted.
did.
I
You did
never
support
wanted
Trump.
Trump as
What if it's
no.
what if
I
the
never wanted Trump,
2028
and I
comes
never
around?
supported Trump. But I did not want any continuation of the actual, regime that was in place in the United
Do
States.
you think that this is better?
Yeah, I do.
I
I think Kamala would be way better.
100,000 times better than what
either
the
way.
alternative would have been. Absolutely, the
Wait,
alternative would have been
wait.
disastrous.
But what would? But you don't know what the alternative. You were saying you said
Yes, we
before
do.
the continuation.
I mean,
No.
you're
But
right,
he's
but
saying
I
it's
based that
continuation.
on.
So
Well, you're right, but I based that upon what she said her implementation of policy was going to be. Like,
Okay, was she?
tax,
Mass
tax,
surveillance was gonna happen.
like
This idea of
taxing
war was inevitable.
unrealized capital gains and like doing
Was
all
she?
these insane, completely
I
nutso ideas that were
Will we
just
have
going to
tariffs?
completely destroy everything.
were you going to be affected by the unrealized capital gains tax?
Yeah, I
Oh
would.
Or
no,
anything?
not directly, no.
Mhm.
But I would have
I
been
would have.
indirectly for sure. Indirectly, it would have collapsed. Basically, what everybody would have done, every single person who owns any assets would have immediately sold their assets before they would have been forced to pay off of assets they haven't sold. And then so the markets would
And
dump. Everybody
what would
would
that
dump
have
in the
done?
markets, and then it would have been a massive collapse, unlike the likes I could even fathom.
It would have
Because
been
there's no
worse than
way
the
if you have
1920
a bunch of
trigger
unrealized
schedule.
gains, if you have like $4 billion in unrealized gains, and now suddenly you have to pay like 60% rate on that thing, you're just going to sell it all off. So now it's no longer unrealized gains. It could be taxed a different way, I guess, at that point, but they're just going to move it over to whatever NGOs, foreign bank accounts. You can't take the money from them. It's not going to happen like that. You can't just change the law. And it's obviously just a setup anyway. None of that made any sense. And honestly, the fact that it was Biden running the whole time, and then he just swapped after getting completely exposed as an incompetent old man in that debate with an equally incompetent old man was horrific. And then they just swapped her in all of a sudden. There's no way that was going to work. They said there was no time. It was like the other party was panicking. You know, they're supporting things that generally are like 80-20 issues, like trans stuff and all this other things that people, all the identity politics stuff that people got all caught up in because of the division and everything.
Show me where Kamala Harris supported a trans issue. Show me that.
Yes, please.
It was almost their entire was
So
almost
Could you find one?
Send it to me.
So I think trying.
Yeah.
Because it didn't exist. Trump made it up, and you guys fell
It
for it.
was,
So.
yeah. It was one. She said what?
He brought it up multiple times.
No.
Send me a link, dude. That's so easy. You should be able to pull up multiple links then.
And
Okay.
do you think that, like, what do you think
So,
she was going to do?
this brings me back. This brings me back to whenever. This brings me back to whenever we were in this moment, and I know you guys were probably there too, watching it and how crazy it was. Do you remember when Kamala? No, I mean during the process of the election period. Do you remember when Kamala was on stage at, I think it was at a rally or a conference or something, it might have been the DNC, and she was asked explicitly about how she felt about trans surgeries for prison inmates, right? That was huge clickbait for like a year and a half. Whenever she responded with basically basically saying, yes, I do think we should provide gender affirming care.
No,
for
the
prison inmates.
was I recognize this as a trick question.
It became a huge issue, and that whole thing, basically what happened was Trump took a hold of that because he's so good at identity politics, right? And he grabbed at that, and his campaign grabbed at that, and essentially
No, the only reason
because
why it works is because the populace doesn't understand the way the government works. It's not like she can go into power and be like, by the way, trans surgery is free.
That's besides the point. She basically refused to answer the question outright no when asked, are we okay with funding government money, tax dollars from the American people for gender affirming care for prison inmates? She could not. She said, oh, people need their health. You know, it was just a bogus response. It was clear. It's very clear what she supported and what she meant, and the side that she represented, right? And the people that she had in her corner and the voting bloc that she was attempting to appease was clearly in favor of those things, and she supported those things. And that's what it is. And it's an 80-20 issue in the United States. People don't want their tax dollars going to stuff like that. If you want to privately fund it, probably most people in America don't care because nobody, honestly, the majority of people don't care if you want to be trans. It doesn't matter. But when you start talking about kids and you start talking about using tax dollars to pay for like abortion care and stuff like
And
that.
you think that
I mean, at the DNC, they rolled out an abortion van outside the conference, you guys. Like, think about this for a minute.
Now,
it was really extreme.
I want to address that real quick, okay? So, because what again, you're talking points from the right, but let me,
coconut tree.
this is the deal, okay?
It's just a fact, man.
No, it's not a fact.
That one's a good quote, though.
She was the Attorney General of California, okay? And in California, there was a lawsuit, and the lawsuit was against the state because a transgender person was getting their care. They got locked up, and the state was required to let them continue their care and give them their care. All right, but it's like, you know Private Manning. When Private Manning was in Leavenworth, wherever he was, the military paid for his transgender transformation because it was already scheduled, and the military paid for that. Okay, and so the state lost that case, which Harris didn't support, but she lost the case, and so she said, "Oh shit." And she got snapped into place by the governor and says, this is the law, you have to abide by it. So this is what she's struggling against. And she's like, because they already know there's a trick question for her because she was on your side, but the state says, pay this guy $5 million or something crazy for it. And that's what happened. So
yeah,
this
she
is
refused to denounce. She refused to denounce the
recognized
idea.
it was a trick question.
She can't denounce it.
It was a very direct question: is do you support this type of funding for this type of health care?
Hearing me? Are you not hearing me? The state The state lost a lawsuit. The court says if you have this person incarcerated, you're required to take care of all of their health, not just what you want to take care of, all their health, and that includes this. So she has to abide by the law. She's the vice president. She can't say, no, personally I believe this, but by the
Sure
law,
she
I've
can.
got to abide by this. No, you can't, because that's not
Why
the
can't
law,
she
dude.
say what she personally believes? What do you mean?
I'll tell you, I'll make it real
Her
clear.
belief is to follow the law.
Like the fact that she
Exactly.
refused to say what she personally believes in the first place is the
Her
tell-all.
belief
That's the whole
is that the law
as
has
a
primacy over
candidate
her.
running for president, when you're asked about how you
I,
feel about a specific
I
topic, if you
want
just
a
say, "Oh, well, the
candidate
law is
that
the law,"
follows
that's
the
not an answer.
law.
Yeah,
That
you
is
better
an
follow the
answer.
law.
That's a really reassuring answer, actually.
This is why she lost, right?
No, that's not why she lost. That's not why she lost. She lost
It's
as a
not
power.
not just this specific
By the
topic,
way,
but
she
just the
didn't
fact you
lose,
guys are
but I'm just
playing like
saying that.
I'm
She
not
wasn't
saying the
getting your vote
specific
anyway.
topic was it.
She wasn't getting your vote anyway. That's not why she lost. She lost because she supported Biden on
Didn't
Palestine,
lose.
and that drove
No,
her
she
into
lost
that
because she was
killed her.
disingenuous.
You could just as much say it was that as anything else with how close it was.
Nah, dude, it's not
She
not
didn't
transgender
lose.
care. That had nothing to do with it. Because she's on the
Yeah,
right
the
side of
election
that
always
argument. You have to
stolen.
be. What?
And she wants to take
She said she
everybody's
didn't lose.
guns.
Bone said that she didn't lose, and I was like, yeah, the
She
election's always
didn't lose.
stolen.
Well,
She didn't
it's
lose.
like this. Do you know that there's 3 million ballots that weren't counted? Like the Republicans pulled 3 million provisional ballots. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I think the Republicans said the same stuff whenever Biden. So
No,
it's
they
just
didn't.
a cyclical thing where
No,
everybody's always accusing
Well,
the other side of voter
no,
fraud.
that's not the case. We
no.
actually have the numbers. We have the numbers. So
Yeah,
you can't just say that.
yeah.
They actually
Yeah,
had the
the
numbers too, and
numbers.
they would say they
Okay,
actually
okay.
have the numbers.
Did you vote
Like
for
And
Biden in
the
yeah,
whole
I
thing is
know. We all
it's
have
just
the
a
same numbers.
partisan
We all
talking
have the
point.
same numbers.
Hang on,
Both
No, we all have
sides
the same
both
numbers.
sides
Alpha.
rigged the election, and they
Alpha.
tried. And
In
whoever
2020, did
succeeds
you vote for Trump?
Election. Okay.
Alpha. In
You
2020,
got
did you
the
vote for Trump in
ladies and
2020?
gentlemen.
Alpha. Did you vote for Donald Trump in 2020? Alpha. Do you
No,
vote for Donald
I
Trump in
didn't.
2020?
I didn't vote that year. No.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
so in that election, the score was Biden got 51% of the vote, but he got 81 million votes. Trump got, I think it was 74 million votes. Okay, so that's a huge difference, and that's why. But the thing, this election fraud thing, that goes back to 2008, and you can look this up. And the person that was pushing it in 2008 tried to use it against Obama. And
Thank God
John
for the thank God for the
John
electoral college then.
and John McCain was like, "Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Get this shit out of my face." And so it got put into a toilet. 2012, she thought about it again, and it didn't work because Romney said the same thing. And in 2016, it was on plan for Donald Trump if he lost. So the election fraud thing, the team that put that together for him has been pushing this since 2008. And it's one lady who started it and a whole little committee that did it. And then 2020 is the first time. But he got
But
walked.
that's just the beginning of it.
51%.
It was
He got
really
pummeled.
guaranteed that the Democrats were going to lose regardless of who ran on the
Do
Republican
you
side.
think
after
that Trump
debate.
won the seven swing states and
I don't think it was that. I think it was
and
guaranteed after Trump got shot.
I think it was either the debate or it was what happened at Butler.
But do you think he got all the swing states and no Democrat flipped a county in any swing state, not one county. So like
I
when
believe it.
Reagan won, how many states did he win?
He won all them swing states, baby. He swept
No,
that shit.
way more than that.
Swept
How many states did he win?
I don't know, but he won the swing states.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
How do you
Voice
know?
talk. God damn.
Man, it seems like she was
tell
very
us.
angry.
Nah, me and Corey fuck around with one another. Corey's my boy.
Yeah,
Let Bones tell us how
we
many.
love Corey. We love Corey. We're just hard on him a little bit. But you guys, Reagan, we got, like that's probably the benchmark for like a super successful, like, you know. So how many states did he win? And anyone ballpark?
That's his history.
I don't know. I wasn't born back then, so I don't really care about it.
But in order to see a difference like that might be jarring, like, hey, like we should look at this because it's like so off the charts. He won, I think, 49 of the 50, or did he win all 50? I'm not sure.
Do you want me to tell you?
It's
He won
insane.
44.
Please.
44.
44.
He
Is that
did
even
not win.
close
He
to
didn't win 44 state. There's no way he won that many.
Yeah, he did.
Reagan? Yes, he did. So
Oh,
here's the crazy thing.
talking about Reagan.
Ronald
Yes,
Reagan,
because
yeah, he
here's the
did.
important thing. Here's the important
He was
thing.
he was running against Jimmy Carter.
Damn.
Even though he won as many states as he did, and he won all the swing states, all the important, like the big heavy electoral college states, but there were still swing state or swing counties within the states. In this last election, not a single county flipped. That is exponentially beyond belief. Like, that is impossible. And they've heat mapped everything, and the way you guys, they compared your election results to Canada and to Russia, and you know who's your guys' look like? Russia.
Yeah, I think immigration alone was enough to get Trump elected.
What's Russia's
it's
immigration
statistically
policy?
impossible.
Yeah,
No. The point is that Russia doesn't have free and fair elections. That's why you guys look
What's
like
Russia's immigration policy? Do they have a good immigration policy? Do they like?
It doesn't matter because their elections are a joke. They're not fair. They're rigged.
Everybody else has a way stricter immigration policy. That's the point.
Hang on real quick. Ronald Reagan won 49 states out of 50.
Thank you.
Was
Jesus.
it? Oh,
Yeah,
I must have been mistaken.
Now I gotta check. Now I gotta check Alpha all the time. God damn Alpha.
Yeah,
I was
check
trusting
me.
you, bro.
That's my
It's
bad.
all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Like,
You're
do
honest.
I not have credit?
You were right, Bones.
Do I not have credibility with Christ?
Yeah, you're right. She's right. She's right, Bones. Yep.
Man, the sooner you guys realize that Alex Jones is right, everything's rigged, the better you guys will understand.
Freaking frogs are gay.
The frogs gay. I'm not gonna let them stop when they're at it.
Well,
I like Alex Jones. He's funny.
Have you guys ever followed the Rockland, New York case? This is the one problem I have with Harris.
Yes.
I know. The one problem I had with Harris is she failed me. She failed us.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump lost so fucking bad it wasn't even close, and he had 70 different court cases within 10 days. 70, okay? She only had Rockland. In Rockland, New York, look this up. In Rockland, New York, this one district where like the Democrat on the ticket for Congress won like overwhelmingly, but Harris lost and by like 17,000 vote difference. Okay, 17,000 vote difference. Now that needs to be investigated, and they try to have it investigated, and guess what? They wouldn't do a recount.
The election integrity alliance or whatever that found that, they have found it's similar sort of statistics in other states as well, because they've slowly been continuing to like get and I mean the evidence is there if anybody cares to look into it. Don't you guys care that like let's just find out?
They don't care. That's the problem with the Trump base is they're happy if he cheated and won. They
That's
don't like.
I don't want a damn
everyone in the chat
Indian.
say Trump.
Why would I want an Indian?
No one here's that Trump fanatics. We're just here to be here.
I'm not even a supporter of Trump. I support ideas, not individuals.
I'm not a supporter of anyone. I don't vote for any politicians. They're all fake and phony.
Shit, I'll vote. I'll pick my poison.
But the ones that are voting are people like Corey.
But an Alpha.
I looked it up. It was 44. It was 44 when he ran in 1980, and then it was 49 the next term. So when he ran against Jimmy Carter, it was.
Oh, okay. Hey,
we're both right.
You're both right.
We were both right,
Alpha.
but obviously I was talking about like the landslide. But whatever, sure, you guys can take half away if you want.
Alpha, your word is bond with me again, bro. Your word is bond with me. Your word is bond. You say it, and it's I believe from now, because you're spot on. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty, bro. I love honest people. I appreciate you, dog.
Absolutely.
But the thing is though, let me ask you, if you found out that Trump cheated, would that bother you, or would that change your viewpoint? Like this is fucked up, or would you not care that he won? Like you wouldn't win that bad?
My personal point of view would more align with Sir Bob over there. Because I'm pretty black pill when it comes to like voting integrity. So I spent many, many years not voting because I was just like, it doesn't matter. You could argue the president is just a figurehead and that the cabal that operates above him just sends down their commands and has them do whatever they need him to do. Right. And that the greater powers that be are the ones that are really in control. Representative government is just, this is not really a thing anymore. So I think inevitably all governments are going to go into like a technocratic society based on the way that everything is moving. And AI is going to power everything, So I don't think, like whether or not he cheated. They all cheat. They all try to cheat, and the question is, who's going to cheat successfully? Not who are we voting for? That
You
cat's out the
can't
bag.
equate. You
And
cannot equate. Like
that's where we differ because if like I'm a Bernie guy, okay? If Bernie won and I found out Bernie would cheat, I'm telling you, dude, he would lose 75% of his base. Because we care about integrity, we care about honesty, and that's why we follow Bernie. That's why we didn't want to follow Hillary because we knew Hillary cheated. She cheated us in the primaries. So the fact that it doesn't matter to you bothers me because it means that above everything else, you don't believe in that kind of integrity.
So I wouldn't say that
I-
it doesn't matter to me. I would just say I'm
Yes,
being
sir.
realistic and saying that it's unattainable. That it's
Yeah,
too
but
corrupt. The system's too
But we're not.
corrupt.
But we're not
It
searching.
matters to me.
Sometimes.
I would love for my government to represent me and the people that live in this country, but they just
But
don't.
perfection isn't necessary. Better is okay. Better is still
So,
meaningful.
and there's a reason
I
why
mean,
a lot of
I think we're at the point now where every politician is a lying scumbag, right?
no,
So
no,
like
no,
that's
no,
you're like
no,
past the
no,
point of no return when that's what
no.
happens.
I
So
disagree. I'll be real clear with you. I look for like I'm a progressive, okay? Like I'm a Bernie Sanders progressive, and so that's what I look for in somebody like Mamdani in New York, for example. There's Mayor Adams. You can go with him if you don't mind corruption. Nothing's going to change. There was Swalwell, who's not going to do shit anyway. There was Andrew Cuomo, who was put in there by AIPAC so that he can only work for them. And then there's Mamdani, who laid out exactly what I'm going to do, and he's been holding to that. Follow Mamdani. That's the path of the Democrats. I will not
Goddamn
follow.
Mom Donnie.
I will not follow any Democrat who takes a dime from AIPAC. If you take any money from AIPAC, I'm not going to get my support or my vote. And the thing is, what wins elections isn't voting; it's getting out on the ground, getting out, making phone calls, getting out, knocking on doors, and getting those who were going to vote to come out and vote. And
If the
that's why
elections are free
Mamdani
and
won.
fair.
If they're free and fair, and that's why Mamdani won. Like look over, for example, over in Hungary, for you over there, sir. Like that's the Europe. Like the last election,
Yeah.
the Tisla party. The reason why it matters is because the people were tired of the fucking corruption. They're tired of Orban, who's run by Putin, and he's handling Trump. And we all know that's why JD Vance came in, is to suck his dick. And the people said, fuck this shit. And they won with a 52% margin. Harris lost because she only got 49%.
I
Biden
don't
won
think
because he got
Russia would be that
51%.
bad of a place to live.
Bro, I
Why
would
do we hate
love to
on
pack
Russia
your
so
fucking.
much?
I'll pack your bags for you, bro. I'll be here tomorrow to help you, okay?
I
No,
saw a
no,
video of their grocery store that looked pretty sick. They got good prices in Russia.
no, you didn't. What you saw was a commercial, a grocery thing that
Like,
was
oh
with
shit.
Tucker Carlson, because he did it. I watched the same interview, the same thing that you did.
Dude,
Tucker
I know
Carlson
I know
made,
their pay's lower, like I know that, but I was
he
like,
made
oh, they got a pretty
no,
sick
dude.
grocery store.
They lack a
Well,
lot of
I
stuff over
know a
there.
few Russians. They say it's like not bad over there.
It's not bad. It ain't great. It ain't bad though. But
You just can't be like Brittany Griner and bring a vape over. You know what I'm saying?
dude, you can't go there. Well, you drink though, so alcohol is good, but mushrooms are bad. They'll jail you for mushrooms over there. They'll jail you for
Yeah,
10 years.
everything.
So no, dude, Russia's not a free society. You know, you have it good here in the United States. Russia's not a free society. Russia's
No, but
extremely
Russia,
We can
you
make the
got
argument that America
Russia.
isn't as free as well. I mean, people are
You're
getting
free. You're
what
just
prison
not free to
sentences
like
over
fuck
making
yourself up.
Netanyahu jokes. So
bro.
I don't know. We don't really have a constitution. We really just have privileges now.
We have dispensaries, okay? So like, Russia does not have dispensaries. I'll start with that
Yeah,
alone.
but like,
All right.
ever since weed legal, like, do you think that's really helped America? I don't know.
I
well,
don't know. In short sense, that really helps us that much.
the
Corey,
reason
do
that
you
it
have medical marijuana?
helps.
Do you
The
have
reason
medical
that it
marijuana
helps.
card? Go ahead, Alpha.
It's really the reason that it helps is because it keeps people from being arrested for petty marijuana crimes. That's why.
Bingo.
which
It really
saves us
doesn't though.
billions.
Doesn't,
No, it
because
does. It
if you get
does.
pulled over on it, it's in your blood. It can get you
Well,
can get in
that's a
trouble in a lot of
DUI,
ways.
but that's different. That's the same as if you drink
No.
or as if
Yeah,
you're tired.
but
If you're
that you don't
tired,
really like
even, and you look at like, say,
if I take a dab, it's in my blood for like 2 days. So if I get pulled over
No,
within the
Corey.
next
What
2 days,
the fuck?
and they feel like they
dude,
want
they
to give
can't
me,
test your blood on site at a
Corey.
traffic stop, dude.
Corey,
yeah,
it's in your blood for
they could
30
pull you out
days.
of the car if they want.
Corey,
Yeah,
it's
but
in your blood.
The
that's
cops can
still
do
just a
whatever they want.
DUI. That's a
It's in your
DUI
blood
though.
for
That's not the same thing as being able to go and get some weed and going home and smoking it while you're alone, but you're by yourself at home, right?
It's actually
Like,
DWI. DWI is weed.
thank
DUI
you.
is alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's only
Yeah,
Corey, it's in your system for
But at the
30
end of the
days.
day, there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people
Yes.
who have been arrested, incarcerated, and
Yes.
put in jail. The U.S.
Yes.
taxpayers had to foot the bill for all that crap and
Yes.
basically incarcerate these people for no reason. And
Yes.
changing the laws to where it's not like a Schedule One drug, that is actually really
if
helpful
you
for the
got
economy.
possession of it, you don't. I mean, I don't ever remember anybody going to jail for like a couple grams of weed.
When I
Well,
was
yeah, a lot of people do.
17, I had a buddy of mine.
You're
He was
driving, then
old.
yeah.
Yeah, we were driving. He was an old friend of mine, and I had given them him and his girlfriend little gram baggies as a Christmas gift. And we were going somewhere. We were driving around, and it was past curfew. We got pulled over just because of the curfew. My buddy and his girlfriend both went to jail over a gram,
Yes.
both of them.
Fuck.
And
See,
it
Corey?
was
Now
it
you know
was
somebody.
fucked up. It was actually really, really
went to
fucked up
jail
because I
too.
felt bad because I gave it to them, but they had it on them, right? And we were like already in transit to someplace else, and they were cool enough to take possession of it and be like, yeah, it's mine. They could have thrown my ass under the bus, but they didn't. But either way, that kind of
sucks.
crap happens to millions of people, and it's no joke. It costs a lot. It ruins people's lives, and it's just for smoking a joint, man. Like, come on, that's
Oh
not
yeah,
right.
that shit screwed with me. I had to like take this shitty job.
Corey, do you have a
Really
medical
bad.
marijuana card?
Yeah, but when it
Corey.
expires, I think I'm gonna quit. Maybe.
Okay, but you have a medical marijuana card though, right?
I think I would rather people smoke pot than drink alcohol.
I think it's. I don't think. I mean, alcohol fucks your liver up faster, but like weed, weed could give you a heart
The
attack.
whole thing is that drunk drivers kill the shit out of hundreds of thousands of fucking people.
Big time.
That's the problem.
Big time.
My biological grandparents both died in a car accident when
Yeah.
my dad was 9 years old
Well,
because of a fucking drunk
sorry,
driver.
that sucks. Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
I don't care about messing with your body. I care about DUIs and killing other people. That's just like he's saying. Like alcohol, being killed by a drunk driver is
That's
the
the
worst.
thing. If you if weed, you can get a DUI. You have to wait. I mean,
We shouldn't be
it
driving under the
depends on who
influence.
you are.
Yeah,
Well, it's
but
not about
you're
driving.
You're
It's
normally
about
driving
like
2 miles an hour compared to driving like recklessly and swerving the lanes.
If you look like a
you can-
surfer dude like me, they treat you like a stoner and they DUI check you. Like,
Okay, so you can pass a sobriety test on weed. You can hold your head back and tilt and touch your nose and count back, so that it doesn't impair your driving like that. But and I don't know where you are, Corey, but there is no blowing
not
for.
really. If you got like high, like when I get
It
pulled over,
depends.
I have like high anxiety and like
They look at your
Yeah,
eyes.
it depends.
I have
They
my
look at
leg
your
will
eyes.
shake.
And they go off your eyes and smell. But you will like just
Dude, but like
get high.
I get dude, they treat I get nervous, bro. Like I don't know.
I'm telling you, just
It's normal
get
for you to
high
get
and
nervous.
get high and do a sobriety test. Just do it. You'll pass it. I've done it 1,000 times with people. You can do a
Well,
sobriety test completely high.
I
And
don't
it
think
doesn't.
I don't think that's a really good bit of advice. But
So
yeah,
I'm
but
just
either
saying,
way,
Yeah, you're almost
that's
encouraging
that's
it.
not what they go after. That's not what they go after. Like they go off. They go off smell. They're trying to get a thing where they can swab your
Utah
mouth.
looks for weed drivers hard.
Well, you live in Mormon country, okay? They should be looking for guys marrying child brides
I
instead of
mean,
looking
look,
for anything but that.
they're always going to be looking for people who are fucked up off of some substance driving around. The question is it
But there's
okay
the
for a
thing.
guy to go pick up a
Let's say,
bag?
if you've been smoking weed for 10 years, you're fucked up even when you're sober. Let's be honest. So it's like, I mean, you're still
Yeah.
like,
I mean,
so
honestly, Corey, that
you're
when they give you
risking your.
DW,
You
When
are.
they
It
give you,
is a risk. I gotta
when they give you
stop.
when they give you DWI, it's usually for not just for weed. It's usually because a lot of people are on like other stuff like heroin or Percocets or stuff like that, and so that's what they're looking for. And again, how are they pulling you in the first place? Because you're
Dude, if you did,
swerving, because you're
if
driving
you're,
irrationally. You're
I
a
got
threat to the
pulled.
road,
When I
bro.
got pulled over, it was freaking. It was late at night. I come home from Vegas, and I just had a bong in a backpack. I wasn't even smoking. I wasn't even high, but I was going like 75 in the left lane, and someone was behind me, and I went and I moved to the right because they wanted to get past me, and I guess they like called in and said I was going too slow in the left lane. I was like, oh, that's such bullshit.
I had that happen to me before. That
Someone can
Yeah,
sucked.
call you in.
paraphernalia
It's
is a
so
felony
whack.
too. The
Yeah,
paraphernalia
paraphernalia is
is
the
a big
problem.
charge.
It's
That's
not.
the
No,
big
it's
charge.
not a felony. It's a
Is it not?
misdemeanor. It's
Oh
a
shit.
And
yeah.
he's in Utah.
What state?
It's Texas. It's a
He's
felony.
Oh shit.
Texas, they done it for that. California, it depends. If you have a medical, well, now it's not as big of a deal since they have the new laws passed. But the new Prop 64, it's way worse than it was before. Way worse. The best was under Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. They call him the Governator. He made it so that it was just a misdemeanor to have an ounce. Prop 64 says if you have a joint in the car, it's open container now. If you have a weed pen in the car and you have to use it for 5 years, it's open container. And if
That's
you have
not
a
my
bag of weed,
concern. My concern is just dab stay in your blood for so long.
it's
That's
for
why I
30
gotta
days, dude.
quit.
It's in your blood for 30 days. They can't test that. It's not even part of it. It's all it's all the open containers laws. Like now California is open container for everything. If it comes from a dispensary and if it's not sealed up completely, open container. And so there's been more arrests for that than anything else. And that's why they wanted to pass that law because it just jailed more kids. Jailed more
Yeah, that's the
kids.
problem. Is all the teenagers that end up in prison. That's
It's
Yep.
the
all
And
the
problem.
it's all it's all the autistic kids that get arrested for DUI, dog. It's
that's my
fucked
own
up.
problem as well. Guys, I'm gonna go. It was good talking to you, Alpha. It's good talking to you. Good talking to you, Bob and Corey. I'll be talking to you all day, online, night long on the line online. I'll be texting you, fucker. It's always good to talk to you, Bones.
You too, Steve.
I'll see you
Yeah,
guys
bye.
tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. Oh, I sent you guys some different stuff. Okay, so let's take a look at the links that I sent you about stuff that we're talking about, and then feel free to hit me back up on it. I didn't send you anything, Corey, but I'm sure I'll send you something tomorrow.
You're good.
All right, later, guys.
Bye.
Peace. Yeah, I think my head out
Well,
too.
it's still awake. Shit, we're not live, are we?
I think stream ended already.
Yeah, probably probably a while ago.
Yeah, probably like 3 hours ago.
I was hoping it said some crazy shit. Forgot what we were talking about. Shit.
I don't remember.
We were talking about fucking weed.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, dude, that shit. Weed's a trap. They
It
try to
is,
make it.
especially in California. It's a major trap. Like they're trying to get you on some ridiculous ass bullshit, man. I've seen some really creative ways of people hiding their bongs inside their vehicles. They still find them, but it's like what you're saying, Alpha, about like all the teenagers going to prison. It's like, man, these guys did nothing wrong. Now their lives are ruined.
Yep. It's fucked up. It really is.
For just
Yep.
like simple possession of like a gram or something.
Like a joint or like a dab pen.
What
It's just
year?
like,
What
man, you guys
would
are
that be?
done.
That would have had to been so long ago. That doesn't happen anymore.
Just a few years
But
back, man. You'd be
it's still
surprised.
happening.
Huh?
Yeah, it was
They
worse. Worse
they
like 10
they
years back.
they say really. They say Utah's so anti, but if it's they don't just take you to jail if you just have it though. You have to like be driving or like be dealing or something.
I mean,
Well, I
here in
know a guy who
Atlanta,
got arrested for driving a bicycle with a joint. He got a BUI.
The only reason I got a license is because I fucking ran out of dealers, bro. And just you all can never have enough dealers. They always go away.
I know
And
pesky dealers,
that
but
medical
dog.
weed, that medical weed's too expensive too. So I gotta be done.
you just got to get like one good plug that has like a wholesale connection to a dispensary. That's the
I
that's the
gotta
way.
just be done because like
Yeah, or just be done.
there's just so many cops when I drive around. Like if I ever get pulled over, they're gonna be like, get out of the car. I'm like, fuck.
Yep.
Cause like when I drive, I'll wait. Like I'll sleep off when I smoke. Like I'll sleep it off, but I still don't think that's enough time, like legally.
Well, like I found the best way is to just make sure your eyes aren't red. That's fine. I don't. I've yet to seen a cop break out a blood test to test you for your blood. So yeah, as long as you don't look high and you just drive.
I mean, you can't do a blood test at a traffic stop, man. It takes weeks to analyze blood.
I
You have to
know,
send it
but
to
like
laboratory.
let's just say you look tired like from just working, like, and you're just
That's
like
enough.
you look like a white surfer kid. You're like, oh, that kid's stoned.
Even if you're
I know.
just tired, it's enough for DWI.
Well, like I look
So
like a heroin addict, and these guys would still pull me over. I'm like very, very skinny.
yeah, I gotta just get everything out of my. You gotta just be clean because this is fucking not worth the risk of jail. I mean,
No.
I'm still
It's not.
cautious, but I still like worry about it. God damn. Yeah.
Oh, don't you yell at me. Don't you yell at me.
How many cats do you
Oh
have?
boy.
Like 10.
No, it's just it's one. Yeah, I thought I was still on mute. I'm like doing laundry over here. I only have one. He's just very vocal. I have 2 dogs, 1 cat,
I used to have these
and a
neighbors that
bird.
had like 10 cats, bro. Fucking
I used to
I
have
have one
2,
cat.
and I had a snake, and I had a rooster. I've had all sorts of animals.
Man,
cat
those things are very weak
cat women
compared
are
to a
crazy.
finger monkey.
Not you, because you don't have like 10, but my neighbor had like 10. One of them. I woke up and went to mow the lawn, and it was just like I think a coyote or something killed it in my yard. They just have so many cats that they're just like dying all over the place. Like it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I saw the coyotes crossing the street the other day when I was out walking the dog. So I like went home to try to find my. I'm like, go inside because he's so ballsy. He's always like fighting the raccoons and the skunks and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's like a little zoo around here in the middle of the city, and the bunnies are out. The bunnies are out, so my dogs go crazy. Like you can't walk down the street without seeing bunnies. Like
You got like one dog, one cat, or like
2 dogs, 1 cat right now.
that's
Yeah,
cool. You
and the
got
cat walks with us.
at least the ratios for dogs.
I just like animals in general. My cats that I've had always had like this. I only have 1, but I used to have 2, and the other one was a snow Bengal. My cats are always like they're almost like dogs. Like again, my cat literally goes for walks. Like he just me and the dogs, and actually my rooster used to too, but that's a whole other story. My animals are always weird.
I feel like it's only certain cats that have a personality. Like the ones I see are just like they don't like to be touched, and they just like to be
It's because they're
like.
traumatized.
I feel like cats are like naturally like not meant to be domesticated. They just like to be like independent.
No, cats are the ultimate pet, actually.
Dogs like to be like feel loved, like just like
Oh, my cat is way more high maintenance. Both of my cats were way more high maintenance than any of my dogs have ever been because dogs are just like eager to please. Cats are demanding as fuck. So if you have one with like personality and that wants attention and companionship, like Bengals are very, very like they want to bond with a person, and like you're their person. So it's like I used to have to take my Bengal would come in the shower and the bath with me and stuff. Like it was a full-time job.
Man, it sounds like
Yeah,
you guys are
but
looking at all
Bengal.
wrong. What you need to get is a CR250. Those things are the ultimate pets. A
Oh, what?
CR250 or a YZ250.
What's that?
Like
What's
a
that?
dirt bike?
Yeah,
Oh,
man. Dude,
I like bikes. I like bikes.
when I
I like
used to
four
do
wheelers.
my was it pro GP enduro races?
You
I
live in
would
like
show up
you
with
live in
like
like
a
Arizona or
CR250.
something?
What?
You live in like Arizona? Yeah, that's a good place for dirt bikes.
Well, like this was when I lived in California a couple years
Oh, that's
ago.
a
I
good
would
place
do the
too.
Cannonball Run, and I would do a couple other races. I went to Erzberg one year, which was in Austria, Germany. But other than that, I've almost pretty much retired from enduro GP racing.
I have like a 2003 like '04. No, I don't even like a '03 450, but I haven't ran it for a while.
Yeah.
Just like yeah.
I want to get a bike next
I
year.
almost
My
killed
daughter's
myself.
18.
I think I almost killed myself on that thing like a few times.
Dude, I've hurt myself so much. I'm pretty much have like nerve damage in my left hip, and my left knee is like completely done. That's why I can't do enduro GP racing anymore.
I
Oh.
just like when I go like super fast, like
No healthcare.
on the salt flat
Yeah.
or on the sand dunes or something, and the gravel makes me like flip over my handlebars. I'm afraid like I would die if that happened.
Like I fell off a side of a mountain like a couple of times. I'm not talking like a little sandhill. I'm talking about like a full-on mountain I've fallen off the side of before.
It's like whenever I ride bikes, like I'm never responsible.
You guys are reckless, man.
I've never
Reckless.
like I've not really like I don't like do the crazy jumps or anything, but like I'll try to like go up a hill or just like go fast, and like when you go fast and you like you get it's called like the speed wobble of
Head
death.
fake.
So, I don't know. It's like something that happens where you feel like you're gonna fall off, and then like you save yourself last second, and you're like, oh my god.
Like it
That
wasn't really
happens when you.
recklessness on
I
my
don't know
part.
why
It was
that.
mainly just
I don't know
racing.
how to prevent that from happening when I. Maybe I don't
What you
know.
do is you get a steering stabilizer from Scott's, and it pretty much solves the problem.
Damn. Yeah. I missed that thing. I haven't ridden it in a while.
Yeah, I do not recommend getting into racing though. You're pretty much gonna fuck up your entire lower body.
Yeah, I wouldn't like get into competitively with it. I'm just trying to chill and have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, racing would have been pretty cool though. I knew a kid that did it in Arizona, and he was always breaking bones and shit. He'd always have a cast. Like, every
Yeah,
day.
like I was lucky enough not to really break anything. Like I had sprained wrist for a little bit. That never quite healed right because again I was in the middle of a race, sprained my wrist, and I was still racing, so it's never quite healed right. In fact, I don't have actual any kind of feelings inside my hand. But what really is the bummer is like my left hip, the joint is completely replaced. Like there's no joint there.
Yeah. Have you ever ridden a road bike or just dirt bikes?
I've ridden a couple road bikes, like a Ninja 1000, a CBR 1500, couple of sport bikes. Like got a little too dangerous. I don't trust myself with
I don't
them.
know if
I
a
think I'll
CBR
get
15 does a CBR 1500 exists? I've never heard of that.
so
And
those things were really only made for German markets. Um, very limited amount as well. But like I don't really trust myself on a street bike. I feel like I'm gonna get way too many speeding tickets.
does Ducati let you fucking test ride them? I want to like go to like a Ducati dealership.
As far as I know, most dealerships I've came across, they let you test drive them. They have like their own little test track. They don't really let you go on the
I
highway.
can't even afford it though. So if I did fall, I'd be fucked. Yeah. I can't do that shit. I'm too broke for that.
You walk up, let me see your most expensive Ducati. It's like a $60,000 one.
I want one of them Ducatis. They look sick.
The Ducatis, I will say, they handle like excellent. They're one of the best handling motorcycles I've ridden, but the parts are almost way too expensive and very hard to find.
Yeah, couldn't you just like if you had to have it worked on? I think if you bought it at the dealership brand new, like the dealership would just work on it for you if you had to, right? Oh, that's what
Yeah, the
I
dealership will
thought.
work on it, but like the problem is the parts, they don't really come to America that fast. And also they're very expensive.
But
I would yeah.
I was gonna say, but it's like it's better than buying like a used Ducati and then having to
Oh
do it
yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, you don't when you start getting like really expensive motorcycles, you don't really want to buy them secondhand because they
Yeah.
probably rode the crap out of them.
Well, just like just for the reason to be able to have it worked on at the dealership. I've never had a bike that nice. I've only had a Yamaha. That's it.
You guys can
Yeah,
never
I had
catch me
a,
dead on a fucking
I had
vehicle with
a,
two wheels.
I had an
That's crazy,
R6.
bro.
I had an R6,
I want one
and then I
so bad.
had a
I will
Not
say the
me.
an
YSRs
R1.
was it the YZS? There's the Yamaha street bike versions of their
Yeah,
YZS, I believe is what they're called. Those are also pretty nice. Very budget friendly, I would say. But parts are
yeah,
like usually fine. You can find parts everywhere.
yeah. It was easy. So,
For like
but like
water sports.
it was sick. It had like the engine was sick. It had like the sickest exhaust.
The
And it was
reverse exhaust.
and bitch was a rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I like
it's
falling into
like
water when I wreck.
I wish we lived in a world where you didn't have to pay for insurance on bikes and all that bull. And I wish cops didn't fuck with people that rode bikes. Like when I was riding, I was like, they're just always fucking with me, dude.
I know, I'd
Fucking
have all
cop.
my permits ready to go, and I'd have the cops call me. It's like, dude, I have the permits. Like, nope, pack it up.
I'm
Like,
only I'm
fuck.
only permitted to ride up to 600 cc. I guess I gotta go take a test to ride the
So
R1
does the
legally,
thought
but
of like eating pavement not bother you guys at all? Like, does the
No,
thought of
not
like the
really.
fact there are 9,000-pound steel cages moving around at 80 miles an hour right next to you not bother you even in the slightest? That like one little mistake, one little rock, one little swerve, and you're dead.
That's
Like it's
why
over.
I
it's
waited.
like
I'm gonna
a
get a
dis-
bike now.
it's like a
It's
disease
powerful.
thing. We do it
Yeah, it's a
like to
disease.
feel alive because we're
Yeah,
dead
there's something
inside.
I
about it
mean,
just makes you
there
feel
are
like
ways to feel
little.
alive without putting your life in so much danger. Like
Not
No,
really.
no, no. You
There
got to
really
feel
isn't.
constant death.
it's crazy, man.
Drugs, motorcycles, like
You guys need to have kids.
scuba diving.
No, no, no. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
have
I
no
can tell you
kids.
don't
I
have
had a
kids.
kid.
Oh
I
my
had a
gosh,
kid.
Bones, don't go get a bike. That's crazy.
No, no, no. I'm getting a bike for
Why
sure.
do
Like
you not?
I
You
grew up
really
on
don't like
cat.
bikes that much, Dad? Dang. What
I've got
about?
no
Yeah,
problem
man.
with it. I know that you're gonna die.
It's
So
all
But
about
like,
But
here's
I
I
rode.
waited. I've wanted a bike forever.
I rode a lot and I didn't die. I just
Yeah,
think
I
Yeah,
you
haven't
gotta.
died yet.
I used to ride. But my
it's
daughter's
less like
18
it's
now,
less
so it's
it,
all good.
it's less like I feel like I
Utah's a
would kill
sick place to
myself than that
ride.
someone else is just gonna run me over. Like someone's
Oh,
just
No,
gonna
like
what
run
you
you over.
Yeah.
that's only if you get like what we like to call the shit face driver, where you get as drunk as possible, maybe shoot up some heroin, and then go on the highway.
I live in the city, so like
I used to smoke weed and drive my bike, like just fucking through the canyon.
You cannot fuck around when you're on a bike.
Yes,
I
you
would
can.
I was convinced that like I wasn't gonna get pulled over. Like if I got pulled over on a motorcycle, I'm not gonna get a DUI on a motorcycle, right? Like, are they gonna have me take my helmet off and shit? I was just like, nah, I'll fuck it. Let's do it.
I know a
Yeah,
guy
I
who
would be
got a
worried about
DUI
getting
on a
caught. I would be
bicycle.
dying.
Anything's possible.
Can people get DUIs on bikes? I mean,
if I get
For
pulled
sure.
over, if I get
Yeah,
pulled over,
of
it's gonna be because I'm speeding. It's not gonna be for anything else.
Well, you can get basically anything that you can get on a car, you can on
And
a bike.
if I'm speeding, they're not gonna think I'm impaired,
If
are
it's a
they?
street legal
They're gonna
vehicle,
be
What do
like,
you
calm
mean?
down, boy. Right?
Like they're gonna pull you over for speeding. They're definitely gonna pull you over if you're high.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck around on a bike. It is super, super stupid,
Bikes are
especially.
just like just
They're fun
fucking
though, right? Like they're so
adrenaline
fun.
is fun.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be
It's
fun to
like
like get a bike and ride around in like
motorcycle
desolate areas.
riding 1,000 cc is like doing cocaine.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, have you ridden the V8s?
Not a
The
big
V8
cocaine
Harleys?
guy.
Huh?
Have you seen the V8 Harleys?
I'm not a Harley guy either.
My bro, I
But it's
don't
a
know
street
much
bike.
about Harleys, but I know my brother used to have like a Sportster.
Yeah, like they have Harleys out there, literal V8s. You're sitting on top of a V8 on
I
two
don't like the
wheels.
way Harleys handle.
No,
I tried to.
Harleys are honestly just piece of shits. They don't really work right. I don't
I
like
don't
them.
like the way they had like I like the way my sport bikes handle because I've had to dodge people and like I feel like if I'm like on it like it's so much easier to dodge on a sport bike than a Harley. Fuck Harleys.
Yeah, Harleys
I
honestly
mean
suck. Same thing with
Harleys look
Indians. The
they look
boomer
cool.
bikes suck.
They look cool, but
That's
I
the whole
mean
I
point
they're
of
don't
a
think
just
they
Harley,
look
though.
cool.
they look
I don't
It's
think they look
it's meant to cater
cool.
to the boomer bracket.
the 1200
Yeah.
Sportsters, some of them look cool. Some of the Sportsters do look cool, but they're just hard to handle for me. I just don't like
Like
the.
if I had to choose one bike for a street bike, it'd honestly probably be like one of the Yamahas. They just handle so well for
It's
their
like
price bracket as well.
when I'm just like going like through the neighborhood like on a Harley, it just feels heavy and just like weird.
Like there's something weird about the Harley. Like they don't really have like any kind of good ergonomics, and anywhere you
Mhm.
put your legs, you're gonna burn them.
I was so shitty at maintaining my bike though. Like I didn't oil the chain that much. I didn't. I didn't check the tires every time. I was like,
That's why they have belt drives.
I'm like, I would just like push my finger on the tire. I'm like, oh, we're probably fine. Let's go.
I want something that I can work on. Like, so I don't want anything too crazy new. I want something I can work on.
Yeah, so you might want to stay away from KTM's. You don't want a KTM. You probably want like a Yamaha or a Honda.
A Honda. I'm thinking a Honda. Like I've been looking. I've been waiting for my daughter to,
Like a
get old enough.
sport bike,
Yeah. I want a sport
like a
bike.
naked one, or
okay.
like a naked one that you have better like seating on, or one that you lean forward in like the racing
No,
position.
I want. Yeah. I don't like. I comfort, not a big. Like I'm not gonna go on big
You want like one of the naked
tracks.
bikes.
I want like. Yeah. I want to fuck around a bit.
What about like an adventure bike? Like for example, like a Yamaha
Adventure
Tanner.
bikes look goofy as fuck.
Dude, I like the adventure bikes. I had like a Yamaha Tanner. I drove that thing everywhere. I actually used that thing as a dirt bike for a while.
My dad had like a Honda 650, and that thing looked fat and ugly.
Okay, I will give that to you. They are definitely bloated, but they're pretty cool and
They
fun.
look so like boomer. I mean, even my 2003 Yamaha dirt, like even though it's old, that thing pops. Like I can get going. Like on that 650, yeah, it's like a 650 engine, but like it's heavy and it's kind of slow to get going. Like my 450 is way faster than that 650.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't I don't think I
way-
want anything more than a 450
way-
because I don't want something
way
crazy
light.
heavy, right?
Even though it's a 450, it's still light and easy to throw around. Like a 450 and a 250 are like the same, to be honest.
Well, like they use it. So when I was working for Kawasaki, we used the same chassis for the 250s and 450s. The really only difference that we had was the head tube angles. Head tube angles are a little different to compensate for the engine load.
The only difference is the 450 is a little bit beefier, but it's like you're still gonna be able. It's not gonna be like
like any much like wider. It might be a little bit, but it's like dirt bikes are easy.
It's like the 250s and 450s, they generally have the same engine cases. The only difference is you might find like a different, for example, crankcase area. Other than that, they carry the same exact engine components. They're just bigger CCs.
Yeah. I need the 450. I'm never gonna get a 250. So.
I gotta get my kid driving first, and then she will just take my car, and then I can get a bike. But the kids these days, they're just like not really like motivated to drive, really.
No, go get your bike, get a sidecar, and put her in the sidecar.
No, I want my daughter in my SUV where she is safe, and I will be on the bike. She's not allowed on the
Yeah,
bike.
I've seen people take their dogs on their motorcycle.
That's
think
just
that
dumb.
too. That's like a little ridiculous. I don't think I'll take my dog, especially like a golden retriever.
This is cool. I like
mean,
golden retrievers.
I don't think they want to be on the bike. I mean, like the golden retrievers just like want to be around you 24/7. They'll do whatever you ask. But really, I think they probably would rather stay at home, and I think that's safer for them. But no
Yeah,
kids and
I
no
wouldn't. I
animals on my
wouldn't
bike.
do it. I wouldn't do it personally.
I've seen a couple of people. They'll be like, they're like little ninjas, and it's like this like tiny dog. It's like a Yorkie just comes out of nowhere out of their jacket. It's like, the
Oh
fuck did that
God,
come from?
that's just like so selfish and awful. Like that's just roadkill, basically. Poor thing. All right, kittens, I gotta go. I'm gonna go and have a workout before somebody else calls. I gotta go. It was nice to meet. I love having new people. It was nice to have you guys. Nice to meet you.
It was
All
nice
the
meeting you.
Hopefully we'll see you again. We do this a lot.
I know. I've been with the community for around 6 months. It's just they decided to finally jump in.
Oh, you've just been spectating, making fun of us from the sidelines.
Yeah, that and also just mainly calling people out in chat.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to have you in the chat. I will talk to you guys soon.
I'm gonna
Have a good night.
crash.
All right. Bye, guys.
Peace out.
you.